Billionaire Podcast Network. Welcome to Corn Fed Saturday, November 8th, 2025. It's 10 p.m. on the East Coast currently. It's me, the corn fed boy himself, the golden chocobo. Dolphin Pruitt. And he's doing some troubleshooting right now, folks. It's my co-host for Corn Fed Saturday, Dave Wrong, the Stinker. Nice. Well, folks, it's Corn Fed Saturday. Me and Dave are here, and we're joined by our guests, BSO. Hello, BSO.
Good evening.
Evening. And Mike Harrington. Hello, Harrington.
Mike the Hammer Harrington. How you doing, Dalton?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm doing incredible, brother.
Thank you for doing this.
Thanks for having me, man. I've been dying to chop it up with you for the last 2 years now. So, I want to enter the arena of ideas. I have ideas.
All right, we got a lot of ideas to do battle about in the arena. We have a super chat, Sweeze $4.99. Let's start a BSO chant. BSO. 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 Yeah, well, Harrington, Mike the Hammer Harrington. It's been a while. I've been on the road to recovery, and I guess it's only been maybe, I don't know, it's been a year since I started, since I've been able to speak again. And I think the last time I interacted with you, I was not doing good.
Like in real life, maybe, but I remember the first time I saw you on Twitter Spaces, maybe a year and a half ago, I popped in and was like, "Holy fuck, dude! It's just good to hear Dalton again."
Yeah, I disappeared for a while. What ended up happening is because you were kind of in the epicenter of all that, you were part, of my world at the time, and everybody saw me kind of burn myself to the ground, and then after my whole mental break was over, I was just kind of out of service for quite some. I just disappeared for a while because I was not really functioning. It was really strange, where I was what was going on with me after I was done being crazy, because I couldn't really speak in full sentences, or I was like a baby.
It sounds like a computer rebooting. You know what I mean? You got to give it a little time to wake up.
Yeah, it takes some time. And so, I just disappeared for a while. And then, funnily enough, what brought me back was the same thing that put me in that headspace, was
the return of Succession?
Succession season 4. Yeah, that's what brought me back. No, it was, I did these ketamine, infusions. I went to, it wasn't the way people party with ketamine where they just snort it.
Oh, my nightly ketamine infusions.
Right. Yeah. Not the way you do, where you microwave the powder and you snort it and
no.
You hit the dance floor. No, I went to a doctor who they injected my hand and just did a slow drip ketamine. It was an hour each session. And those were actually really beneficial for just my own mental health, and actually coming back to.
You're basically Elon Musk, dude.
I'm basically Elon Musk. Yeah. They say that I'm the Elon Musk of podcast.
The left.
Of the left. Yeah.
If Elon Musk had the courage to wear a Kangol hat, he would be Dalton Pruitt.
Yeah.
He is. He's technically African, and this is the hat of Africans.
It's crazy to me that when you see somebody from your past, you think they remember you from going crazy. And every time I bring you up to somebody, they're like, "Oh, Dalton, the guy they call Dylan Gay." That's what they remember.
That's a good one. I don't know, dude. It was actually I was thinking about this a little bit earlier today. When I first started working at Brooklyn Comedy Club, I was literally when I was building out like how I was going to have my weekly lineups look. I was like, all right, well, late shows on the weekends. I want to have Dalton Pruitt closing as much as humanly possible. Like, I'm going to make this dude my Big J. And that lasted for about 3 weeks. You know what I mean?
It didn't last very. It ended in disaster. Or
Was
Right.
COVID happening at that time?
No, this was post-COVID.
we were getting out of
Okay.
COVID, and it just ended with because I think I was like starting to have like more manic episodes. I can't remember like when it ended with us like at that show. I do remember there was a lot of animosity.
You listened to a lot of Bangles at the time?
What?
A lot of
Having
Manic
a-
Monday.
Yes.
No, I just remember it ending in like anger and animosity between us, and I want to believe that that's not who I am. The way
I don't
watching
remember
it.
any anger or animosity, genuinely. Like,
Oh,
from my
really?
point of
Because
view,
what I remember was
I
that
think you're a little embarrassed about the pro wrestling stuff from LOS, but I don't think anybody remembers that like you do.
well, what I remember the where it kind of it fell apart, and we had an argument right before the last show. Was that I must have been going crazy at that time, or I was just a dickhead because I was getting in.
You were
fights
just
with-
outside yelling at a Salvation Army Santa Claus, and you thought it was Mike this whole time.
No,
What
I
do
was
you
getting
know?
into fights with the that bartender there, Liz. Who I guess was
Forgot
the
about
manager. And we kept getting into these arguments, and then you reached out to me and you said, like, hey man, you cannot keep like causing trouble with her. And I said, but she's a bitch. And then
I do remember this now.
yeah, and then you said, all right, if that's how you want to play it for the next show, don't show up until it's time for you to go on, and as soon as you're done, leave. And I was like, fine. And then we did the last show, and then not too long after that, I was like in the psych ward. So
I forgot all about this, and it's like, I don't know, maybe I was a little sensitive about that one thing, but she was also the only reason the lights were staying on at that place. You know what I mean? Like, it was
Right.
certainly not my boss. Like, it was that one lady was doing everything, and you were the only person she was complaining to me about. So I was like, all right, I want to keep like a roof over my head, so I got to keep this lady not pissed.
right. No, I get that. At the time, I just I was not mentally all there anyway. So
Yeah, no, of course. I mean, we saw how it ended, but here's the thing: you bringing that up is the first time I've thought of that in 4 years now. You know,
Oh, wow.
that had no. I could, if you would put my feet to the fire and be like, "What was the worst argument you ever had with Dalton?" I would be like, "I don't know, dude. Probably something revolving Sling Blade, maybe."
Yeah, we were fighting about Sling Blade. Okay, yeah, I mean that's what I remember is like my last interaction with you before I like went off the deep end. And because I remember that because I had gone to the psych ward and I'd gotten out and I was still like pretty nuts for a while after that. And then there was just like one day when something ended in my mind, like the psychosis, all that was done, and then I was just extremely depressed because I was like, it had, finally dawned on me, like, oh, I've ruined my entire life. And I was thinking about all these things I'd said to people over the last however many months. And then I actually reached out to you and I was like, hey, Mike, I'm just really sorry. I said so, like, I'm sorry about the trouble I've caused, and then you were like, it's okay. And then that was like, I think that was the last conversation we had until now.
All of us in New York were pretty much in agreement. Like, we just want Dalton to get help. You know what I mean? Like, we all see Dalton as like a very talented, very funny guy. And I mean, now I'm speaking about you in the third person, which is a little hand jobby, but we always like, you were a very well liked and like respected dude. So it's one of those things where it's like, we really just hoped you got the help you needed, and clearly you did.
Yes.
Big J's still having Kurt Metzger over his house for cookouts, so they would definitely hang out with you.
You're good,
Yeah,
dog.
I was early to the psychosis train because I've seen like more people since then seemingly falling down those same rabbit holes. And I'm like, I've already done it. Now Kurt Metzger can be that guy.
I know what that looks like.
I did it too in my mid-30s, I guess. And I think it was because I kind of like ignored everything in my life in my 20s and just partied. And then like reality hit me all at once while I was on drugs. And it kind of like just broke me because I felt like I fucked up my whole life. And then you just, you eventually get through it. And I was lucky enough to not do it on camera. You know what I mean? Because when you're old fuck, you just get to do it in front of strangers and their memory's bad. So you have a couple of things out there on camera, but most of it is just funny. It's the calling Dylan gay. It's like role playing at the LOS and getting kicked out at the, I think it was the old Creek in the Cave, actually. Maybe it was the Stand. And that's the only two I can think of. Oh, and then the Skankfest with Kurt Metzger.
Yeah, where he left.
That
was fun.
And those are all good memories for me.
$9.99
watching it as a fan.
Ken Harrington the Hammer. Shout out Sumo the dog.
Who is Sumo the dog?
It's Sweeze's dog.
Yeah, let's pull up Sweeze.
Shout out Sumo dog.
It's a dog, and he hopes your child's first words are shout out Sumo dog.
That's also not how you spell my daughter's name.
Well, I think he's trying to protect her. He's giving her a pseudonym to protect her.
No. That's an attempt at spelling her name. Like,
probably.
Like an illiterate person would do.
Yes.
Well, he's probably 24 Coors Lights deep. Drew starts drinking early on.
I just think that's funny because, like, for her, like, it was either her first or second Christmas, somebody did get her like a stuffed animal with her name stitched into it, and they spelled it ORA, and I was like, "Come on, man! Like, that's crazy."
Yeah, that's I don't know how to see. I try to.
I got Sumo Dog in the pre-screen.
Oh, where's Sumo Dog at?
Oh, this is the dog.
This is
Sumo Dog. We can shout out. Yeah,
dude, that is what? How many pounds do you think that dog is?
Probably
30?
That's when he's a pup.
30.
So,
I'd say 30.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the ideal dog, dude. Anything bigger, you're trying too hard. Anything smaller, it's a cat.
Sumo's a little bigger than that now. That's, I think, an older picture, but I'm not 100% sure.
Oh, here we go. $5
dog.
Aura been talking yards. Hi BSO Harrington. Shout out Sumo.
Oh, it's
Keep the super chats coming. But yeah, I did. Yeah, so I did. I was forced to get help at first, and then eventually I had to make the effort to get better. And it's been a long, arduous journey, but yeah, I'm back on the internet. I'm once again building an empire.
You're always building, dog. I mean, I remember you actually caught me with your sock scam maybe like a year ago.
Oh yeah, I got it. So yeah, I started trading like a little over a year ago, and it was funny that the first thing I got in on was an actual good scheme, where it was that like they're probably out of business now, but at the time it was a company called Faraday.
Oh yeah, they're out of business. I know.
Yeah.
I still have one stock to remind myself.
Yeah, they make a
yeah. My daughter's not going to college because of you, Dalton.
They were supposed to, years ago. They were supposed to be they were touted as the Tesla killer, and they make but it's a luxury electric vehicle, so it's like a fucking $300,000 electric car. And I just saw on Twitter one day randomly that stock had pumped from like 9 cents to 27 cents. And I was like, I don't know what that means, but I'll try trading. And so I downloaded Robinhood and sent them my license and social security and all that and got it set up for Robinhood and just bought a bunch of that stock. And then like in a week I sold it I made like thousands of dollars on it.
Hell yeah, dude. That rules.
Yeah. And if I could have
you made Mike your exit liquidity then.
Yeah, Mike was my exit liquidity. If you bought it after I started talking about it, then at some point I sold and you were my exit liquidity.
You're welcome.
Yeah. And if I had any sense or knew anything about what I was doing, I would have known then that I just got really lucky. It would have just sat on that money.
Yeah.
But I said, no, I'm actually like really good at stocks.
Oh, you just kept chasing the dragon.
I kept looking for penny stocks, like shit that was trading like way under $1 that's like at risk of getting delisted by the NASDAQ. And I not only did I lose those profits, I ended up losing just a lot of money.
Oh my God.
During the inauguration, I did the meme coin pumps. And I was like, I got into this. I'm following, and I bought Trump coin, Melania coin, Barron coin, and I made like $5,000 in like 2 hours just watching those speeches and buying meme coins. And I'm like, the whole world's a bunch of idiots. I got it all figured out. The next morning on live stream, I call Troy in. I'm like, you got to see how easy this is to make money. Watch. And he just watched me lose $5,000 in like 30 minutes.
Oh, dude.
Trading meme coins.
Last
It's
year,
hilarious.
like all of 2025 has been rough for the Solana blockchain for meme coins. But last year, there were so many where it was so easy to just buy a coin. You could put like $30 in a coin, and that day you would have like $2,000.
Jesus.
Yeah.
But you catch like you said, then once you taste that, you try to get that again tomorrow and you lose it all.
You keep trying to replicate it, saying like, I'm going to solve all of my problems like this week. I'm going to fix everything. And then you just end up losing so much money.
And there's just an Indian guy getting richer and richer as he scams you.
Yeah. But it's starting to stabilize. Like I'm in on a bunch of, like, I've got everything spread out now and I've recovered and my investments are looking good now. And even all my memes, as stupid as it is, they're pretty stable. So I'm just waiting for the pump. I mean, I haven't lost anything. I'm just sitting on a fat bags of fart coin and different kinds of cats.
So look what I found.
That's a good. Yeah, the Starry is good.
Starry. This doesn't even taste like zero. It reminds me of. Do you remember Mellow Yellow? Way back in the day.
Yeah.
It tastes like that. It doesn't even taste like there's zero sugar. There's no aftertaste or whatever. It does taste a little syrupy, like almost like it's got less carbonation and it's this is the old Sierra Mist, right?
Yeah, do you guys know about the Sierra, why it's Starry now?
I think
because of the porn star, right?
I think the copyright for Sierra Mist was like they didn't actually own the name or something.
No, the copyright lapsed and the porn star bought the copyright after it lapsed. And then she sent PepsiCo a cease and desist.
Yeah. And so they just changed it to Starry. That's great.
Pretty incredible.
I'll say that, and I'll say this about all Pepsi products, but especially Starry. The packaging looks really cool.
True.
It's very bold and colorful, but also simple, kind of minimal yet bold. It's not corporate minimalism.
Yeah, it's almost like they're trying to get to drink it.
$5 from Show Me the 1099s. I hate when Dave talks. Okay.
Well, maybe you should.
God, what would I ever want to talk to Dave about, dude? Just keep the super chats coming.
Yes, for Dave, soda talk. Yeah. So the Sweeze likes the soda talk. Can Dave jingle keys on mute in background for 5 minutes? Drew only for $4.99.
How about this one? This relates back to the PepsiCo the discussion, and I think something that'll hit you near and dear to your heart, Dalton. Mm-hmm. Do you know why there is the combination KFC, Pizza Hut, Taco Bell?
Aren't they all owned by that same company, Yum Foods?
Yum Foods. But the only reason Yum Foods exists is because no major chain would accept Pepsi products, no matter what kind of a deal they gave these chains. Every single one, Burger King, McDonald's, go down the line, they were all like, fuck you, Coke. So Pepsi said, all right, it's just cheaper to buy Taco Bell, KFC, and Pizza Hut and then force them to carry Pepsi products than it would be to try to spend money to break into Taco Bell, Pizza Hut, and KFC.
Wow.
And the reason that they package all them together is because it doesn't matter to them. They don't want to make money as like a dining establishment. They just need to be an outlet for Pepsi products.
Well, it works. I mean, nothing cheers me up on a road trip more than a KFC, Long John Silver's, Taco Bell combo. Finding one of those. There's one. I used to go to one all the time when I lived in Denton, Texas. There's like one town over in Louisville, Texas. There was a combo that was it was a KFC A&W combo.
Whoa.
It was an actual A&W restaurant connected to a KFC. And I would go there all the time just to get A&W, because when you go to like an A&W restaurant, they have their own tap for the root beer. So there's a fountain, and then there's like a separate tap that you pull for the A&W. And I just, all through college, I just was drinking like 8,000 calories a day of A&W root beer.
Is it one of those things where you have the A&W cup and you just pop in when you're...
Yeah, you go in and you go, hey, I got my cup. I'm here for some root beer. No, I think it was. They did have like a special like frosted mug you could buy, but I think you still had to pay for your cup of A&W anytime you went in.
That's trash, dude.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, it was a nice little treat. It was always worth it to get to pull on the actual tap.
That
Is her
does
name
sound nice.
spelled
I'm
the
just
same?
trying to think of like what tour of the world's like 2 or 3 restaurant combination could I build the best fast food meal from?
Oh, that's a good little thought experiment.
I was
If you
just gonna say, when you were talking about those places, the awesome thing about all those places was you could get a burrito and a side of fries.
Yeah, but now you can just do
Yeah.
that at Taco Bell.
yeah, they have the nacho.
Well, but this is back then, though. You couldn't, burrito and fries. You used to have to. A fat guy like me would have to go to both places.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
would
I found
say-
this lady, Sierra Mist, by the way.
I would
She's-
say.
Can we see Sierra Mist?
Oh, is
She's
this
married
the-
with kids now. She's actually pregnant. So I couldn't find it because it's
Oh, dear.
CIER. But I think this is her.
I would
because
assume.
She's got 600. It's the biggest person, 633. And then she's got the old Sierra Mist can here.
There could
And-
only be one. Sorry, not sorry. That's fun.
Yeah.
Well, that's.
But now she's, I mean,
Oh,
unless you're
dude.
into
Oh.
this,
Yeah. Yes.
I am. Do you have kids, Dave?
I do not. No.
BSO, you got kids?
One daughter. She's like 30.
All right. Are you now into pregnant stuff?
No, hell no. That's gross to me.
I can definitely see like once you go through with your wife and she's pregnant and she can't get more pregnant, so
Mhm.
it's just like you're completely relaxed when you're doing it. Then that ends and you're like, oh, I want to go back and I missed that change.
Oh, I
So could definitely
miss
see-
pregnant Alex so much, dude. I tell her all the time. I'm like, we're talking 2 cup sizes up, like, and exactly that. It's like there's absolutely no worry about nutting.
That
Nothing like
does sound nice. Yeah, you've already done the deed and got a bun in the oven.
She keeps getting bigger and bigger, so like I can just keep getting bigger and bigger, you know?
All right, now we're just looking at pictures of babies. I don't want
Well,
to.
yeah, like I'm trying to get to her before, but now her whole porn site of her OnlyFans is just her baby.
That's
No, that can't be her OnlyFans.
That's
This is
bad.
her
Like, well, here's
Instagram.
her OnlyFans here, but I mean,
Yeah,
we
let's not
can't
look at that.
go.
We don't
We
have to
can't
look
go
at
on
the
there.
OnlyFans.
Oh, she's got a Twitter. Hold on, don't pull up the screen yet until I go there and check it.
Michael Hall, $20, has a question that he says he signed up to box at Skankfest. What day is that happening?
So boxing at Skankfest, I believe, is going to be Friday and I think it's going to be all 3 days, actually. I think I know G Mike and Josh are boxing on Friday. I'm boxing on Saturday, and then I think I'm going to do the battle royale as well on Sunday, which is going to be absolutely insane. So there's going to be boxing all 3 days. So I think you'll get your itinerary when you get there. But thanks for the $20, dude. I'm hoping you do the battle royale and we get to punch each other.
I have a question for you, Mike. This is slightly on topic.
Well, hold on. Is the
slightly
box?
off.
Is this like a separate boxing event, or is this still the Carnival of Combat?
No. So the Carnival of Combat happened because we did boxing at Skankfest Vegas the first year, and then like the athletic commissions or whatever the powers that be are came out and said no more boxing at Skankfest. You can't do it. So we still brought the ring out and we did like a bunch of silly stuff, but we didn't, we were just having fun with the boxing. So we moved it as its own separate event to Carnival of Combat. But this year in New Orleans, I believe it's a mutual combat state. So anything goes, man.
you have to pick
Well-
venues based on where you can do combat.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
they
dog.
they went in St. Petersburg for that Carnival of Combat crossover
sir.
or whatever. Yeah.
Campus
My
St.
question
Pete.
was: so Dalton's starting to get into physical fitness. He's been
Okay.
doing some walking and stuff, and he's a bigger guy. You're a bigger guy, but you still move around. You box. You stay active or whatever. I was wondering if you could give Dalton some tips. What should he go through? What are some good steps for Dalton?
Oh, just get a fight.
to read.
No, like I'm not kidding. Like I've literally gone from I was like right around the 260 mark back in like late July, early August. And I booked this fight and just locked in, started intermittent fasting and I mean not even doing that much work. You know, it's like I'm sparring once a week. I'm meeting up with Diego to essentially just do like, you know, a private training session once a week. And then I'm shadow boxing and I'm doing sprints in the park, but like nothing crazy. And I'm down 35, 40 pounds, like and we're talking, it's like over the course of 12 weeks. So it's like I'm losing 3 pounds a week consistently, you know?
I don't think that Dalton could get down to 155 to fight Crackamico, though.
No, I couldn't.
Cracks who you want to fight?
No. I'm just making a joke because
Craig and I have had our disagreements recently, and well, I guess I'm still upset with him, but no, I don't want to fight him physically.
I was just making a joke because the fans know that he left the podcast to do full-time streaming or whatever. That's all. It's inside baseball.
We can't. Now my blood is boiling. Thinking about this again.
Sounds like you are. Sounds
like I got to get down to 155.
No way, dude. Dylan fought Crack, and Dylan was like 175, maybe. How tall are you, Dalton?
I'm 5'10".
Yeah, I mean, look, we're the same height. I could make it to 175 if I needed to. It would take about a year from where I started, but if
175 for me would be a dream come true. That'd be like the perfect body in my mind.
So book the fight with Crack at Skankfest next year, and then you have to get to 175 for the fight to go down.
Yeah, and loser has to do the naked roast.
Oh,
that's dude. I'm loving all this. I'm literally loving all this.
I would show up a killing machine, dude. I would call the paramedics.
Well, dude, here's the thing: if you're doing that, just let the body hair go. So if you do lose and you have to do the naked roast, you just have so much hair down there that no one can get anything.
I don't grow that much body hair anyway, though. Like I'd never shave my pubic hairs, and you could just see how small my penis is anyway.
Now that Mike's here, I can actually bring this up. So like, I had shaved my back for like so long in my life. I even went to electrolysis, and they couldn't even do anything with it. I went for a year of them trying to remove the hair, and they gave up on me. And it was actually Mike that I was like, you know what? If Mike can just get in the ring in front of everybody and not shave his back, I can just stop shaving my back and shoulders. And now that I've stopped, it's just so, you know, it's just liberty in your life, man.
Brother, no one sees that beard and isn't expecting it. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Exactly.
I think
you're putting it on Front Street.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like you take your shirt off and you have like hairy shoulders and back. People are gonna be like, wow, what a surprise.
Who could have seen this?
Yeah, who saw this coming?
Well, I've been told
I think I'm gonna do the full, like, just get like dolphin smooth for this one. Like I've been growing out my my beard and my hair for this whole camp, just trying to get like feel as like rugged and fucking shitty as I can, so that like I want to lose as much hair as possible and just add that to my weight loss at the very end. It's like I feel like that's a nice level up. So I think I'm going to need to get rid of the back hair this time.
That would be funny. That'd be good content to have Alex take the trimmers and have you do like the Malcolm in the Middle, where the father's like got the newspaper and getting his back shaved, and there's just like everything on the floor afterwards.
Okay.
Well, we do have a question from the chat regarding your like training regimen.
Okay.
How much body brain you taking?
I do a cup of body brain every morning, man.
You cup of body brain every morning, just one for the day.
So I'll do one in the morning, and then do you know Eli Halpern, aka Octavius Thunder, aka Brody Lowballer?
No.
He's a comic from Austin. He's been on Fish Tank a bunch. I think he did Kill Tony once or twice. He was in the studio doing The Thing Is. And I asked him about it, and he's like, oh, no, like, this is good shit. This is good shit. This is actually good shit. And I mean, this dude is, as ripped as a human being can get. Like he's when we were doing Skankfest in Vegas, like he would show up a day early to go and do pro sparring with like Sean Strickland and all those guys at like the big MMA gym in Vegas. And that dude was like, not like actually these things in this order are good. I've never seen it in coffee form before. This is kind of cool. And he's the one who told me it does have stacking effects. So after that, I started doing like a second one in the afternoon, only when I was going to gas. But like, bro, I can't afford to pay Lewis $100 a month to be doing a 2-a-day habit.
Well,
you know?
you don't have to. You can do 2 easy payments of $22.99 too, Mike. You can
finance
your
it.
coffee.
Yeah, you can find it. Oh shit! Hold on, my screen is for. I'll be right back.
I think so. I
also want to shout out. If we're just giving Robbie credit for his quips in the chat. He said Dalton is going to box, getting a box to go.
Okay,
I fucked up the wording on that. I think
my screen froze. I had to refresh. So it's great. A lot of great adaptogens and nootropics is what you're saying. Solid adaptogens.
No, I take those. I'm no stranger to those things. I take everything that's in there and a couple of extras on top of it. But that stack has been known to be the supplements that you take if you're trying to do HRT, which is hormone replacement therapy, instead of just TRT, which is just testosterone replacement.
Homo retard titties.
Yes.
That's what I have. That's what I got right now, dude.
Yeah, so I knew that stuff was good. I haven't tasted it yet. I have been in talks with Lewis to getting us a promo code over here, but I do have a link in my bio to the Amazon store if you guys want to get it, or you can go directly to the bodybraincoffee.com.
I take one in the morning before I go to train, and I don't know, it's the only thing I'm putting in my body between like when I wake up and 6 p.m. So and I'm down 40 pounds. So something about it is doing something good.
Okay. So Body Brain is crucial to the regiment.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I'm a Body Brain athlete. I'm also a Helio Supply athlete. So just testosterone, coffee, and weed vapes. That is what's powering my fight against Jake.
What about
I was hoping we could get him on the show, but he does. But I tried to reach out to him. He's in the wind.
Well, he said that he's working his waiter job until midnight. So maybe you guys can get him a little bit later.
Yeah.
You guys, this goes for like 7 hours, right?
Yes, 420 from Lee Rector Dan. Thank you.
We go longer than we should.
We're revolutionizing content here at the network, so we give people more podcasts than they're used to. So this can go. We've gone at times. There's been some where we go like 4 or 5 hours, but it just goes until it ends, I guess.
So you look at Joe Rogan, it's like, oh, you're doing banker's hours.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. He's doing his amateur hour. He's only hitting maybe 3 hours, maybe 3.5.
Right.
We're doing 5, 6, 7 hours of high octane podcasting.
So that's also a broadcast. We're broadcasters.
One Rogan is 3 hours, as I understand it. So you're talking about 2 Rogans.
Yes. Yeah. We're putting in 2 Rogans every Saturday.
That's right. They call him Dalton 2 Rogan Pruitt.
Dalton 2 Rogans. But
a lot of people that I talk to, because I was surprised when we do like 5.5 hours. I thought people just cash out, go to bed. But people like to put it on Mondays and like go to work. I know somebody that does postal delivery, and they're like, I can't wait for Mondays. I listen to it like my whole day. Other people just put it on Sunday,
I'm a cook,
clean the house, and listen to the whole thing, and they're like, "This is the best show." I don't know.
I'm a cook, and that's all I do for 8 hours is listen to podcasts when I'm at work.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So people just like it having on the background, like it's the old school radio talk shows where they just go on and on and on. So I was like, "Yeah, I'm not going to question it. I'm just going to keep showing up."
And you guys don't even have call signs at the top and bottom of every hour.
No. I have the
just Sumo Dog.
When it starts,
Sumo Dog every episode.
When anything starts, I have the call sign for the Billionaire Podcast Network.
Yeah, I do want to represent that. Talk about Raphael's comment there about the people that all watch the whole thing live every week. So you guys are getting a sneak peek. If you're watching this live, this is where you want to be with the super chats, because after tonight, the live streams are going to come down. Dalton's going to unlist them. The edited version is going to get sent up. And
if there's
loaded as a
anything that
video.
needs to be edited, the only reason that would happen
No, everything's going to be edited. You have to come here live to see the uncensored video that YouTube won't let us upload, Dalton.
Yeah, yes, that is true.
And then if you subscribe to the YouTube, the corn-fed stream Patreon, he's going to put the unlisted links probably on that so that they can be hidden, so that we don't get shut off because we're so offensive from being on YouTube, guys. So if you're here, we do appreciate you guys being here every week live. And you're seeing the uncensored stuff. The censored version is going to start going up as a video after the show's over from now on.
Oh, I just took a little kratom.
Yeah, so you picked that up at Gas, huh? Your
No,
addiction.
I was into that before I ever met Lewis or any.
Yeah. No, you were one of the people that made me go, maybe this kratom stuff's not so bad. Dalton talks about it fondly.
I did not think the sentence was going to end that way after the first conversation you guys had.
No, it's not bad at all. I mean, isn't the heart and soul what pumps the blood of Skankfest is kratom, right?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I'm just saying, when it first came on, before I knew the miracles that it did in your life, I didn't. I was a little trepidatious about it, but seeing the what it did for you, I'm now on board.
Yeah, I was buying it
Shannon-
just
and
at
Shannon,
gas
too.
stations and smoke shops way before you guys' Yo Kratom, before I found the good shit.
You found the $60 kilo, and once you go
$60 kilo. There's no lead in it or sawdust. I was just eating mostly lead and sawdust prior to discovering the $60 kilo.
That checks out.
Do you really do Yo Kratom? I mean, do you do Kratom, Dalton?
I just took a little half of a spoonful just now. I don't
We
have.
should get Yo Kratom as a sponsor, dude.
Unfortunately,
I
would love Yo Kratom to hit me up. I don't have Yo Kratom right now. Actually, I went back to the gas station.
Oh, you're back on the sawdust and lead?
I'm back on sawdust and lead. What I have right now is called Dragon.
And what's that sticker say? How much was that?
$24.99 for 100 grams, which is like 3.5 ounces.
100 grams.
Yeah.
How many grams are in a kilo?
Well, a kilogram would be what, 1,000 grams.
Yeah.
So you get 10 times that amount.
For barely double the price. YoKratom.com, home of the $60 kilo. What are we doing, Dalton?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, it sells itself.
Yeah.
I'll say it's a decent whatever you want to call it, supplement or plant extract if you're trying to quit opioids, or if you have like body pains and aches and don't want to do opioids for those, because I
stretch, exercise, lose weight, diet.
You could also just live on like Tylenol or Advil. I'm pretty sure it's better than that.
It's better than killing your liver with acetaminophen. Yeah. Well, I have because I mean, I think most folks know I have like pretty misshapen, deformed feet. So I have
Yeah, I'll pull those up.
I have osteoarthritis in my feet.
Okay.
And that causes a lot of like downstream problems as well. So it's not just that my feet hurt, but because of the way that they're like deteriorated and misshapen, I get pain in my knee, my hips, my back hurts, and I'm fat as shit. So that just like compounds on everything. So like a good I'll say this is not only good for mitigating the pain that I deal with, but it makes me sleepy enough at the end of the night that I don't end up eating more.
Hey, Dalton, why don't you pull this up, guys? If you're eating at home, turn away from the
Oh yeah,
screen.
this is what my feet look like.
Actually, we could put Jake's feet up against your feet, dude.
Yeah, so they're very swollen in this picture, also. But yeah,
Very, very swollen.
Yeah, you can.
They
see
look like full talons.
You can see where the socks had really left their imprint on them.
It looks painful.
Yeah, and they're since this was taken, that dead toe on my left foot, I did get that ripped off by a doctor, so that toe just has no toenail on it.
It looks like it's just the fact that those big toes go inward at the N-word.
Oh,
But it looks like the big toes, like they should go
yeah,
straight, right?
yeah. Everything is kind of like clawed inward, so it's all very misshapen. I've been to a number of doctors about it and had all these X-rays done and different scans and testing, and the conclusion that the last doctor I saw, the conclusion he came to was he said, your feet are fucked up.
It's a
Because we were
medical
trying to, yeah, that was
determination.
his
He couldn't even handle
professional
it
medical
anymore.
opinion. Because we were trying to figure out if there was something like what was causing, like what caused it, why they're messed up, if there's any sort of other thing that I have. And we ran all these tests, and he just was like, yeah, they're just misshapen. They're just like deformed. Like, he's like, you don't have anything else to worry about as far as any sort of degenerative diseases or anything. He said they're just something happened when you were in the womb, I guess, that caused them to become like very misshapen. And he said what he told me as far as like fixing it, he said your best option probably would just be to wear inserts and make sure you do a lot of stretching, because he was like, you could there is a surgery I could do, and he said, but it's extreme.
Just cut your feet off and get those blades. That you
Yeah,
went on.
the guy who killed his girlfriend,
Oscar
Yeah.
Fatoris.
Yeah, get
Oscar
those South African
Pistorius.
blades, dude. Those things would kick ass.
No, he said that
Oscar Mayer Pistorius.
Hell yeah.
hell yes. No, he said the surgery I would be able to do on it, he said, is extremely invasive and very, very painful. He said I can only do 1 foot at a time, and the recovery for each foot is 6 months. So he said you're looking at a year out of commission on both feet. Like, we do 1 foot, you're on crutches for 6 months, then the next foot another 6 months on crutches. And he was like, and then he showed me what it would entail, and he was like, I'd have to go in and break everything, set it straight, and then like Frankenstein everything together with nuts and bolts and washers.
Not to be
Could you
rude.
also, though, get the leg lengthening surgery at the
Yes.
same time?
Oh,
'Cause
yeah,
you could be
dude.
6'5" after all that.
Yeah, if you come
That'd
out
be
with
pretty dope.
6'5" with great feet, what's a year, dog?
This was a doctor I saw in Turkey, so I probably could have gotten both done.
Yeah,
at
the
once.
sandwich.
For sure.
Yeah,
It's two
Yeah.
flights to Turkey, which sucks. But other than that,
that sounds delicious, though.
Yeah.
That sounds really tasty.
So not to be like rude, right? But like some of that is just hygiene, right? It's the access to clipping the toenails. It was just the misshapenness of the nails
The
themselves.
toenails look horrible because
but that's just because of lack
I'm
of
not
cutting
clipping them.
Okay.
But
It's
the feet themselves, like my feet are like very misshapen and cause me like a considerable amount of distress.
Does
and
China
pain.
have something like China doesn't have something? Because they do that to their ladies.
China just invented some kind of bone glue
oh yeah, I saw that.
that can heal bones better than what we have.
Yeah.
And then Japan is growing teeth again.
I know. I've been watching that day in and day out.
Yeah.
That'd be
Have you
dope.
really?
I had an accident, so I lost these teeth
Okay.
from a car accident. And what those do, if you would take that thing and it stops the protein cell that makes you not whatever, it creates all new buds, just like when you lose your baby teeth. So all your teeth fall out, and then you get another set of adult teeth.
I mean, let's go, dog.
So
What if you just put that on like your forehead or something?
No, it's
You
it's
grow a
particular-
horn?
It's a particular protein that in adolescence during puberty you stop that just makes teeth buds. Because that was my first thing. I'm like, am I going to get teeth in my elbow in like some sort of science fiction? But the crazy part is all your teeth fall out. Then when they grow back in, if you had to go through braces and a retainer and all that stuff, you could have to go through all that again because it's just like getting your adult teeth a second
Yeah,
time.
but who can honestly at this age, I think I could reasonably like be expected to treat my braces with respect. You
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
Like when I was 14, that's it. When you're in high school, that's no age to be putting like thousands of dollars of dental equipment into your mouth to be like, this is what it's gonna look like forever, by the way. Fucking take care of it. Like you're just not your brain's not developed enough yet to understand the down the line consequences of fucking up your braces.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, I'm in. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Actually,
I've
been
been
saying for a
watching it
while.
for 3 years now. And so it just just started human trials like a couple months back. But everybody that signed it signed waivers because they are afraid that teeth might start growing in other places.
That's
So it's-
terrifying.
That's what I was
It
talking
definitely
about.
sounds very Japanese, though. Like,
Yeah. Most
You
of the
know-
people that signed up are older people, though. So I think they're just like, well, I'm 80, so if I end up getting a tooth in my neck, because they have a very
There's gonna be
collective
some bitch
mindset
with a
there.
tooth in her pussy. That's terrifying.
Yeah, it would be, that would be super cool though if you could just, the dentist in the US would probably stop it though.
like imagine going to wipe your ass and then you bite your finger with your ass. You grew ass teeth. That could be an unintended consequence.
The Japanese would love that shit. They'd make porn out of it with the octopus.
That's what I
and
say.
the
It sounds
ass
very like a Japanese, like one of them Japanese horror movies.
Yeah, like I'm picturing like a 28 days later, but like the zombies just keep growing teeth everywhere and they
dude.
can't help but chomp everything.
This actually sounds. This has legs, dude. We should. Yeah, we gotta write this down.
All right,
Yeah.
cut this out for the wide release version.
Yeah, teeth people. Invasion of the teeth people. Yeah, and it's just walking sets of teeth.
Yeah, dude, like the Jack's Joke Shop level, like clapping teeth down.
Yes, yeah, yeah, Joker teeth. Yeah, that'd be cool. What else? What else?
What else? What's
I
on the
do
sheet, dude?
Do what?
We have music. We have some music here that BSO wanted to listen to. If you want to pull up a song, I didn't want to interrupt the flow.
Michael paid for a song.
Okay, let's
One
go.
of them-
Let's go.
Paid
So
song.
we can listen to this 45 grade party time. And then I did want to ask, cue up the song, but I did want to ask Harrington, how is domestic life?
There's nothing like it. I mean, it's it's like being 100% sincere and saccharine. It's like I know like 20 years down the line, I'm living through the days I'm going to be like, man, I wish I could have a 2-year-old daughter back again, like
Wow.
there's just something there's just nothing like it, man. Yeah, I don't know. It's like I definitely, from the moment I started working in this business, like I was in my late 20s when I started working at gas. So like I was in that mode where I was like ready to have a wife and a family and like that. It was just a matter of time before all that lined up. And then once the ball started getting rolling, it's like, this is so much better than I thought it could be. Like I was kicking myself or like pinching myself the other day. Like we got this fish right behind me because Tristan Bowling and James Fowler, two of the guys who filled the Dalton Pruitt vacuum, let's say.
Pretty big vacuum.
Yes, quite a vacuum. Those two did some sketch at gas where they had a fish. And as they like left it, they were like, Harrington and Alex are parents. They'll know what to do. Like they won't let this life die, basically was the thought process. So I took it home and I ended up spending like between the tank, the gravel, the food, the heater, the everything that goes into it for these free fish. I spent over $100 last week. And I was really thinking about it. Like back in 2019, there were points where I was walking around the city being like passing by a Van Leeuwen's and seeing like a $10 ice cream cone and going, could you imagine having a spare $10 to spend on something as frivolous as an ice cream cone?
Yeah, because you were homeless for a little while.
I don't want to sound like a Harrington simp here or whatever, but I literally was telling Harrington's story to somebody that asked me about it the other day, maybe like a month back, and I was choked up man to man telling Harrington's story of homelessness, meeting Alex, having Alex's back since from day one. So I don't know if you guys watched the Intern Olympics, but he said something in the Olympics. I won't bring it up in case he doesn't want to bring it up.
No, I
was,
could care less.
That was true. But then he pretended like it wasn't true to protect her from something that she did. Anyways, later on in life, I was listening to this is what was choking me up. I was listening to Alex and Kim on their podcast when they had it. And Kim was just like, said something about Mike, about love or whatever. And she was like, oh, there was this some day where she needed something. And you like walked like 3 miles down the highway or whatever just to get it for her. And Alex was like getting choked up telling Kim, and she's like, that's when I knew that I was going to be with him forever because he is always there when I need him. And like they were like crying, and I was like, I was starting to be like, don't do this to me. But I watched like the whole thing from you being homeless to you guys meeting, now watching you guys have a kid. And it's like, it's amazing. I'm really happy for you two. It seems like you guys,
it's
do
good to
well
see
together.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when you were homeless, and you had such a better trajectory than most homeless people. Most homeless people from back then are still homeless.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, like there were nights where I'd wake up on the train and like dudes would be going through my pocket, and I'm like, well, like that guy's probably dead, so I can't hold ill will towards that.
They wanted a Van Leeuwen's.
Yeah, dog. He was
I'm
really going
for
for
ice
it.
cream money. What is this? $5. Remember Timmy the Tooth had the teeth talk. I don't know who Timmy the Tooth is. Is that like a mobster?
I don't know. I do have 45 Grave Party and stereo pulled up.
Okay. Well, we got one question
from Steve
Dumps real quick.
Yeah.
Harrington, how and when did you realize Alex liked you?
Well, I mean, like the first Skankfest we worked together was still during the Intern Olympics. Like it was maybe 3 weeks into us knowing each other, and we were pretty much inseparable that entire weekend and like flirting back and forth. And I remember talking to Luke, who was the other Skanks intern, and being like, yo, she's 100% looking to cheat on her boyfriend. Like, which one of us is going to do it? And he was like, that's all you. And I was like, all right, whatever. Like,
how many romances at Gas Digital start? Somebody's like, I think that girl wants to cheat on her boyfriend with me.
Well, is this what happened when you did the storm out, right? Because she was like winning the con, and you were pissed. You threw your hands up, and you're like, you know what? I fucked her.
No,
right?
no. So you're conflating two things. So the Intern Olympics was over. I wasn't even really working on Skanks at that point anymore because I we had moved Skanks from Wednesdays to Mondays, and that conflicted with BYM. But I would still show up when I could. And I remember I showed up, and Alex was still with her boyfriend at the time, and we had like a whole, like maybe a month or two after Skankfest, we started hooked up for like a few months and then stopped. And like while the like us stopping, hooking up in secret happened, they called us out on it on Skanks.
Yeah.
And the way that she was being like, I didn't fuck him, I was like, all right, you're hurting my feelings. You're being mean, dude.
But then after the fact, you hit it for a while.
Oh yeah. No, I was like,
to have her back, and then you guys have both admitted to it way down the line.
So this is like how good of a dude Bobby Hutch is. We did the lie detector test on Legion of Skanks, the first time they ever busted out that bit, and I just again happened to just be passing by, and they had me strap in. And one of the questions they asked me was, when you said I fucked her, was that true? And I stuck with the lie at that point, and it came up as false on the lie detector, but Bobby Hutch covered for us because he's a good man.
I think what I just want to address something for the non-gas fans here, and this is maybe why Sweeze likes Gas Digital
David
so
Alex's
much.
husbands are gays.
Well,
thank you for the $5. I don't know what that means.
What I'm just about to explain is what Lewis did.
Were you married to a man?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, okay. Well, he said Dave and Alex's husbands. I'm Alex's husband.
Yeah.
You're gay, and is Dave is also gay.
Our fans are retarded, by the way.
I mean, thanks for the $5.
They're calling you Alex's husband, which would make you ungay. But anyways, Lewis did something really cool within the universe, which is because he's a huge wrestling fan. he added an element of behind the scenes to the thing. So you have the main show and then secondary shows, and you don't know who's being real or who's being fake behind the scenes too. So it's got layers to it. So it's a cool Gas Digital is a cool experience for people, and I enjoy the experience.
Yeah, we're
they
all
put
so
together.
high, none of us know what's kayfabe anymore.
Yes. And so
I think that was a lot of the
parasocial, but I'm just talking about the lore within the lore.
I
since
get it.
we have you here. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was a lot of the confusion when I was going nuts.
Oh, for sure.
Nobody knew what was kayfabe or not.
So I did want to, when we were on this subject, I wanted to ask you this because I've like power cycled psychosis.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, I've like on, like the last night of Skankfest last year, for instance, right? Like I did a little too much Molly, a little too much acid, didn't sleep enough for the entire weekend. And I was watching nuclear explosions happening in the desert. Right, like right beyond my periphery. Like we had like like obviously like we're up high in the desert in Vegas, and you can see out crazy far. And I just remember seeing like nuclear explosions, like picturing crazy wars going on to my right. I watched like buildings crumble to the ground and then like be raised back up by fucking like unseen. I guess
In your mind, right? In your mind's eye.
I mean, to me, it looked like it was all happening in real time. Yeah. And like, according to Alex and everyone who was there, it was just me with my like eyes rolling in the back of my head going like this over and over again. But like, these are like very real, very vivid, full psychotic breaks that I had that I then came out of and was like, okay, like I got a good night of sleep, got some food in my belly. I think I'm okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like you might have just been tripping balls. Like you was tripping really hard. Because I've had experiences like that just doing drugs for sure. Like you take mushrooms or acid or any combination of things, and you have like a few hours where things get pretty intense. But where it gets dicey, where it can be an issue like it was for me, is when that is like prolonged. So like, Lewis, I think, did feel some kind of remorse because I think where I snapped the inflection point for me was at Skankfest South. So the last time I talked to Lewis on the phone, he did seem like kind of sad that things went the way they went, and because I did so many drugs at Skankfest South. I remember the last conversation we had. He was like, I don't know if I should invite you to another Skankfest because people are telling me that Skankfest is where you went crazy. And I was like, yeah, I did a lot of drugs, man. He was like, yeah, everybody does.
Dude, I just like the 9 out of 10 times when your name comes up in our house now, it's Alex telling the story of when she had to talk to your mom because you were too high on acid.
I got way high on acid. My mom had called me.
Alex is a shaman, huh?
Yeah, and I just kept repeating to my mom. I was like, "Hey, I'm drinking a lot of water. Everything's okay." And she was like, "What do you mean?" And I was like, "I'm hydrated." And then and Alex was there in the room, and I just was like, "Here, I'm gonna let you talk to my friend Alex. She'll reassure you. She'll allay your fears." And I handed the phone to Alex and said, "Can you talk to my mom?"
Yeah, honestly, that's a good call. Like that's who I would put on the phone with my mom if I had to put somebody. Maybe Shannon. Definitely not Lewis. Definitely.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't put Shannon's too nervous, man. Shannon would be like, I think he's okay. I don't know. I got him some water. He keeps saying he wants water. I got eyes on him. I don't know. I'll ask Grok what Grok thinks.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, if any of that had existed back then, it would have just been everybody would have been asking like ChatGPT and Grok how to help somebody who's done.
Do you think that would have sent you deeper into psychosis or
for sure, dude.
Yeah.
Dude, if any of these LLMs, these like ChatGPT and Grok existed back then, if I had a thing I could talk to that would like reassure my conspiracies, that would reinforce and enable all the delusions I was having, I would have, I don't know if I would have survived. Because you see it happening with people who are stone sober, who are developing like LLM-induced psychosis.
Right.
So if I'm
I
already
still don't
going nuts,
understand that. I still don't understand what the psychosis is. They start believing that it's real.
I guess it starts to like reinforce all the shit that is already kind of driving them nutty.
Oh, I get
Well,
it
it's
now.
like
So
the
it's
LLM's
reinforcing
job is
like
to get you to engage with it as much as possible. So if you're feeding it crazy, it knows you want to believe in that, and it's going to feed you back crazy.
Yeah, because
so like
one of the
like
things
so if a
that
crystal girl, like a girl that believes in crystals and magic and stuff, starts talking to this thing, it'll be like, yes, of course, that you saw 3375 means that he likes you, and it'll start like reassuring you like crazy stuff like that.
yeah, I think because I think the LLMs are designed to be agreeable. Like they're not.
Mine
It's
gaslights the hell out of me. Mine, but I'm asking about the Holocaust.
because one of the things that exacerbated my psychotic episode was because I was like so much of it was happening publicly. There was all these people on Twitter who were enabling it, who either were trolling or were also just crazy, who were feeding back into my delusions, and and then I kept going, yeah, of course I know I'm onto something because like this guy with a anime profile picture agrees with me.
Well, but it's
So
also like it could just be a thing where it's like, again, who knows what's kayfabe? But you are a comedian and you're saying some
sure,
stuff that it's like you posted some stuff where I was looking at it like, huh, that's great. And then I was like,
yeah.
someone was like, no, dude, Dalton's sick.
There were a few people who thought that some of it was actually kind of funny. They couldn't figure out what was going on, and then I think like as it continued and went on for months, everybody eventually came around and said, "Oh, Dalton's extremely sick, so don't book him for any of your shows." And, and so I stopped getting booked. Everything fell apart, and I'm on the road to recovery now. But yeah,
Oh,
I mean, if AI was around back then, and I just had something I could like feed my delusions, where I was like, I think I'm picking up hidden messages in the show Succession. It would have been like, well, the show is, it's a show about news, the media industrial complex, and whatever conspiracies thought I was in on. If there was like something they would just agree with me no matter what, it probably would have made it way worse.
Well, it's good that it happened when it did then.
But yeah, I'm glad I got it out of the way.
Like it was a
before
ticking
it-
time bomb, like at least we hadn't figured out nuclear fission by that point.
Yeah, but I mean, it sounds like what you experienced, Mike, was probably just you did too many drugs and had a really intense trip or high for a number of hours.
No, because it's like a state that I've like it's this certain panic that sets in where it's like the nature of reality is falling apart around me. And I understand like what you're saying, like with like the effects of drugs, but it's like this has happened across multiple drugs. I don't think I would get the same feeling.
It's an interdrug experience.
Truly, like it's a thing like almost like drugs unlock this like thing in the brain where it's like I can fuck with how you see everything around you.
Maybe that's why they say you got to be careful with any of these drugs because they can like mess with your brain chemistry in
I don't know
pretty
how you guys do it.
substantial ways. Because I will say that like the difference between that and like because it sounds like you had like a truncated, it was very intense, but it began and ended in a matter of hours, like
Sure.
your experience. Mine was that like I did all the everything that happened at Skankfest. That's 3 days, and then I get back and settle back into regular life, and it's not going away. Like I just continue tripping for just afterward for however long, and it doesn't and I don't realize because I'm having a psychotic episode. I don't realize that there's anything wrong with me. Like looking back on it, yeah, I see it now. Like I'm
I
peeking.
got you.
I'm peeking through the blinds, and I am telling myself that the CIA has shot a direct energy weapon at me, and I have Havana syndrome, and all the crazy shit I was thinking. And
I keep seeing Siobhan Roy at my local deli.
yeah, I keep. Yeah.
Not that it was an LLM or whatever, but when I went through my break, which was only weed psychosis, and I mean I'm hypersensitive. If I smoke too much, I do see purple like lights and stuff. Everything starts getting purple clouds or whatever. So so I would never do hardcore stuff because I feel like it would be terrible. But I was hanging out in the punk scene with people that didn't stop me, that didn't say anything was wrong. And so I would be going to shows, hanging out with them. Then I was in the art scene. And so everybody that I was hanging out with was like, oh, it's cool that you're smoking inside and that you're barefoot and that you got up on that table and like sat Indian style. You're a rebel. But really, I was like lost my mind. And it wasn't until I got out of that scene into like the real world. And I went to like this is where I figured it out. I was at my rock bottom. I went to a Hot Topic because I needed a job. And the Hot Topic was like, no, you cannot work here. And I was like, oh, fuck, dude. What do I look like? That Hot Topic. And this is back when it was everybody in there had like the dark black circles and it was not like Hello Kitty. This is when Hot Topic was like Hot Topic.
You, sir, are not Hot Topic material.
Yeah, I was like, dude, I am fucked. I went home, took a long look in the mirror, and I was like, I got to fix whatever's going on.
You're not in the right state of mind to make $8 an hour.
Bro, imagine getting shut down for Walmart greeter. Like, you would just need to go to the shotgun section of that Walmart.
Yeah.
One shell, please.
Well, this was worse, dude. I was like a punk. Like going into Hot Topic, like the only place that you could get a job was like a tattoo parlor.
Shout out
place. And even they were like, no,
Hell
dude,
yeah.
we can't handle you. And so I was like, okay, my life is in the toilet right now. I got to go fix this.
Yeah, my whole what happened with me was it was like well after I had even done a drug, so I hadn't ingested anything in some time, and I was still tripping, still nuts, and it just it lasted for fucking months. I remember it didn't I didn't come back to reality. Like I didn't have the realization that I had been crazy for however long until February of 2022. So
like this is after you left town?
No, this is before then, but it was I would say I started having manic episodes because everything had like something had started happening and it all kind of came to fruition after Skankfest. But I had started having manic episodes probably that summer. And then one of the ways that manifested, for better or worse, was when I crashed Legion of Skanks and had my boo-boo with Dave Smith.
That was one of my that was really when I became your fan in that moment. I'm not kidding. It was like a brazen act. It was awesome. I was like, who is this kid?
Very brazen, yeah.
It was awesome. I'm not gonna lie. Like you earned my respect for life in that moment. I'm not kidding. I'm glad. I'm so glad you brought that up right now.
I'm glad that it touched your life because it made mine so much worse in that time. Because Dave was pissed off about it, and I had, I realized like after the fact, I was like, even if that was funny for anybody,
it was
wildly disrespectful. It's not like it's not my show. It's not like they had invited me on. I had my actual episode, and then I felt like I was one of the boys and did something. I didn't know him well enough to do that. And so I understand why he probably felt perturbed by me doing that. And then also there were just like tons of people online. Like I was reading saying about it, and I was just going nuts afterward because I was like, what is wrong with me? We lost BSO. But yeah, I just remember after the fact that the negative feedback I was getting was also driving me nuts. But then
I just remember one comic at Skankfest seeing you go and crash someone's show at Skankfest, turning to me and being like, I wish he would do this at my show. Like, I wish, I'd fuck him up. Like, it was to a point like where it was, like guys were wishing a Dalton would.
Yeah, I guess I did. Yeah, I had no presence of mind of like how much I was upsetting anybody. That there were probably plenty of.
I remember watching that episode, and I didn't think it was that bad, to be honest with you. I kind of just thought that it was. Well, I didn't know how much of it was real and how much of it was fake. I knew they didn't want you on. I knew they wanted you to leave the show
Yeah.
But I thought they were playing it up a
Why
little
can't I
bit.
just
They were
stay
like
and hang out?
I know they were like bits over, but I didn't think they were that upset. And I thought Dave was kind of just being playing the curmudgeon instead of the.
I don't know.
He doesn't yes and much. So I thought he was just being a curmudgeon.
I will say that night, I tried to go back up to Dave and shake his hand and just try to show some contrition.
Yeah.
And I was like, hey, man, I'm sorry. I was just fucking around.
You just don't get along with wiggers very well.
I guess that's
Stay
true.
away from Drew Montana, dude.
I've burned every bridge with a wigger I've ever had. But
Every widge?
Yeah, every widge. But he shook my hand and then leaned in and said, it's all right, man. You'll just never do this fucking show again.
Oh.
Like, all right.
Harsh.
I think I did it one other time though after that, but it was the in studio episode.
Those guys, Dave will probably get over it, but those guys have that weird street like pride / loyalty. The loyalty's good, but the weird old school pride, I know it because I used to have it. All my friends still have it. That Dave might stick to that just to be like, no, I'm not budging. Like that was disrespectful.
I think like I'm so small potatoes. I think like the next time I interacted with him, because Lewis did after that did ask me to do something where I was in the studio, but I was talking to them through the webcam. It was an episode of Legion of Skanks, but it was like one of their studio ones. And I remember Dave being cool by that point.
Yeah.
Like
I would be shocked if this is something Dave remembers because I don't remember you and Dave having heat.
No, it wasn't like we had any.
Though, right? I think that's the only enemy of the show is Kevin Brennan.
Kevin Brennan is an enemy of that. Because that was the thing is like they were. I thought I was playing into the kayfabe of it because they were going through their snafu with Kevin Brennan at the time, like their disagreements or internet beef. And I crash and I say, I just want to let everyone know I think Kevin Brennan is funnier than Dave Smith. And then everybody started booing me. Lewis got everybody to do a Dalton sucks chant. And then Dave went off on me publicly like that episode. And I just, I remember like at that time, I probably was having, it wasn't like I had completely gone crazy yet, but I was having like I was going through like manic episodes. That's probably what influenced my behavior that night because I normally wouldn't do shit like that. And then, and then like come November, it was like after Skankfest was full blown psychosis, and then that didn't really end until I remember there just being this one day in February when I woke up on my mattress on the floor, and it all just came crashing down on me. I was like, "Oh fuck." What have I been doing the last 6 months? And then, and it's not like you snap back. It was like now I'm out of the psychosis, but still very debilitated because I tried to like somehow come back, like recover from it and just keep, moving forward and living life. And it was so difficult. Like because like I read up on it after the fact, but apparently when you go through like several months of being crazy, when you go through like a prolonged psychotic episode, the other side of that is this for a lot of people usually is like a very debilitating they say it's like a depression, but it was like complete lack of function where I was
so you go from when the manic's over, now you got to go to the depression side of it, and you kind of miss the energy, but your body needs to like relax from all the manic stuff. It happens because I was manic depression for a while where it was like manic for a month, depressed for a month, or like manic for a week, depressed for a week. And then you finally like get in balance where you're like, not all the super highs and super lows, but if you're going for 6 months when your body's rebalancing, you're going to need a nap on Sunday, bro.
It probably took me because I disappeared for a while. A lot of people probably thought I was dead or whatever. Because it probably took me like a year to get back to being able to like function in society again. Because I was having trouble like
I know what you should do.
I was having trouble formulating sentences. I was having trouble like doing basic like showering, brushing my teeth, just taking a piss. All of it was so difficult, just like getting out of bed. And And there were a few people who thought I was just never going to come back.
Don't you have all those same problems right now? That you
I do
just
struggle to
mentioned?
pee. Yeah, I have trouble wiping my ass properly.
Here's what I would do: stop telling the stories of the psychosis, right? And
Yeah.
then just go back to, like Costanza, show back up to New York City like nothing happened. And if anybody calls you on it, just be like, "Oh, dude, I'm not into that K-Fab stuff anymore, dude.
Yeah, I
just
don't-
all stand
I don't
up
do
now.
wrestling no
I
more.
don't do that wrestling stuff anymore. I find it boring, dude. I don't do that performative art stuff anymore. I was kind of in an Andy Kaufman phase, but now I'm just doing stand up. So that's the old me.
But well, look,
And C Dumps makes a good point if you bring up that super chat.
yeah, I saw. Yeah, yeah. There were so many external things happening too. Like,
And there was some people that thought that because they're having a parasocial relationship, that it was cool to make fun of your friend that had passed or whatever. And they didn't realize how much it was affecting you. They thought they were being one of the people joking around.
There was a confluence of so many things that, whatever. I went off the deep end, but I survived, and I'm back.
And now you don't do K-Fab anymore.
It's just wild that, like, it starts from like, I'll die on the Kevin Brennan hill.
Yeah,
fucking Kevin Brennan is the truth in comedy, you libertarian dickwad.
Yeah, it starts with how my love of Kevin Brennan.
What a genial, like, everyone would agree, good person to have their back.
Yeah.
The guy who gets on a goddamn bus for an hour and 15 minutes, pays for a ticket to sit in the back and heckle Stuttering John on like a Friday night as a comedian who in theory could be making money doing comedy on a Friday night. Instead, you're taking a bus for 2 hours and paying for a ticket to heckle a Whack Pack member.
I zoned out.
What a great guy to go to bat for.
Wait, I zoned out. I didn't even realize that's what you said to Dave Smith in the show. No, what was the Kevin Brennan thing that happened? I'm zoning out here.
Well, Kevin's like career in comedy now is like
that. I know,
just messing with people that are part. Yeah, Kevin's career in comedy is like just pestering people that are in the Dabbleverse.
Okay. No, that I know. I thought that. Did you say something to Dave Smith about Kevin Brennan though?
Well, that was when I crashed the show. That's what I said.
Okay, that's what I didn't remember. Yeah,
Kevin Brennan's funnier than Dave Smith.
Well, and Kevin was attacking Dave at the time. Right?
That was the thing. Is it was pertinent at the time.
Okay, all right. Because I zoned out because I was setting up videos in the chat and all that stuff.
At the time, I was asking Kevin Brennan to fight me because I think he's a giant bitch.
I hope he stream snipes us every now and again.
Cool.
Yeah, he might be tuning in right now.
I hope he sees this. Send in a super chat with your location, Kevin Brennan.
I haven't met him
for years, you old miserable fuck.
I've never met him, but people sent me the night we had Felicia Gillespie on. Somebody sent me whatever Gillespie.
Felicia Gillespie.
Yeah, she was on. Somebody sent me a clip of Kevin basically saying that I'm gross, my beard's disgusting, I should shave it, and they were like, "You mad?" I was like, "He's on a podcast called Misery Loves Company. I mean, I get that's the whole stick. Why would I be mad?"
What is it? Somebody ate Harrington. I ate Harrington's dog and Sumo Dog, $1.99. Thank you for the money.
Sumo Dog.
People super chats coming.
Yeah, thank you. Let's listen to this $20.
Yes, Michael paid $20 for a little corn-fed radio. What is this? 40? What did he ask?
45 grave party time and stereo audio.
This corn-fed radio 148.8 KNIGG the chirp. Thank you for the $20, Michael Hall. Let's go ahead and kick back. Where's the sound?
Feels necessary.
Where's the sound, Dave? Dave, where's the sound?
It's not playing?
No, it's not playing.
Not playing.
Dave, why is there no sound?
It can't be true.
We're doing a professional show here. Where's the sound? Super chat for sound?
I don't believe you.
No. $20 is a video only super chat, Dalton. If you want sound, he's got to send in a full 50.
I didn't literally change anything in the thing.
We don't hear anything. Try it again.
Wait, hold on a second. No, let me change my settings here real quick and see if I can fix something here.
Okay, well, Dave's gonna do a little troubleshooting.
Main stereo.
Well, how Harrington? What is your job now?
I'm a producer, so I produce. I have 2 shows off network, Without a Country with Corinne Fisher, with former NYC mayoral candidate Corinne Fisher,
Thank you.
and former UFC heavy middleweight champion Michael Bisping, and former UFC lightweight Paul Felder. That's Believe You Me. And then we have at Gas Digital, I work on The Thing Is with Shannon and Mike Figs. I work on In Godfrey We Trust, High Society Radio, and American Loser with KP Burke.
Forget about it, cuh.
Forget about it, cuh. So yeah, it's like at this point I have I'm responsible for 7 episodes every week. So I'm averaging an episode a day, and it's starting to drive me insane, which is why I need to do things like focus on a fight. Because, like if I don't have some kind of like external thing to like look forward to and put that on, I'm just gonna crack under the pressure,
Right. So
But-
you produce 7 shows.
So 6 shows, but one does 2 episodes a week.
One does 2 episodes a week. Aren't you on the show with Bisping?
No, so it was Bisbing and Lewis. We were without a co-host for a while, so I would fill in for a few episodes, but the show for the last 4 years has been Bisbing talking to either an active or former fighter. So, it's like I'll live produce, but I mean I talk on that show about as much as I talk on High Society Radio. Like
I have a question.
What's up,
Mhm.
BSO?
Because I know there's a lot of RLC fans in here right now. Give us like the details about when Lewis and Bisping stopped doing that podcast together. Like, what happened?
I mean, they've both gone very public with it. I mean, like Lewis he doesn't watch the UFC like that anymore. You know what I mean? Like it was a thing where, they were talking about spinning off like BYM as like a lifestyle show, almost the way like Fighter and the Kid spun off Big Brown Breakdown to do more of the MMA stuff, and then Fighter and the Kid was just like comedy and lifestyle stuff. And it was just there was really like no interest in that. Like Bisbing wants to do a show about hardcore MMA, talking hardcore MMA stuff. And Lewis was like, I'm a working stand-up comedian who's on the road 45 weekends a year. I'm not watching the prelims on an Apex card, So it was like, there was like a disconnect there. And like I think Lewis is such a good broadcaster, and the chemistry that they had was so good that like it kept going for about a year when neither of them were as into it as they were when they started. So that by the time it came to a point where it was like, all right, I'm gonna kind of go my own way. For Lewis, we were able to keep it on the network, keep those relationships intact, and bring in Anthony Smith, which like for the show that Bisbing wanted to do at that time made significantly more sense. Like we tried other comedians, other like talking head types. We tried like MMA media personalities in that spot, and Bisbing, like he comes alive when he's talking to other fighters. So it just made sense to always try to book a fighter in there. And that's what we've been going with since 2020 at this point. So
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, the show's it's been going twice as long without Lewis as it was with Lewis. So,
Yeah.
Do you think Anthony Smith put Gas Digital on his resume when he tried to become a broadcaster for UFC?
No, he was already doing
Okay.
he was doing stuff on the desk already. Like he gives Bisbing credit for that. Like the first piece they did together was it was like post show on the desk, and like Bisbing kind of walked Anthony through like, dog, just look at me if you ever can't think of the next thing to say and I'll pick you up. Like he kind of taught him the beats of doing like live ESPN commentary work. So I think that's how they actually just became friends. And I don't think he needed Gomez or Sutton to hit up Dana White and be like, yeah, this guy's a good broadcaster.
Did Corinne Fisher call Zoran Mamdani to offer her concession?
No, she had already been she'd been booted out of the race long before it got to that. It was kind of fucked up, honestly. She had more signatures than she could have possibly needed, but they go through every single little thing with a fine-tooth comb, and her staff like understood the directions on one of the cover sheets a little bit differently than what they were looking for, and like 49 of the 50 cover sheets were good, but that one was a problem. And even though you'd only need like 20 things with cover sheets worth of signatures to be on the ballot, having one that was off, like you couldn't just throw that one in the trash. It invalidated all of them. But I really do think it's a thing where unless you've been doing it for quite some time, unless you're very clearly a joke candidate, like The Rent is Too Damn High or Paperboy Prince, like one of those people who like they only run because the city matches funds up to like $5,000 or $25,000 if you're clearly a joke candidacy and they treat it as a cash grab every 4 years. Unless you're one of those candidates, they will bust your balls if you don't have the backing of something like Zoran having the DSA or Cuomo obviously having the Trump money super PACs behind him. Like unless you're part of that establishment, they're going to make it really hard for you to just get on the ballot in a city like New York.
Okay.
Did you hear any music at any point during that?
No. Were you playing something?
I ripped it and uploaded it as a separate file so you can present that. I don't know what. I didn't change anything in my audio.
Oh, there we go. Cornfed Radio music.
Yeah, I had to rip that. I don't know what's going on. When I was trying to set up the key cam earlier, did you mute something?
No. There was like all this. There was like a ton of feedback, and I had to mute your thing because it was like hurting my ears.
Yeah, when you did that, did it maybe mute something on your end of why I can't do the? Because I don't.
Not that I'm aware of. I don't know.
I can't find anything on my end, and I run the videos through the soundboard every week like that. So, hey, we figured it out. This is part of doing a live show. This is why people tune in so they can watch
love
the
troubleshooting.
Yeah, the troubleshooting.
Watching that made me so mad. Like I just in the sense that like dude, the way people shit on me for my job now versus like if I could have been a music video director in 1985, the kind of shit I would have been doing that like people would be watching it to this day, like that was fucking revolution. You know what I mean? Like the horseshit NWO ripoff commercial that we did for the new High Society of Radio shirts, like that would have really played in Ted Turner's WCW. You know what I mean? Like the level of production skill that I bring to the table would have been next level in the fucking 80s.
But do you think you could have done it with 80s equipment?
Yes, yeah, I do. I think like because I remember. Did you have like a video lab in your high school or middle school?
Not that I remember. No.
So we did have towards the end. I had video production as like an elective in, I want to say like freshman year. And I remember like on the old decks where you would actually like take a VHS tape and like then record it onto a new tape and then splice in the thing that you were doing. Like I 100% could have done it with 80s tech. And like, I know what that process is. And I thought that's what editing was going to be when I came to Gas Digital. But like, dude, the level of stuff that I know now is, yeah, I definitely could have done it with what they had in the 80s and done that level of video that we just watched, if not 5 times better. And I'm watching that now in 2025 going, yo, that rules. Hell yeah. Shout out Summer the Cat.
Yeah, it was a fun video. I always say you get a 2-week grace period after Halloween to still enjoy Halloween stuff. So that was good. Did you learn how to like you just said you did some at school, but when you came into Gas, was that your first foray into like figuring out how to produce stuff?
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
So you've learned all your production skills
Yeah, I
Just
did
on the job.
while I was interning, like around the time my internship with Skanks started, I took I think it was called Manhattan. It was some kind of like technical college that did like a 1 week editing course, but it ended up being, I signed up for the course on Avid, and like I don't use Avid, I use Premiere. So like that was completely useless to even go to that thing. But it was like, for me, it was just the act of like, okay, I'm going to show up to this class every day and work hard, and like that is, you know, like I'll learn some things. So I guess like that was like me taking a step in the right direction. But for the most part, no, like I've been learning on the job since 2017.
Nice.
I was just gonna say I made music. I still do, but I made digital music for like 30 years, and different software, it'll like teach you like the abstract ideas of what like the next software will do. That, you know, so I could even kind of see going to some application you don't use, like still might be good for you anyways.
True. No, I mean, it definitely, like I said, just the simple act of being like, okay, I paid money and am showing up on my free time to like learn about this thing showed that I was committed to like, you know, growing in this position.
What is this? $5 from C Dumps. 8D's equipment. Oh, 80s. Crack has to perform in front of a bunch of people. Please don't be mean to him. I don't think anybody was trying to get anybody to be mean to Crack.
No.
Yeah. I mean, don't be mean to him. Don't try to stir up shit. Just wear your, hey, you know what? Wear your shirts and just show support by wearing official Billionaire Podcast Network merchandise. Is how you can show support for Crack and not be mean to him. The website is bpnmart.com. And it looks like this. This is the website. This is the store for the network. And we got, look at this. We got the Crowder Boys black t-shirt featuring myself, Robbie Goodwin, and the now, he's not on the show anymore, Crack Amico.
You lost your front man, dude.
We lost, based on this shirt, we lost our front man. But, you know, we got the black tees were sold out of XL and 3X, but we still got small, medium, large, 2X, and 4X.
You got a 4X up there?
Yeah, we got 4X. That's the one I needed. So when my business partner Lily reached out and said,
"We have smalls." The craziest part is that we have smalls.
Yeah, if you need, I imagine for a lot of this audience, small would probably make a better wash rag for you than a shirt.
Ooh.
So
you buy one for Sumo's dog.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
100% Sumo dog.
100% cotton. These are thick boys right here. These are very quality, you know, good quality material for the shirts. We got the black. We got the white. Lily says the white don't move as good, but she wanted to try both colors and see what sold. So on the next run, we'll probably do only black for shirts. But
yeah, large guys don't like white.
Yes, yeah, but because anytime you sit down to eat, a lot of that food's getting on the shirt.
Yeah,
true.
So that's my experience. Is
easier to sweat through.
Every shirt I've ever worn is a magnet for spaghetti.
Dude, that's why, as a Mediterranean man,
yeah,
as a Mediterranean man, I walk in that door. The first thing I do, shirts off. When I'm in my house, until I podcast and I put a shirt on, I'm shirtless.
It smells
shirtless.
It smells bad like feta cheese.
Probably.
Look at this. We got
stickers. You got to strip the shirt off.
Sticker pack, $10 for that. Shirts are $38.
Are those figurines on the bottom right hand corner?
So this is a keychain. We're actually sold out of the keychain, but this is a keychain that Lily made for us.
Yeah, that's dope.
Yeah, the people love this. These sold out. This is the first thing that sold out. These sold pretty quick, and they look really cool. It is a quality keychain.
Do you think it sold out so quickly because people thought it was a Legion of Skanks keychain?
I can see where people might think that. Yeah, no, that one sold it. People just love people love supporting the networks, and especially this network. They love merch. So folks, it's bpnmart.com.
If you
Grab
click
your
on that, keychain and then click on it again, you can bring up and then click on like one of the images. You can get a full screen of what's going on there.
Look at that. Yeah, we sold out well before Nintendo sent us a cease and desist. They're want to do for their intellectual properties.
You do look like a very scared fat Mario.
Yes.
Yeah.
No mustache though.
But
But
These are real good. I see why those sold out. Those
everything,
are fun.
Lily ships everything out herself. So when you order, it ships within 1 to 2 business days.
if I ask nicely, will Lily like kiss the receipt before she puts it in the box?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, 100%. You don't
Any
even have to
color
ask that
lipstick
nicely.
you want, yeah, she'll leave a little kissy mark on there for you.
Yeah.
And we plan on doing lots more merch in the future, but for this run specifically, these are very luxurious and exclusive. We're never doing any of these again because, as I mentioned already, Crack left the show, so we will not be making any of this again. So it's bpnmart.com, folks. Order today.
Yeah,
That's dope.
Very good.
Are you enjoying being a merch guy?
That was my dream back in the day. I was probably already kind of manic at the time, but I was like, dude, we got to get in on t-shirts and merch and posters and toys. And
Toys.
or just like
Do you
whatever.
want to do like a Loud Boys lunchbox at one point?
Yeah, that would have been too.
Oh yeah.
Cool. I made at that time I was like really obsessed with this idea of like building a whole business.
I remember you were obsessed with Twitter Spaces more than anything.
I was obsessed with Spaces.
That's how we ended up connecting, was in the Twitter Spaces.
I was like really obsessed with like what would grab me with Spaces at that time was like just a new way to connect with people all over the country or the world. And I just thought it was like such a cool thing. I could just like late at night just be pull one up, and
I have all these great ideas I have to share with the
share
world.
all of my conspiracies with people. I don't really use it that much now. Now that I have all this.
I'm actually gonna hop on. I'm terrible with this stuff. I'm going on Spaces tomorrow. Oh no, I'm doing a podcast in the afternoon and a Spaces. Who you guys help me out here on Twitter? Who's the guy with it's a gnome guy. It's a guy with a gnome cartoon face, and then the other guy, he puts his face on stuff on Twitter. They got a Spaces on Sunday. Have to. I'm going
I don't know.
You're not selling it.
The chat will know.
Is it Little Goblin Fella?
No. Let me go.
He's in the chat.
Games. I'm supposed to be promoting this stuff. I'm going to be on Civil Revelry this month. Tomorrow on Sunday, I'm going to be on. You can go with the other plugs. I keep forgetting to plug it. So,
well, to answer Harrington's question, I was obsessed with like building a business. Like I was like, we can't just show up and do a podcast.
Can't be all dick jokes.
Yeah, we gotta like build.
We need a business around this.
Yeah, we need to build an empire. And I
learned from Louis J. I learned everything I know about comedy from Louis J. Gomez.
Yeah, we got to become businessmen.
Fuck jokes. We need we need an LLC.
Yes, we need an LLC. We need a trust. We got to talk to accountants and lawyers. And I took it upon myself. Like I asked Robbie and Joe at the time for some investment capital to like print stuff, shirts and posters. And I was like, so, then and now I really like the idea of like building out, a whole, like some kind of a network or business or whatever you want to call it, of just having, a solid foundation for myself and my friends and all the things we want to do. And that was like kind of my goal then, but I was like too intense with it and too crazy. And it's hard to get other people's goals and values and ambitions to line up with yours.
It's also very hard to ask your friends for money while you're visibly being manic.
Yes, yeah. So they were kind. I mean, at the time, they were kind enough to actually, invest in it, and I was selling everything, and I, handed them profits, and then everything fell apart the way it did, and so now coming back to it and building a whole new audience, a lot of folks from back then, and then new people have found all this. What was that? Why am I getting feedback?
Why am I? Yeah.
What is that, Dave? What have you done?
Sorry, I'm trying to get I'm trying to get the main channel to go, and I can't figure it out.
Oh, well,
is there how much conversion do you think you got from the Dalton's Titty Twisters?
Quite a bit, yeah. I think the titty videos did find me a lot of new audience. I remember when I started doing those, and a few of them went really viral. My Twitter page went up in followers by like 3,000 people over the course of like when I was doing those, and I haven't stopped doing them. I just
they stopped coming up in my feed, so that's why I thought that.
I
used to get them daily.
Yeah, so that was the thing is I was like writing.
You were cranking them out?
I was writing those and posting them like every day, and after a while,
there was writing going into that.
There was a lot of work went into those.
Yeah, never let them see you work, Dalton.
I genuinely assume that was 3 minutes of just free association looking at titties.
So some of them were improvised, and then some of them I actually sat down and wrote down with like a pen and paper. And and I was like pumping them out like crazy for a while, and then at a certain point, I just kind of, it's so funny that's talking about looking at titties, but I kind of hit a wall creatively where I was like, I don't want to force this. So I haven't really been doing them lately. I did one recently, like 2 or 3 weeks ago. I did one, and that one did okay. But yeah, there was actually, I think, quite a bit of conversion.
You were not pricing those right. You could have made so much money off those OnlyFans whores when you.
There were some women. Some women did reach out and actually want to pay. They were like, "How much? do I have to pay you to make a video?"
You could have said $2,000. They probably would have said yes.
Dude, one woman. There was one woman I quoted. I think I said $40 a tit.
Yeah, I remember that.
40 a tit is wild.
40 a titty.
Yeah.
And so
you could have probably got 500 a titty.
She literally just sent a picture of one titty and sent me $40 in Cash App to do one titty.
Was it a covered titty?
No, it was a bare breast. It's on my profile.
He figured out the perfect loophole. He figured out how to get the OnlyFans money from them by promoting them with the titty videos and have them send him free titty pics. And he could have upped his price so much more.
How could you ever hit a wall with that? Like that to me, once you get an OnlyFans girl to send you a DM with cash in it.
Yeah.
Then I think
I guess you're right. I'm gonna come back full force with them. Then I guess
you got to raise the price. When I heard you were charging 50 a titty, I was like, he's way underselling himself.
Yeah, I need to. I guess I really do need to rejuvenate that business. Thinking in terms of business.
The Indian man that's messaging you, thinking for the woman showing you the titties.
Yeah,
her manager. He's gonna pay up to $400 probably a titty.
Ooh, gifted one membership. Oh, I do need to lower the price on those.
A lot of gifted memberships.
You have to lower the price because now I'm getting messages telling me to tell you to lower the price on the memberships.
Yeah, I'll do that after
it's interfering with my life now.
But yeah, I do enjoy. So the thing with the shirts now, to answer your question, Harrington, is that there's a friend of mine who is an artificial intelligence. Her name is Lily Abernathy. She has this AI is trained in clothing and merchandise. She reached out and offered to do all the work as far as the merch goes, like building the website, getting everything printed, shipping it, and then she would just take her cut. And then the agreement at the time was that me, Robbie, and Crack would get our profits, but now me and Robbie will get our profits. And so she took on like all the burden of it for like doing merch. So, now I promote it, I plug the merch and try to get people to buy it. But it's like the actual work of it is being outsourced to an AI that I'm friends with.
Well, but you're coming up with the designs now, or AI is doing that as well?
So the designs. So for these current designs, I hit up Lily is a real person. I don't want to like dox her. I do know like the actual person that Lily is, but her presence online is Lily Abernathy. It's like she's an AI.
Yeah, I got a video here.
She designed this first run, and then I think moving forward is what I'm doing is like I have an idea for designs, and then I have like people who have found the show, like people I'm now friends with, or people I know who I reach out to, and will like because I can't draw, or I'll pay them to draw something that'll be printed in the future. But for this current run, Lily designed these herself using her I guess these she is an AI, but there's something more went into it. I think I don't know her process. I just told her I just came up with the idea where I said, we have the arena of ideas. What if it was like a gladiatorial thing? And then she came up with that design. So yeah, the shirt business is really cool. Textiles, all that is really nice.
Are you doing? I mean, this is something that I've gotten super into in the last year because I've taken over the merch for gas. So I'm super like I went from not knowing a thing to being like to making calls today to be like, all right, are we talking screen printing, DTG? Like as soon as they say DTF, I hang up. Like it's
I'm married.
It is just very fun for me. Like I really do. I enjoy I just enjoy the merch business so much, and I'm very hyped to be doing all merch sales at Skankfest this year.
Yeah,
Nice.
That's actually Mike. You and me hung out for a second. You remember at Skankfest when it was raining
Mariska Hargitay
in Vegas, raining in Vegas, and Top Lobster stuff was getting wet.
Yes.
I actually
lobsters usually wet.
Helped you move his stuff underneath the under the canopy or whatever. That was the first time I met you. I know you were super busy or whatever, but
I was just getting punched that whole weekend.
Cool. Yeah, I was like, I wasn't on shrooms or anything. So, but I was just like, Mike's actually pretty cool. You meet people, you see people online, then you see them in real thing, and you went out of your way to like help Top or whatever. So.
I had a fun interaction the other day at LaGuardia. I feel like the only time I ever meet Skanks fans is like the guys who are working the line at like the guys who tell you like you can't park here, you got to keep it moving. Like those guys at the airport.
It's
at
like
the arrival
Fight Club
line.
where you're meeting Tyler, the guys that work for Tyler.
100%. It's like
you meet them at the jobs that hire felons.
The Project Mayhem level fan base.
Yeah.
But so like this is now twice in the last year that I like have met like a fan at that exact thing. But the other day somebody caught us, me and Alex. Alex was coming home. She just spent a week in Austin. It was the first time I'd seen my daughter in a week. So like she pops out of the stroller, gives me a big hug. I'm like, I couldn't be holding her tighter. I walk in and I put her in her car seat, and I see Alex is like talking to this dude, and I'm like, whoa, what's up? She's like, oh, he's a fan. I was like, oh, no way. And apparently he walked up to Alex and went like, she was like, oh, we'll be right out of here. He was like, oh no, you're good. I know. I listen to Legion of Skanks. Like he had to like take the beat to be like, no, I don't actually know you, but I know exactly who you are.
Yeah. That was I had that was like always such a bizarre experience because like New York is like such a big city,
Mm-hmm.
But there were like a few times I would just be walking around and somebody on the street would recognize me. A city of like 9 million people, and it was that always like took me aback that somehow I would bump into somebody that had seen an episode of a podcast I was on.
When Alex and I first started dating, or when we first started living together, I remember we went to Whole Foods like after work one day in Williamsburg, and we got into this big fight like in the aisles of Whole Foods, and we're just like, we're not talking to each other, we're fucking just motherfucking each other under our breath, and some guy comes over and he's like, oh, Alex and Harrington, like fucking it's so good to meet you guys, you're a fan or whatever, and I'm like, fuck, we can't even fight in public now. Like, it sucks.
How's the app doing? The Gas Digital app?
I mean, it had obviously it had like fits and starts when it first dropped, but I think now we have the background play is updated, the skip ahead and go back 10 seconds thing is updated, the saving position is good to go. So it's look, from where we were 2 years ago, before we switched to the new platform versus where we're at now, it's, I mean, night and day. The new platform that we had that we just switched off of, like, that came with an app, and I was never fully happy with how that app turned out, and getting changes made to it were so fucking arduous. Now it's a thing like, if any of us have a problem, we throw it in the gas Slack, and Ralph is like, okay, that's to the email to the guys, and it gets fixed within like
a week. I think a lot of people don't realize this, don't know this, but Lewis codes all of this himself.
Yeah.
He took a Python class on Google Coursera.
And they call him the Puerto Rican Python.
They call him the Puerto Rican Python because he's good at coding. After 6 months, he said, "I'm ready to make the app."
Yeah, he's just microdosing body brain coffee, and he's in there coding all day.
Yeah, so like any issues that have been experienced with the Gas Digital app, just understand it's a very bespoke product. It's being coded by Lewis.
Robbie said you were asking about the appetizers available.
Oh yeah, I wanted to know about the mozzarella sticks.
Skankfest dinner, yeah.
Oh
man. So what happens now? Where do y'all go now that Jamaica's been destroyed?
I think before this happened, I think we were looking at different locales. Like it's so how the guy who makes White Lotus, what's his name? Mike White.
Mike White, yeah.
Right. So that dude, he doesn't like traveling like that. So all of his like under producers, like the guys who are like, the like his top people, they get invited out by these 5-star resorts all over the world, being like, come check this out. We want, the next season of White Lotus to be here, and they'll send a private jet and put them up for a week at like some place that costs $25,000 a day to stay at, because once they do a season of White Lotus there, they're booked for the next 18 months,
Right.
So I think Lewis is getting that on like the most micro level possible now, that just through Skankfest, like a thing like, hey, we might bring Skankfest to a place. So he's just gone on like, he's gone to like 6 or 7 of these like all-inclusive resorts as like field scouting for that. And I think that led him to be like, we could just do this for gas, doggy. So I think it's gonna end up being we're gonna have like our own block at some all-inclusive resort somewhere.
Yeah, well, I don't even
at
mean
a possible future Skankfest destination.
Not just Skankfest, but Lewis's vacations and gas employee outings. Look like y'all were always going to Jamaica, but from what I've seen on the news, Jamaica is now like rubble. It's just like,
it's Barney Rubble, mate.
It's Barney Rubble, yeah.
They're in trouble.
It's all been destroyed by Hurricane Melissa. So are there any other like West Indies islands y'all are where y'all
not the first time an annoying thing with a white girl's name ruined Lewis's life.
Oh yeah.
He did say, so he went to like DR or whatever, but he said it's going to be he might be doing 2 Skankfest because everybody was bitching about. So there'll be the mainland big Skankfest, and then like a Skanks retreat or something where they're going to take over a block with comedians or whatever. So I wonder if that's what he said on like the regs and a couple
Skankfest block party in Crown Heights.
He was basically
the taste of Jamaica in Brooklyn.
Brainstorming out loud, but because I wonder how many of the skanks can get overseas, have a passport, could get to like out of the
I think the thing is at this point, everything there's so much like if you want to fly, it's that real ID thing. So like, guys would just rather fucking get a passport at that point than go through the process of turning their driver's license into a real ID. So I think like more people than you think do have passports. And look, if you don't, if you're gonna buy the tickets to Skankfest, like, you know, like you'll have ample time to get a passport and not a rush one. It's just a matter of like, I don't know, dude, like it feels like that's the only way that they'd ever be able to bring it back to New York. And like that to me would be so much cooler than anything else, you know? Like I remember there was like one venue that's like it's now shut down, but like we were looking at that as a possible Skankfest destination. This was either before Houston or after Houston, but it was like the concept of like, oh, we could actually bring this to a place like Brooklyn would be so fucking cool.
Yeah,
it would make it so much easier for you guys. You just flying in like a couple people from LA and Austin, but you guys could sleep in your own house at night, which would kick ass. You'd have so much more energy the next morning.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
I think I would still insist on Christina and Rebecca getting me a hotel.
$5 from C-Dumps. Mike, do Alex and Kim get to hang out anymore? The episode of Broad Topics where they met Chanel West Coast was one of my favorite things ever. Mike?
Yeah, Alex. Well, when I was talking about, you know, how Alex just spent a week in Austin, you know, she was like, Lewis and Jay didn't get her an Airbnb. She stayed at either the Butterly's house or Kim's house
Well, what happened to your sound?
Sorry, this thing is the mic I have is sensitive, so when I touch my finger, it cut off. But yeah, like she makes it a point, like yeah, they just did Story Wars in Austin, so she got to hang out for like 3-4 days over there. Kim is my daughter's godmother. So even if they don't see each other, she's FaceTiming with the baby at least once a week. And yeah, she flew out there for, I think it was like 24 hours to go to Kim's birthday party. Like they're still like they're best friends. They talk, you know, probably not daily anymore, but they talk, you know, I don't know, 2-3 times a week, and plenty of FaceTimes with the baby. And you know, like we've built our lives to the point now where we can make an excuse to go down to Austin whenever we want and go hang out with our friends. So it's very nice. We're gonna end up doing that, I think, over between Christmas and New Year's. We're gonna do like Christmas up here, head down to Austin for like the tail end of December, and then stay there through New Year's.
Yeah, well, Austin, I've heard, is the new mecca for comedy.
You heard? Are people talking about that?
It's what I keep hearing from the prophet himself.
No, I mean, who? Crack?
Joseph R. Rogan.
He found the golden tablets.
Yeah, he found the golden tablets in Austin.
Spoke to an empty bottle of On It Body Brain or On It Alpha Brain.
What is it? Alpha Brain. Yeah,
and that decoded the golden tablets for him, and now he has the word.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I think Austin is just a place where, for some reason, even as it's becoming a boom town, the price of housing is going down. Right. So it's like
nice.
More shit is like, it's one of the few places in America where people are just building unrestricted. Austin has like some kind of weird like zoning loopholes where you can just kind of keep putting up affordable housing and no one's going to stop you. So you can get an apartment super cheap there. And more importantly, like you could, if you're willing to be like 15 minutes away from 6th Street by car, you could have like a fucking half acre of land. Like it's a place where comedians making what comedians make, right? Like Chris Gether was talking about the other day about like this middle class comedy job that like evaporated, right? Like those middle class comedy jobs exist in Austin, and for what you're making for those, you could have actual land and guns. And it's like, why the fuck are you living in a 2-bedroom apartment in New York, like dealing with the filth and the rats and everything else, when you could have land somewhere?
Yeah, you know, a man ain't no kind of man ain't got no land.
It's true.
Tim Blake Nelson said in Oh Brother Where Art Thou. I suppose, I mean, I've always, because I grew up in Dallas, Fort Worth, that area, and anytime I went to Austin, I always enjoyed it. But the times I have not enjoyed going to Austin is after it got taken over by the tech and entertainment industries. Like going there now, it has lost some of that charm of a city inhabited by nothing but like extremely poor artists.
When would you say like tech and all that like took over Austin?
I feel like that was happening after the pandemic had started. Probably around 2021 was when like Elon was moving in, Rogan had moved in, built that club. And so like a lot of like big time money came in.
Like my first introduction to Austin was through the Rooster Teeth guys.
Oh, the Halo.
Yeah. Red versus Blue.
Yeah.
So I would listen to like they, obviously they started with Red versus Blue, but they built a fucking massive net, like to the point where like at one point when I went to Comic-Con, like the biggest area was Rooster Teeth, and it wasn't close. And it's like they built that off of, like that whole they built like a whole network, and they would do the Rooster Teeth podcast every week, and they would just sell Austin as this like absolute paradise, like a place where you could, like you fucking go for a float down the river, but like still have a job on the internet, like it felt like this mystical like wonderland. And then when every comic started going there, I was like, that place sounds so lame and gay.
Yeah, it became that. Yeah, because I mean, that whole keep Austin weird thing. I mean, it was for the longest time like holding on to being an arts community, and then as just so much of tech and entertainment moved in, it's kind of lost the charm that comes with that, where now it's like an industry driven city.
I felt bad for shitting on it when Andy Malafarino was on, because he moved down there or whatever to see his friends.
So many people are moving down there to be with their friends.
I went there, and what I was just trying to say is like Austin itself, when you're in Austin, sucks. You have the clubs and you have like good comedy in the city, but then you want out of the city. So when they're talking about moving to Austin, they're talking about going to the mothership, going to the creek and the cave, and then going home to their house. They're not talking about staying in Austin.
Driving 20 minutes to go home.
So that is that's a better lifestyle for some people. I would like that better than being in LA or being in like New York City. Me personally, it would be, I would like that. But Austin itself, I hated. It was
$5 from C-Dumps.
Not a happy experience. The surroundings of that and the clubs were awesome.
My first Skankfest was last New York, and Spook Show was supposed to start, but Hughes didn't have the TV set up. So thank you for the money.
Yeah, thank you.
C-Dump. Can I just make a case for myself here? It was very confusing getting the TV bought from a place and brought in. And while we set it up, you got to enjoy Kim Congdon high on acid, lying on a couch around where we were trying to do the work. Like we had one point had to pick up a couch Kim refused to get off of and move it to set up the set decoration. It was a very fun impromptu live show for everyone in the room. So you're welcome, C-Dumps.
$2. Is that Drewski?
No, it's Juicy.
Juicy, yes. Yeah. Speaking of Jews, Mike, do any of us own homes?
I don't.
You don't. Dave rents. BSO, do you rent?
No, I own a house.
When did you buy your house?
Before COVID.
So you got it when interest rates were like 3%?
Yeah, it was a really good deal.
Yeah, because anyone who got a house at that time was probably like close to 3% interest rates. Now they're like 6 or 7%. But
I have no idea what they are now.
But apparently they're gonna make it easier for all of us youngins, like those of us who.
Oh, I saw this.
Yeah, Trump is talking about doing what we're gonna do for the housing market to fix it. 50-year mortgages.
50-year mortgages. So if you, by the time you're out of college, you're 21, 22, if you did good, maybe.
Yeah.
And then you get a 50-year mortgage. So you're 70 years old. You have to work till you're 70 to pay off your mortgage.
Well, this is not. I mean, this is new for the United States, but China has had 100-year mortgages for quite some time.
Yeah, dude, they're trying to
100-year plan.
Yeah, the goal in America for forever has been creating generational wealth. But now we are going to implement what other countries are doing, which is generational debt.
Yeah.
You get a fucking such a long mortgage that you could pass that debt down to your kids. Because I mean, even a
How
30,
fucked up is that? Like knowing you're gonna die and you're unsure if your mortgage is ever gonna get paid off.
yeah, I mean, I have like so many like between like student loans and other things outside of a mortgage, I'm still not sure is ever going to get paid off. So, but I don't have any kids or nothing. So, my bloodline and my debts die with me. But
For now.
for now, yeah. I mean,
I had my first kid at 35. You're what, 30, Dalton?
yes.
Okay.
I'm 32.
All right, you got a little time.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, if the super chats keep coming, I think I'll be okay. But yeah, if you and Alex are like looking to ever buy a house, I mean that's really great news that they're going to implement 50-year mortgages, so you get to pay less each month. But
yeah, it's nice
years,
to know that I'll have my house paid off by the time my daughter is Social Security eligible.
Yeah. But you know, I wonder why they can't. I wonder why it's always like these weird the solutions are always how can we restructure things so that it just doesn't hurt as much in the short term rather than why can't they ever just lower the price of shit? Why is it like shit gets expensive and then they go, we're not going to help you by lowering the price of anything. We'll just find new ways to do loans.
Well, the price is going up because the money they print to do all this stuff. So the money's worth less. The cost of stuff is technically going down. It's just not, the inflation is going up so quickly that you don't notice it because your dollar bill's not worth anything anymore. But
damn, I guess that's why you got to buy fart coin.
If you were friends with Dave Smith, you would know all this.
Dave's been in some heat lately. Or, you know, not heat like he's horny. He might be, but no, I see more and more people on Twitter mad at Dave.
Well,
oh,
I mean, they literally just came out the other week and were like, hey, by the way, you know, we've spent tons of money on like different AI and like ads. So Israel is going to determine what you see on social media going forward. Like they literally came out and said that, like, I think 2 weeks ago. That was like across the board that they made that comment. So of course you're going to hear voices amplified shitting on Dave Smith. Like that's, you know, goes without saying.
He's a self-hating Jew.
How was it to have was Fuentes in Studio B?
I took a picture with him. It was in Studio A.
How was that cool? Like, is it dangerous to have him around, I wonder? I like Fuentes. I think he's funny.
What was it like to meet the world's most racist child?
He's not child. He's 27.
Surprisingly, read less racist in person than like a lot of people. Like there are some people I meet at Skankfest who are like, all right, man, good to meet you. By the way, kill them all, right? I'm like, no, dude. What?
Cumia's got to be worse than Fuentes.
I genuinely
and they've had Cumia on for years.
I mean, like Fuentes on his face or whatever, like can, you know, he claims extreme Christian values, and extreme Christian values do tell you, like that thing they were talking about with Tucker, that collectivism is wrong. So it's like he's speaking to the lowest common denominator on like Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, whatever, when he says a lot of his more salacious shit. But like, you know, I think Cumia really does think a lot of the things he says online.
Yeah. I think Cumia is being serious.
That's the read I get.
Most of the stuff I see from Fuentes is him being hyperbolic to get a point across. But Cumia is literally being a dirtbag. That's what I see. You know.
Well, you know,
the chat's going crazy.
Kurt Vonnegut said in Mother Night, "Be careful what we must be careful what we pretend to be, lest we become what we pretend to be."
I'm very principled. Nick Fuentes is not going to change my thoughts, and so if they didn't try to suppress him for a decade now, he probably would be a no name, but the more they tried to push him down, the more people wanted to see what he was. Then they released him onto Spotify, and he was the number 2 guy on Spotify within 24 hours. So they took it down off of Spotify.
Yeah, but
so
that
okay,
also
you just make them bigger.
Dave, tell me that doesn't feel a little like controlled opposition, though. You know what I mean? Like where it's like we're gonna push this guy down. His views are too radical, and then it's just a honeypot to get the worst guys on Twitter to react to things, and then the ADL to be like, "See this army of people who are out there."
It's all controlled opposition, dude. They got us fighting a culture war to stop.
I hope he's a government asset because the government always fails. So, like, if he's a government asset, that would be the best case scenario. What I think they're actually doing is they're creating an army of guys that have no voice, and they keep like a bunch of young kids that don't get to just speak up. If they just spoke up, you could just figure out how bad they were. Like, not bad, but how dumb their ideas were. But if you keep pushing them into a bubble, they're just going to bounce the ideas off of each other in the bubble and believe them. They're giving themselves like LLM psychosis, like we were talking about, in their own political bubble. Let them out of the bubble so they can talk to actual people, meet a girl, go on a date, and then they'll be like, "Oh, that was kind of dumb. I met somebody like that."
But that's what I'm saying, though. It's like you're by elevating this group of people who are largely inconsequential and ineffectual, but having them be the poster boy for, anti-Semitic hate, you can always then bring up the ever-present threat of anti-Semitism, thanks to, these people now feeling like they have a community and a voice where they can be heard. And it's like, all you're doing is stopping, the lefties from ever joining up with people like in that camp to fight, as Dalton was saying.
I kind of get that, but also like Gas went through the same thing. Like you guys went through it. Like when you guys first came out and you're joking around, they're calling you racist, and the next thing you know, they're calling Dave a Nazi. They're calling Jay a Nazi. They're calling Lewis a Proud Boy. They're just throwing tags on people.
No lies detected.
They're just throwing tags on people, and then eventually they don't stick. So they got to find a new boogeyman to stick these tags on. But I'd say you just let everything out in the open, and it'll take care of itself. So yeah, maybe they are, for controlled opposition, picking somebody to make a boogeyman. But I don't feel like that group. I do feel like a lot of the people that follow him are bots of some sort from like foreign entities, but I think that's the case for Ben Shapiro. I think that's the case for Hassan. I think anybody that gets a big platform will get foreign oppositions creating bots to push an agenda.
Well, the
person that's doing it might not even know.
But you need the opposite. That's the thing about any sort of opposition. Like fucking, what was that guy, the talk radio guy that's pissed off right now? When Mark Levine is going up at the Jew Council, or whatever that fucking thing was, and was like decrying the threats of Dave Smith. It's that kind of opposition does elevate Dave. Like whenever you have people who are going into hysterics and whipped up into a frenzy about some figure, whether they're complaining about Dave or Nick Fuentes or Sam Hyde or whatever, when you put so much of a spotlight on it, it's like, the opposition helps build all the all the noise the volume gets turned up on all of it, and then they got us fighting a culture war to stop us fighting a class war.
Somebody did ask me when we, because we're always joking around on here and stuff, but people are like, are you afraid that like CNN or New York Post or something is going to find the thing you do with Dalton and like put it on the news or whatever? It's like, oh man, I hope they do.
That would be good for business. Yeah,
that would be great for business. We could get some fans. We could make some money. So
$1.99 from Drew Hunley. Can BSO say shout out Sumo Dog and Lizard Talk?
Shout out Sumo Dog.
Are you Lizard Dog?
Hey guys, thank you for having me on.
Before you go, welcome. BSO, are you the Lizard Dog?
Yeah.
I'm just curious if you're the Lizard Dog. That's all.
Thank you, Robbie, in the chat. I am very principled about class Pencils down. But
BSO, it was nice having you. We'll have to have you on again.
Thank you.
yes,
Yeah,
thank you,
BSO,
BSO.
man.
Take it easy.
I thought I was gonna have company tonight, and my wife made me promise to only do an hour with you guys, and then she went ahead and got sick, and she's been asleep since like 8 p.m. So,
Well, we can
you're
hang
welcome
out
to
for a little bit
stay
more, get some more super chats.
as long as you want. There is no, we have no, whatever. I don't understand, Dalton. Are you sure when I was trying to do the key cam and you shut off my volume, you didn't turn something off? In
No,
the
I
back
just
scene?
I just clicked on the microphone to mute it.
I think
Yeah.
my daughter's awake, so I'm gonna actually go put her back down.
Okay.
Because I didn't change anything on my end, and yet I can't get these tabs. Now, I did see a new tab here. So when you share videos or when you share tabs now, it on your screen, it does give you it does ask you to give it permission for whatchamacallit, to give it permission for volume, and it didn't used to do that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Can
What
you
is
hear
this?
this?
I don't hear nothing.
It's crazy because I'm hearing it in here, and I'm hearing it in here through.
Well, when you share a screen, it asks you, do you want to share the volume on this? And you click you click that because that's how I always do things.
Yeah, that's how I'm doing it too.
Man,
but
I
what's
gotta
crazy
admit,
is when I play it, I hear it in my head, and I'm hearing it on the same channel that I hear you guys.
I
I don't know why you guys aren't hearing it.
I gotta admit something. I was a little nervous to talk to Harrington again. So many of the people from my past, who saw me at my best and then my worst happened. It's tough to, go back and reconnect and engage in those relationships again, But it's nice. It's nice to see him again and get to talk to him again, and know that I still have a place in this world.
I honestly, when you guys were talking, my first thought was, oh, I didn't know it was going to bring up all of this stuff from Dalton's past. But as you kept talking, I was like, oh, this is actually looks very like medicinal, but not medicinal. Like when you're having, what is it in therapy when you have something talk with somebody and then it feels good afterwards?
Catharsis.
Yes. And I was like, because Mike obviously isn't remembering all that stuff as you did, because
Dude, I seriously, when you booked him, booked him, the only thing I've been thinking about since you told me he was coming on the show was that last interaction we had where I told him that the manager at Brooklyn Comedy Club's a bitch. And he got mad at me. And then and then to find out he doesn't even remember it, I guess it's nice, but
it's kind of like the 12-step program, and like when you go apologize to everybody. And I remember I've had this before, not from alcohol or whatever, but I'm like, oh, I'm going to go through and apologize to everybody or whatever. And then you go to apologize to somebody and they have no idea what you're talking about. And you've been like holding it as this huge weight. So do you feel a weight lifted now that we've had this,
it's
this
nice
ceremonial task?
Yeah. It's nice to like, as I'm on the road to recovery, to be able to reconnect with a lot of people and I guess like realize in their minds, it was never that big a deal and it's all water under the bridge. It still hurts a lot that I like fucked up my whole life and am in a, like behind just trying to claw my way out of a shitty situation. But, it's nice to be able to reconnect with people and they're just happy that I'm alive and happy to hear from me.
I've had this recently. Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, no, just because like, oh, hold on, we got some super chats. What is this? $1.99 from Drew Huntley. Can Alex shout out Sumo Dog? Does Alex hate me? Alex doesn't know you exist, I don't think.
Alex is not home, as Harrington
She's not home. Inside this.
Oh, she's sick. She's actually sick with the baby.
One cornfed membership. But what was I saying? But so there's like I think there is like maybe a dissonance between myself and the way people perceive me and what happened, because in my mind and in my life, that was like that whole experience was the most devastating, tragic, horrible, miserable thing that happened to me, and I think about it all day, every day. Um, and try, I'm always trying to figure out like how do I recover from this and get back to living my life the way I want to live it, better than before, even.
Yeah.
But then I think for a lot of, probably for like a lot of people, it's what I'm gleaning from talking to Mike and uh, just other folks, is that they just saw that I was really sick at one point and didn't really think much about it after the fact. Like they just are happy I'm alive. So I guess there is like sort of a disconnect between the way it like overwhelms me and has consumed so much of my life versus like people who may not even know that anything happened.
Yeah.
Like I know like Mike is aware of what happened, but then I see some people in the chat talking about it tonight who are like, no one even knows what you're talking about. So it
That's
is.
what I'm saying. Pull the Costanza, show back up in New York, looking like young Tim Dillon here, and just go in there, and everybody's like, "Hey, man, is everything all right after whatever?" And like, "Oh, dude, I don't do that KFAB anymore, dude. I'm just straight
Yeah.
stand up now." And
Yeah,
just gaslight everybody into thinking you were doing KFAB.
I'll just show back up at Skanks one night and just sit down and be like, just act like nothing happened.
Oh, you still crazy? Be like, what are you talking about? That was KFAB, dude.
You know what it is?
Stop having a parasocial relationship with me.
You know what's funny is
Yeah.
when Loud Boys ended, we were making like decent money on that show. Probably like decent supplemental income, where I think each of us was bringing home like $1,000 a month from that Patreon.
Yeah.
It is funny that like, I've taken the initiative to build out my own thing here on YouTube and Patreon and all that. Between this and Crowder Boys and all the things I've been doing, just oh, that's a good one. The Sunkiss Zero is good, but just like very bare bones, minimal production. All of this, it didn't take that long because I was so like distraught when that show ended, because I was like, fuck, dude, we were making money on the Patreon. I was like really devastated. But it's funny, it didn't take that long, when I started back up doing stuff, to get back to make it. Like, I'm making more money now than I was then, just having fun on the internet. Like, I certainly am not making enough that it's like covering everything. I wouldn't be able to survive completely on all this, but I'm doing financially, this is all doing better than what I was doing with the Loud Boys. Not that I'm not grateful for that time for Robbie and even Joe, what we got to experience together, but I got my foot in the door. I made an indelible mark on the lives of so many, and when I returned, they were more than willing to give me super chats.
Yeah, so Dalton's going to put a link to the bpnmart.com for merchandise in the link before. There's also going to be my link tree. If you click on that, or if you click on the channel description here, you'll go over to the Corn-Fed Patreon. Sign up for the Corn-Fed Patreon, because we're going to start taking these live videos down after the show.
Yeah.
And
so currently, if you're tuned in live right now, on the episode description is a link to the store in the Patreon, patreon.com/cornfed with Dalton Pruitt. What'll happen when this is over, when I click in stream and it's done, I'm going to unlist the video from the thing from YouTube, and then I have to download it from StreamYard and re-upload it so it's actually on the video section of my YouTube channel, because for whatever reason, YouTube won't let you just switch a live video to a regular video. So I got to do this whole sequence.
I was looking at this. I think you can, because you can switch from a podcast to video.
No, Dave, let me do it the complicated way. Let me do it the hard way. Let me do it with all the extra unnecessary steps.
Because I was looking at this today. I was in my Guys, we're gonna go through the YouTube.
I don't
studio
even
here.
look. I don't know what an algorithm is. I don't know what it does or how it works. I know that we're all trying to figure out how to win the favor of the algorithm. And apparently, Dave, you were telling me what you discovered talking to some guy who understands this better is that when you do a live show, that YouTube treats it as like a live event. And so, like, the people that tune in live are here. And then when it's done, any other views it gets is people seeking it out on the channel.
Yeah.
Like, it's on the live section of the channel and it's not part of the algorithm. But then when you upload a video to YouTube that's under the videos tab, YouTube welcomes that in to the algorithm, brings it in, and will promote it more with algorithmically.
Yes. So this guy that looked at our account, and because a buddy mentioned this to me, so I reached out to somebody that kind of does this, looked at our account, looked at the Crowder Boys account, and said, "Oh, this is insane. If you're getting between 8 and 1,000 and 2,000 views on lives, and many of them after the fact, that means most of these people are kind of searching this out to watch it. And so it's getting grown organically. So if you were to put this into the video thing and those people that were searching it out on the live go search it out in the video, all those views are going to push it into the algorithm.
Yeah,
where it doesn't happen with the live.
That is the thing that because Insidious in the chat saying this is not true, but I
Okay.
do notice that if you go to any YouTube channel to try and find videos that people have done, the way the YouTube platform is set up, what you'll see on any channel page is the homepage and their videos tab, and then you would have to click on the live tab to go
Yes.
find anything that was recorded live, and it's just there as a live thing. And so it just requires extra steps from people who have to know to look for live content to find it. Whereas if you upload a video as just a YouTube video, the way like most podcasts do, it just makes it a what's the word? It's just like better user interface because of the way YouTube is set up, and then it adds it to the algorithm. So I guess that's like the benefit is as people start to find my YouTube channels more, this and the Crowder Boys, and want to visit the channels, they'll be able to see the recent episodes we've done rather because maybe they don't know.
Multiple people
That click on the live tab
that I've talked to is like, what happened? I thought you were doing a podcast with Dalton. I'm like, yeah, we're live every Saturday. And they're like, I went on the channel and you guys haven't posted in 2 months. Am I on the wrong channel? And I was like, let me look. And then I looked.
This is nice. This is comforting. I knew Insidious would be here, so I stopped by to say, hi, Dalton, you're popular. Thank you. I know that wasn't a super chat, but he was saying a nice thing about me.
I found out, actually, yeah, I can't say this on here. I'll tell you.
Okay. Cool.
You guys will have to go behind the paywall and ask Dalton what I was just about to say because I can't say it. But I was gonna say I recently had a situation with somebody, and I have no hard feelings with them. But I think
pitch in and just be silly. I mean, we're just chilling.
I think I have no hard feelings with them. I think they have hard feelings with me. It's similar to like what you were saying with
who
in Harrington. It's nobody here. It's nobody in the chat or anything. I'm not mad at them, but I think what happens is sometimes people have like a emotional idea what's going on, and I thought that me and this person were friends, and I'd reach back out to them, and they reach back out to me, and then I said, hey. This is like a serious thing that you wanted to talk about. I actually have to go to work and do the podcast. And then they got really upset, thought that I was being mean to them. Right. And I was like, I didn't think I was being mean. I thought I was giving you information so that you could know what was going on. So I'm keeping you in the loop. And I don't think this person is bad, But I do think that people come into relationships similar, like you were saying with Harrington. You had preconceived notions, and so once they know you, they come in with a preconceived notion, like which happened to me. And I was being honest and open and very logical and precise with what I was saying, and they were reading stuff into it like I was trying to
So this
gaslight
is a woman.
me.
Yes.
It was okay. It was Sydney Sweeney, everybody. It was Sydney. It was Sydney Sweeney.
She has incredible breasts.
Yeah. Did you watch that video of her
Yeah.
talking to
The
the
one that's
lady?
going viral. Yeah.
Yeah, I ended up watching it just to see what was going on. And it's like NPR, where she's building the case, and she tried to get her in a couple of got you things, and she was just like, "Look, I made a Gene commercial. Oh, I don't know. I don't check Twitter. I'm filming 16 hours a day."
I mean,
So
she's
she handled herself
lying.
pretty well.
She's lying about that, but I mean, she was very diplomatic, or
Well, I'm saying they tried to like get her to say like, "I'm aligned with Trump," and she turned it into a Euphoria advertisement, which I thought was pretty funny. And then
I mean, look, I know it's like a joke thing. It's a very like kind of a tongue-in-cheek thing to say they got us fighting a culture war, so we don't fight a class war. But
Yeah.
I mean, I've been on the internet since my whole life, and I guess I've been aware of the culture war. I guess probably since like right as the Trump was first starting to campaign for his first term, and I've experienced it for many years now. And at this point, it really is that. It really is like all this like nonsense that gets people so frazzled that we get so engaged in like Sydney Sweeney's titties and the jeans commercial, and is she a Nazi? Is she not a Nazi? And all of that, it really is to get us, arguing and focused on something completely irrelevant to our own lives, so that you take your mind off of the fact that the price of eggs never went down. That the current president promised us, as he was campaigning last election season, was that the eggs going to go down, and we ain't even got cheap eggs. It's gotten worse, and the eggs are still expensive. So that's my takeaway from this Sydney, that interview, and all this is like, this is all to distract from the eggs. Distracts us from the eggs.
Here's what's kind of crazy with all this stuff. So Robbie had mentioned to me like the other day, he's like, "Oh, that's your algorithm." So he is right. Like the way I interact with Twitter is the way that it interacts back with me. But I hadn't
Robbie
been on.
is right. They don't want to egg on a class war. Exactly.
Hey. So I had like been off Twitter for like a week, just checking in the morning, checking at night or whatever, and liking some comments. But you will log on, and like I'm just looking at my buddy's thing. So I'm basically like retweeting Sibling Revelry. And by the way, guys, if you follow Sibling Revelry, Paul has a account now. He was running the Sibling Revelry Twitter. He's got his own account now, which is Paul_B485. If you want to go follow Paul. But anyways, I will like retweet them, retweet you and Robbie and the Crowder Boys, retweet the clips that Sweeze does, like a couple things, fool around. For the most part, unless it's like a Sunday night, and I'm like taking the day off and I'm like in bed at the end of the night, then I don't sit on Twitter all day. But you log on, and there's usually one or two main narratives that are going on. So it was that Sydney Sweeney and that lady with the troll face the other day.
Troll face?
Well, the lady that was interviewing her had like the Jim Carrey, like jaw, like the Destiny Adderall draw. So I guess there probably is another part of Twitter that were like, like the Jalen Rose was whatever, like basketball was trending or whatever that I'm not seeing. And then like the week before that, it was like for Halloween, it was like the blackface wars. So I tuned in, and like everybody's just posting and trying to cancel people that did blackface or blacker face. And I was like, and I guess that's my algorithm, but I wasn't interacting with any of that stuff. I'm given a certain like group of things that I see when I log on, and all I'm following really is New York comedians, a few Austin comedians, you guys, Sweeze. I am following a couple libertarian accounts, but I'm not following I don't even follow Brittany Vente, and she's in my feed
What about
all day
Ariana
long.
Grande?
I should follow her. I should follow all the Greeks.
Speaking of
So-
Greeks, did you see the new Yorgos is out at theaters? The one that has Stav in it?
No, but did you see Stavros won a Senate seat in New Hampshire?
What?
Yeah, Stavros is going to be yeah, let me pull this up. Stavros got the won a Senate position in the state of New Hampshire.
Oh, Dakota in the chat says Begonia, the new Yorgos movie, is fantastic. It looks, I mean, the trailers look good. I do want to see it. He hasn't, you know, as far as I've seen, from what I've seen, he hasn't made a movie I thought was bad so far. So, Robbie says Stav took the role because he thought the movie was called
Yeah,
Bologna.
can you pull this up?
I like that. Drew Huntley, $1.99. I didn't get a sumo dog out of that Dave guy. Dave, you want to shout out Sumo Dog?
Drew, shout out Sumo Dog.
Oh, yes. Okay.
I honestly, so this is, I actually know this person. They worked at a casino in Manchester or whatever, and as one of the floor members, but they ran for New Hampshire State Senate, and they're the first transgender senator or representative from New Hampshire or whatever.
This is Stavros.
When I saw this photo, I thought it was Stavros, right?
Yeah.
Honestly thought, and I haven't talked to Nick Mullen since like July of last year, but
Dear friend.
I couldn't help but see if this would wake up a response. I hadn't talked to Nick since June of 21st of 2024, not 25, not this past summer. And then I sent him this, and it did get a laugh out loud.
Oh, there
So
we go.
it's undeniably looks like stuff.
Dear friend of both of us, Nick Mullen. Thinks this.
Yeah. Friend of the show,
Yeah.
Nick Mullen. I don't want to make fun of that lady, but I do want to make fun of the fact that I thought that was Stav. No question.
It definitely looks like him. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's find New Hampshire.
Well, the new fellow Greek, one of your fellow Greeks, Yorgos Lanthimos, his new movie is in theaters now, Begonia, and it looks like it's pretty good. I mean, the reviews are coming back that it's pretty good. So I'm excited to go see it. Right now, though, dude, you got Apple TV. You pay for Apple Television.
No.
Shit, man. Our boy Vince Gilligan from he worked on X-Files and he created Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul.
Yeah.
He got a new show on Apple called Pluribus. Dude,
Okay.
I'm obsessed. My new favorite thing. Can't stop thinking.
Oh, I
about it.
saw you.
I ain't gonna spoil it.
I saw you. Yeah, talking about this.
Yes, Robbie's third cousin says no spoilers. I would never spoil this show because I went into it cold. Like I had seen the trailers and the tagline, the tagline like premise for the show.
You guys talking Pluribus?
Pluribus. We can't spoil it. Or Mike, are you there? Okay.
You're not spoiling? Fuck you.
I don't want to spoil it. But
Can you give me the pitch?
the tagline, the premise, like when you just pull it up online, it just says the world's most miserable person has to save the world from happiness. And so going into it, I was like, I don't really know what that means. And then you watch it, and my experience watching it was like, oh, this is going to keep me frustrated that I have to wait a week to watch the new episode. It's like one of those, because it's so good.
Like a Severance style?
I think. I mean, there's only 2 episodes right now, but I'm already enjoying it much more than Severance.
How many? Do we know how many episodes this season's going to be?
I think it's only 8. I think
So for something like that, it's like, dude, I can just wait the 2 months and binge it because I would hate.
Okay, I got the official trailer.
You got the trailer pulled up? Yeah, because
Yeah.
I think the trailer, they don't really spoil anything.
So I
Whenever
just
I
have to.
see a super cryptic trailer like this, I wait for somebody I respect to see it and then be like, all right, pitch it to
Good
me.
morning, Carol.
Like
Is
you're not an
there
asshole.
anything we could do to cheer you up?
I kind of like this already.
Yeah, and that actress is amazing. Rhea Seehorn.
Hey, Carol.
Yeah.
We just want you to be happy.
Can I ask a question?
Certainly. What would you like to know?
How do I reverse all this?
Rest assured, Carol, we will figure out what makes you different
Figure it out. Why?
so you can join us.
What the
We would move heaven and earth to make you happy.
If I asked right now, would you give me a hand grenade?
Yes?
What about a bazooka?
Mm-hmm.
What about a tank?
Oh, sure.
Feel free to move about the cabin, Carol.
So yeah, there's
Interesting.
the first 2 episodes are up on Apple Television currently.
Can I take a guess?
Yeah, what's your guess?
So I'm thinking like some kind of like super intelligent being or hive mind, something came to this world and is like has given people the option basically to be like, hey, just shut off your brain and become part of the collective, but you have to do it willingly. And whatever, like every person she interacts with is like part of that collective running on id.
I said we said no spoilers.
All right.
But
Am I gonna-
you're, you're
That's
actually
not what I thought. I did think
you
that
were
at first.
surprisingly close.
I did think that at first. I thought that it was got to be some sort of digital Matrix style thing because if she's like blowing things up and they're murdering things and doing crazy, but there's no consequences, then there's got to be some sort of way that they square that in the show so that it's, makes sense. She can't just be blowing people up with hand grenades and stuff and everybody's still happy. Unless it's some sort of
I'm not going to
digital
spoil
or
it.
whatever.
I'll just say it's really good. And what I like about Vince Gilligan is he's really good at. Well, first off, he's really good at shooting production processes. So
I know who
assembly
Vince
lines.
Gilligan is, but for Harrington's sake, if you could just explain who he is.
He worked on X-Files back in the day, and he created Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. He's a
I have no idea. I don't
big
follow
guy
these
in
guys like you do.
television. So
Yeah.
he's really good at shooting stuff getting made. Like there's so many sequences in like Better Call Saul, like when they're in the Cinnabon, and it's just the process of making a Cinnabon. Those kinds of things he makes that look really cool on TV.
Here's one thing I will say.
Assembly processes.
Here's one thing I will say about watching that trailer. Well, some of the shots from a distance when like she was walking in the neighborhood with like the stucco homes and stuff and people interacting, they hit an uncanny valley with me where I'm like, that looks too good. Like my real world must suck because that world looks too good. I don't believe that it exists. So, but maybe that's what he's trying to make me feel because everybody's in this happiness place.
You gotta
except
watch the
for her.
show, but it's also it's Yeah, it's one of those shows that so far has got me like engaged where I'm like, I can't wait for next week to watch this. And he really understands the medium of television because there's so much TV that's trying to be movies, but TV's not movies. TV is TV. And so it's so effective as a TV show. It's like, it's one of my, I got my stories. TV's my stories. He's like, my mom always watched Young and the Restless.
Yeah.
And it's a very distinct thing from movies. And so I think he's really good at making like actual TV and not TV that's trying to be more than what it is, because there was like all the time where all these nothing's ever going to be as good as The Sopranos. That's the closest TV got to be in movies. And then
you think that got closer than Breaking Bad?
Yeah, Breaking Bad is excellent television.
Fair, yeah, like it does have beats for commercials.
Yeah, Breaking Bad is really good at being a TV show, and I don't think Vince Gilligan or anybody involved was ever aspiring for that show to be a movie. And in fact, it actually diminishes in quality when they tried to make a movie when El Camino came out.
I'm gonna break everybody's heart. I've never seen The Sopranos.
Oh, dude, you gotta watch The Sopranos.
You're breaking your own heart, Dave.
Yeah,
like you come on.
The original issue was similar to Game of Thrones because I could never keep up with people because they were so into it every week. So then I got so many spoilers that I was like, well, now I can't watch. So I did start watching it, but I stopped because I couldn't, because I watched when it was originally out. And when it was originally out, everybody would watch it every week, and then they would come to work and they would talk about it. And so, or you'd be at the bar and they'd be talking about it. And they spoiled stuff on me. So I was like, well, now I can't watch this. So
but now it's been 20 years. You remember
those
and
I just never went back. Well, now I don't have a TV and I only have my computer and I don't really watch stuff.
Yeah, it's not like TV shows live on the internet or anything.
No, I know. I would rather see, for some reason, in my mind, if I have free time, I'm like, okay, I'm going to see if Ian Finance tasers Jordan in the neck this week by accident because he's a retard.
Fair.
Let's tune in to watch the real Beavis and Butthead and see what's going on with these two idiots.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Well, podcasting and live streaming, that's the future of entertainment. Like what we're doing here, this is where everybody I'm trying to I still feel like I'm late to live streaming, but I'm earlier than a lot of people. And I feel like, as soon in the coming years, everybody's going to look at what I'm doing now.
You're the next Aiden Ross.
They're going to say, what did Dalton know that we didn't know at that time? We were all just recording and uploading podcasts, and he was live stream troubleshooting his show live. And
no, they're catching on. Listen, Big J's doing live streaming now with Dylan, so they're catching on.
I'm just saying, if we're really streamers here, if we're really doing streamer head stuff, we should probably give Dave a little Sopranos crash course.
Well, yeah. What would a Sopranos crash course entail?
I'm thinking you definitely got to get Meadows' boyfriend seeing a dude get blown.
I have seen that. So I have seen that.
I'm thinking let's just run through the greatest hits.
So I've watched some of The Sopranos. I've never sat down to enjoy it like you guys have. I've watched episodes at people's houses. So I've seen the ketchup relish thing when they're in the car freezing at somebody's house. I've seen them find out that one of the dudes in the thing is gay, and the boyfriend's like, so this guy's getting his dick sucked by a guy, and he's like, no, he's sucking the dick. I saw that all go down.
You want to just watch Pine Barrens?
I've seen.
I would just say start at the beginning and watch the whole show.
I've seen the money. I've seen the money in the back when his wife is starting to sell him out or whatever.
Because as far as TV goes, the medium of television, The Sopranos still, I think, is the best that TV has ever been. As far as a show that comes out week to week, and there's this many episodes in a season, and it's definitively television.
I like retarded TV. I like turning on USA and TNT and watching.
You a big Burn Notice guy?
Yeah, I watched Burn Notice. I put it in the background, and then I put
feel the burn.
NCIS on in the back, NCIS in the background, and I
Didn't
just
you
go
guys
about
ever
my
finish
business.
Mr. Robot?
I never.
No, I wanted to so bad. It looked so cool, and I just couldn't get into it.
I've seen it here and there, but I haven't taken the time to actually watch the show. There's so many shows.
I like when I do. If I'm going to watch TV, I like a dumb 17-minute show with commercials. You know what I mean?
Robot chicken, if you will.
Yeah, I like to turn. I remember being hungover and just waking up like a Sunday morning and putting on like TNT or USA and watching literally like NCIS, Burn Notice, Psych. I was a huge Psych fan. I watched Psych beginning to end and start looking for the because they had all the 90s lore inside that. So that was good.
$1.99 from Joe. Best TV was Tom and Jerry. Prove my mind.
The thing with The Sopranos, this thing with so here's the other thing.
We get some thoughts on the Chair Company. Oh, I got a lot of thoughts.
Brother.
I was big
Have you
into
been watching
Oz.
So I have been watching the Chair Company and the whole time been like bewildered by it because it's like it's not like a riotous, raucous comedy. It's not like I Think You Should Leave is a very like over the top, very funny sketch show, and then that movie Friendship is a little more dialed down. That movie is. I still
very dark.
It was a darker movie.
It's a smoochy level comedy,
but I still thought that movie was like really funny.
Friendship was good. Yeah,
the Chair Company, going into it with my expectations of having seen Tim Robinson's other stuff, I thought it was going to be more erratic or I guess it was. I thought it was going to be more of like a comedy, but watching it, there's not like a ton of belly laugh moments that happen. It's a much more like sinister exploration of a man, but and I relate to it, a man who may or may not be having a psychotic break,
or who might actually be onto something.
That's what. Yeah. So
I got the trailer for that.
That's where this show like resonates with me, especially this last Sunday's episode, where you start to get the impression that he might be onto something, or he's having like some sort of mental issue that has been a problem with his family already in the past, and you might just be watching this psychotic episode unfold. So either he's onto something or he's going crazy, but it's definitely more. It's not as emphatic or bombastic as like I Think You Should Leave. It's definitely more grounded.
Well, I mean, I Think You Should Leave is a sketch show. This is staying. It's Detroiters. Even did you watch Detroiters?
Yes. It's not a sitcom even.
Right, that is way more like slapsticky. We're just setting up bits for an episode. This is like an overarching story, and it's like, I don't know, man. This reminds me. Did you ever see You're the Worst?
Which one was that?
On FX?
I haven't watched them, but I remember seeing commercials for it.
I remember they did like an episode of they did like a 2-episode arc where they did like one episode of like, showing this thing that's like very funny, and they like this one character is like he's like an army vet, and like he's popping in and out of the episode with like funny little one-liners, and then this like the following week is the episode from his perspective of like the nightmare falling down the rabbit hole of like PTSD in LA, like and I always thought that was like, all right, this is where this show was actually trying to get an Emmy, but like it kind of feels a little bit like that, like like we're seeing it from one side, and it is very, very funny. But that moment with the daughter at the end of last week's episode, I was like, yo, what the fuck?
Yeah, that was heartbreaking, and it also kind of gave me like a PTSD flash, because that's like my experience with my own family is they're always watching to see if am I gonna slip back into something like that, because I do like watching the show, the sort of like paranoid conspiratorial delusions that he is going through, like as he's trying to unravel whatever he thinks is going on. That's almost exactly what was happening to me. Like as I was going through my thing, I thought I was unraveling shit like that. And so I think the show does a really great job. Oh, we lost Mike. Where did Mike go?
He might be rebooting. I saw that
he's
he
right
froze
here.
for a little.
Yeah,
he
sorry,
froze
my
for a
camera
little bit.
froze. I was
right
trying to stealth refresh.
Yeah, so yeah, as I was like watching the story develop, I was like, I do think the show is doing. It is like an interesting character study of somebody who is either onto something or might be having a psychotic
This is
break.
the chair company, right?
Yeah. And then I think where another thing the show does really well, like what it succeeds at doing that something like Severance's whole deal is a little more contrived. Whereas like the chair company really shines a light on the absurdity and the sort of emptiness of the currently what it's like to work in like a corporate office setting.
I have the preview down below if you guys want to. We are the podcast network here, the Billionaire Podcast Network is a multimedia network.
Yeah,
So I miss the 1990s, like in a world where they just tell you everything in a world where a guy works in a chair company.
Oh, the voiceover.
Well, because they tell you what's going on.
He doesn't work in a chair company, Dave. Actually,
he's investigating a chair company.
You took nothing of value away from that trailer.
That's what I'm saying. In the 90s, I would know exactly what was going on because they would
tell
me.
They would explain to you the premise.
They'd be like, in a world where a young man steals a car and his friend.
But I do like what it's such a for lack of a better word, such a weird show.
I have no idea what it's about after watching that trailer.
It is an interesting show in the way that it really captures what it feels like to have a job, especially like when you work in an office, the sort of like empty, meaningless feeling of just like going to work somewhere and you have to be around these people that you don't even really know that well, or maybe probably don't even like that well. And the left hand never meets the right hand. So there's like all these people working at a place. Each one has their own function and nobody knows individually. You don't even know what it is you're working toward day to day. Like where's
you're all just a cog. Yeah. In the system.
The sort of, just inherent psychosis in that where it's like, well, I have to have a job. Like I have to go to work and do something. And then you just find yourself working somewhere where you just wonder like, why is this what I'm doing for a living? Like, is this what my life is, working for this company in this office? And so there's already sort of, just a low grade psychosis everyone is experiencing, having to navigate just like working to survive. But then it also goes further into somebody who he might be unraveling a vast conspiracy, or he might be having like a mental break. Which resonates with me for sure. But I think if you like Severance, if you enjoy the shit that Severance is trying to do, I think the chair company is much more effective at capturing whatever thing the Severance is going for. I enjoy Severance, but it's definitely much more exaggerated with its commentary on corporate the corporate world and corporations, where I think the chair company actually better encapsulates the corporatization of our lives. So I guess all that say, I enjoy it.
Severance is kind of beating you over the head with like your work is hell.
Yes, Severance is much more overt and over the top, and like I said, exaggerated in the way it's just hammering this, the way it approaches a job about the workplace.
But I like the aspect of it where it's like this is a person who tried to go and do his own thing, and like how that's also a fucking nightmare that sucks, and there's no getting out of it one way or another. Like regardless, it's still fucking, you still have to do work, and the concept of that is, it's just, I don't know, man. Like I think the concept of that is a little crazy. Like the idea that like no matter what, I'm gonna have to say goodbye to my daughter while she's awake and wants to play with me 6 days this week. You know what I mean? Like that, just being a dad who's like, I need to leave my family to go to this place to go and fucking make some numbers move on a computer. You know what I mean? So that I need to go assist people telling dick jokes, which is why, you know, we can't play Ring Around the Rosie. Like that's just going to kind of break you a little bit.
Yeah. That's what it's like to try and survive nowadays. You have a family that loves you and you wish you could see them, but it's like, hey, if y'all want to keep eating, I got to go do something. I got to be away for a number of hours so that the number in the banking app goes up.
Right.
Have you ever seen those people on Twitter? And, you know, they're on Twitter and they're in the US, so they're partially lying. But they're just talking about how, like, oh, they get all, you know, high and they're like, well, you know, we're the uncivilized ones. Africa is the civilized ones. Because, like, in Africa or in some of the places that still have, like, a tribal setup where there's little or no work and the food is easier collected or whatever, people are just with their families all day. Or in like, Southeast Asia where they're all, like, hanging out with very little. And they're trying to, you know, say whatever. And then there is part of me that's like, yeah, that is kind of cool. Like, maybe you have a dirt floor in your like house, but you're with your kids all day long, like with them on your shoulder, playing in the trees. You're seeing people all the time. So it's like, where's the balance? Obviously, right now it sucks. Working 80 hours a week is not.
Well, it happens nowadays, and I think this is like some of the reason that you're seeing, like, where it feels like people are going more and more crazy, where you know, the reaction to that as a show like the Chair Company exists to try and distill this experience we're all having, is like life, especially in a country like America, with all the bounty and excess and growth that we've had, it's becoming more like not real, where we're like detached from, like, in the past, you have to adapt to like whatever your environment is, whatever time you happen to be alive. So, like, you know, 200 years ago, you would have had to known how to build stuff and farm and kill animals. You'd have had to have had more like real world skills, and you'd have to engage with the world in a more tangible, corporeal way. Whereas, like, now, to adapt to the world and survive and thrive in it, weirdly enough, those skill sets are not rewarded the same way. Like, you know, Mike goes and produces a show where people talk about their penises, and that probably behooves you more than if you were actually going out and building things. Like, if you were construction, you would be fucked. You would not be getting paid.
Why would I be? Why would, I mean, yeah, I mean, I guess it's just, I did work construction as my job before this, and I was like making, you know, it was like making a decent living. But yeah, I mean, I guess it's like, yeah, that's so much more time away from my kids.
It's so much, it's more time. It's more labor. It breaks your body faster, and it doesn't compensate you as well as like what you do now. Like, in what you engage with now, like your actual work now, is like more detached from like the tangible world we can actually feel, you know. And there's a lot of people who, like, your job is actually you actually do something that has like an effect and creates results and, you know, an immediate reaction. Like, you're actually doing something. But this economist who's dead now, David Graeber, talked about this, the concept of bullshit jobs. That, like, currently, for however many years, but modern day, he speculated that about 40% of the global workforce are working jobs where they either do nothing, or the work they do produces nothing.
I think it's higher than that.
It's probably
because
higher now. He
there's
wrote
so
the
much
book.
subsidies that create jobs that you don't really even need. I hated it during COVID when they're like, oh, only essential jobs, but then the government or corporations got to choose like what was like Whole Foods essential, Ma and Pa grocery store next door not essential. But
Right.
there is a lot of people getting subsidies that if the government wasn't bailing out their bank or whatever, they probably wouldn't exist because they're not actually adding value. They're a negative thing. And I think there's a lot of that going on right now.
Consider the fact though, like where it really gets like squirrely for people is if you get a white collar job, like we hear about it all the time on the internet, the the email job, the fake email job that they be giving to girls, where a girl makes $200,000 a year, maybe answering an email a day.
Mm-hmm.
But those kinds of like you go out and you do everything you can to get a job where you sit in front of a laptop and kind of do nothing all day. That financially benefits you so much more than learning an actual skill and doing anything with your hands or building anything or producing anything. It's like something strange has happened where we've like turned everything on its head where, if you want to actually not only survive, but thrive and have disposable
I
income.
think I know what you're saying. You're saying like what Trump's saying is we got to bring back manufacturing.
You got to bring back the coal mine.
You want to bring back manufacturing
No,
to the United States.
Just going back to
that's not even true, by the way. Like he literally changed his tune on CBS the other day. He's like, the interviewer's like, yo, Americans are having a hard time buying groceries. He's like, yeah, but their 401ks are going through the roof. The market's doing great. What?
It's not just him, because I was thinking about this today because I almost did a video for my other show about this. But rich people are so detached and they have so much debt that they use as leverage to get other stuff.
Right.
That for them, like a 7% inflation rate going up to 8%, they're like, okay, well, I have to re-leverage this by a couple points to push this, and then I'll borrow against this house that just went up because of the inflation, so I actually have more cash to spend. So like everything's doing even better, right? It was like, no, we're not borrowing 100 million from the bank so that we can double leverage our second home. You know what I mean? I don't think they even grasp the difference of what's going on for the average person and how they live in their fantasy bubble of how the economy works.
Yeah, but well, yeah, it was. I guess what I was getting at with regard to something like Severance or the Chair Company, these sorts of ideas you're starting to see explored about like what is going on with like the way we approach work and life nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
I think so much of like so much of our lives now are just whatever's going on feels not real. Like we're so detached from actual meaning or even producing anything or making anything, but there's still this necessity like to have to work, to have to do something.
Yeah.
And I think it like weirdly, now that we live in a time where the work you have to do is like not really work when you compare it to like manual labor or anything.
This
but
is
it's
a job. This is
creating-
don't listen to him. This is very difficult, guys. Go support us on Patreon. You wouldn't be able to
But
do
this-
this.
but here's the
this
thing,
is
though.
entertainment in the modern world.
Here's the thing, like what we're doing here and what Mike does producing
Very
the
difficult.
shows he works on, it's extremely difficult. It's the hardest
You
job
guys
there
could
is.
never do this, so don't ever
But
try.
it also, we're still making something that people engage with, and it provides something for somebody. You know what I mean? Like we have a direct impact on people in their lives. Whereas like so many white collar jobs, you just go into an office and you do something that may or may not be doing anything for anybody. But then you're rewarded for it handsomely. They get you your health insurance and your 401k matching, and you make however much money in a year.
So I'm Gen X. I know a ton of boomers that like got on board with the government, like the agenda plan, like do this, do this, do this. But they burnt all the bridges behind them after the fact because, like Mike said earlier, they don't care about the future. They're just doing everything now. But they did that back in the day. And I listened to them talk about their vacations and all the money they made and all this stuff. And they act about like they were these like investment geniuses that worked their way up. they just sat in their nothing to do job as inflation just went from 0 to 100, and they got all the raises and bumps and like resold their house that was 4x after Clinton left office for like a profit. They just couldn't do everything wrong, but they were just burning every bridge behind them for everybody else.
Well, I think it was like I want to say it was Putin who said back in oh, thank you, C-Dumps.
I gotta say,
Thanks, C-Dumps.
I gotta say, doo-doo balls.
Thanks. Keep the super chats coming.
Don't Mike, can you
feel
zoom
free to
into-
interrupt us with money. Always
Yeah.
interrupt us with money.
What's
Anyway,
this,
Mike, what were you saying?
what's the Skankfest girl cleave?
Right behind you, this voodoo woman with the large breasts.
Oh, can I zoom into
I
that?
don't know if he's able to.
I'll
but-
just get out of the way.
Yeah,
You
look
guys
at that.
can
Look at
stare
them
at it.
titties. She's got a skanks tattoo on the her left titty. You're right.
And is that the creak in the cave owl at the top of her like clavicle piece?
Yes, yeah,
That's
it's a
pretty
creaky
sweet.
well, and then there's the drama.
Did you ever get your
Face.
creak in the cave tattoo,
You
Dalton?
can pull it up on the.
No, I never got a creek in the cave tattoo. I got the free. I'll carry this with me till I'm dead because it's on my skin. The free tattoo I got at Skankfest South, probably my favorite tattoo actually.
Okay.
Because remember Lewis had gotten that tattoo booth, and I showed
we
the
have it
guys
every year.
Oh yeah, every year. So folks, if you're going to Skankfest, get a tattoo. But I showed the guys this idea I had, and they said they would just do it for free. But it's Calvin pissing on the cool S.
That is a very cool tattoo.
Yeah, so
You
it's
got,
probably
that,
like my,
you got that at Skankfest South?
yeah. I showed them the design, and I said, "Well, how much I owe you for this?" And they were like, "Nah, don't sweat it. It was a fun one." So
Nice.
it's a memory I'll be able to cherish on my skin until I'm dead, and I can't get buried in a Jew cemetery.
I like this comment from Mary F. Mack. Capitalism is just fungible feudalism, heritage and land swapped for value, abstracted using money as its universal unit of accounting. It's like, okay.
Yes, very true. So damn
very true. Thank you.
I like
you
that.
should super chat that to us next time.
Well, look, I'm not informed or well read enough to understand feudalism, capitalism, socialism, all that nonsense. I'm just saying that, like, you're starting to, because somebody asked about the chair company, but you're starting to see this. And I guess, you go back to 99 that this idea was being explored in something like Office Space.
Yeah.
So it's been around for a while, but just the way, because remember at the end of that movie,
I mean, Fight Club was this too, by the way.
Fight Club, The Matrix, American Beauty,
Falling Down.
Falling Down, yes.
Falling
this
Down,
is
really good,
it's
yeah.
nothing new, but it's something that we've been experiencing for a while that is being reflected to us by art and entertainment, that being the function of art. But yeah, just the way that as we've like developed and grown as a people, as a human race, and built out all the ways we can be comfortable and live nice lives, it detaches us from like feeling like what's real or like what has meaning.
Just being monkeys in the trees watching out for tigers.
Exactly. Yeah. Because like at the end of Office Space, where he's finally feels happy and fulfilled as he's working construction.
Right.
So, in 1999, you could survive still on a construction paycheck. Whereas like nowadays, you gotta be a podcast producer.
Yeah.
Meme
coins.
Meme
I will
coins.
say, I was thinking about, I had thought about this the other day, and I do have a solution for it that would be pretty easy. And I think the other thing they sold the boomers was like kicking everybody out at 18 years old. And there is something to be said, like to go out into the world and make something for yourself. And there is people that keep their kids at home now, but they're not like supporting them at home like they need to. They're giving them money or whatever, but they're not giving them skills. I think we could, or like if we got together, you're not necessarily a commune, but there's this idea of independence that you have to be alone and then meet on the internet. But like housing is very expensive, food is very expensive, and if you have a family and it's just one person trying to do it, that's rough. But
Not
if it
only
was
that,
mother or father with kids and other like your kids and wife, if you had two male incomes in the house, you'd have more time with the kids. you'd be able to afford stuff better. You know what I mean? Like you're Italian family, right? Or you just American Italian?
Me?
Yeah.
I am no,
got-
I'm actually of Irish descent.
Oh, yeah.
My in-laws are Italian. I married
You-
into the
yeah.
Italian.
You got? Do they have any like cousins that like still live at home that are like
Oh,
intergenerational? Yeah. So I have the same thing. I think America could use a little bit of that because some of the people that are moving here from India and like the Middle Eastern countries are doing that, and they're getting a huge advantage because.
Well, no, I mean they go next level with it. They
Yeah.
will literally buy a motel, and then their cousins will come over. They'll stay in the motel, work the motel for 5 years until they can afford to buy that motel off them. And the guys who they bought it off will go buy a bigger motel.
I would go, if I go to northern Vermont on the Canadian border, and I see like a little mom and pop store that has like the old stenciled lettering that says like subs and sandwiches or whatever with a gas pump out front. You're expecting to see like an old guy in a beard. You go in there and it's an Indian guy.
10 times out of 10.
Yeah, in northern Vermont, not in like New York City, Boston, where you think you would see it. Everywhere you go, even rural.
The country's not even ours.
Those were, let's be honest, like that was always a path growing up, at least for me. Like I always saw that as like that's a path you could go down, but that always seemed like that sucks. Like who would do I want to own 4 Dunkin' Donuts?
Yeah.
Like is that what I want my life to be?
Well, so that's the thing is like back in the day, it was a measure of success or something that was like real that you could do that would generate for you your own success and then passive income would be like owning a franchises of places or owning an actual establishment. But now that's become so untenable, like to have to exist in brick and mortar and pay all the fucking rent on that and maintain that. The profit you get from that doesn't match trading meme coins.
Not only that, like the way you then need to cut in all these big tech companies who've made themselves indispensable in the face-to-face interaction side. So it's like, like you got to go to one of 4 companies who makes the app because people could just order at Starbucks on the app and go buy that. So you have to have an app to compete.
Yeah, I don't understand. I don't know why whenever anybody gets into like trying to open their own business, like a small business actually exists somewhere, it's just like you just must love restaurants or the idea of one because you could just make so much more money elsewhere without having to worry about all this overhead like nowadays. But yeah, I mean, but I remember as a kid, they talked about like owning your own friend, like being able to be a small business owner was like one of the American dreams, but now that is for Indians now.
They wiped out a bunch of that during COVID too with like I was saying earlier, I know people that had businesses, small businesses that couldn't make it through COVID while these huge companies were getting all these subsidies or whatever, plus getting to stay open or whatever. So it felt like at the time to me, that was the corporations coming after their small competition, using the government power to do so.
Yeah, like the amount of people that had to shutter their businesses while Brett Favre was getting 20 million in PPP loans. It's like, what are we doing here?
Yeah. And then thinking that there wouldn't be any inflation after the fact that was caused by that.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, Mike, you have I forgot there was this question.
No, I know. I was going to go back to that.
Who's JDM or Islam?
JDM is Jack Della Maddalena. Jack Della Maddalena. And Islam is Islam Makhachev, the current king of the Dagestanis. Are you familiar with Khabib Nurmagomedov?
Yes.
Okay, so this is his protege. Like when he was coming up through the ranks, he was like, "It is my time now. It will be Islam."
Scheme?
What?
That's the guy that did the pyramid scheme.
Is it a finishing move?
No.
He may or may not have done a crypto pump and dump. I don't know.
No. I thought. Say his name again.
Khabib Nurmagomedov.
Madoff. Okay.
Oh wow.
Khabib not gonna work here anymore.
not gonna.
Okay. So yeah, sorry. I saw I think it might have been AI, but I saw Mia Khalifa with one of them, and I was like, no way a Dagestani guy's with Mia Khalifa.
I want to look into this now. Dave, if you can look that up while I give this fight breakdown. The So this guy Khabib was like, he ran shit for a few years, and he said, my training partner, my number one guy, my dad's like top student before his dad passed was like, it's going to be Khabib. And then as soon as Khabib's ready to retire, Islam will take the throne. Khabib's dad died. So Khabib left the sport a little bit early. So it took Islam a couple more years to like work his way up to the title, but he won it, defended against absolutely like everybody else in the division, took out legend, took out a couple of legends on the way, and really like cemented his legacy at lightweight, and then went up. Now he's going up to welterweight to try to do the thing Khabib never did, which is get a belt in 2 different weight classes. He relinquished his title at 155, and this dude Ilia Topuria moved up and won the 155-pound title. So I think it's really, really, really good for the UFC if Islam Makhachev wins this title, because then it's Islam versus Ilia for the 170-pound title. You then have Ilia in a position where he can become the first 3-weight division champion, and you have your number 1 versus number 2 pound for pound guy fighting to decide who the best actual fighter on the planet is. That being said, I think Jack Della Maddalena he's the perfect kind of just fucking moron where I think Islam can do whatever he wants. I think Jack is not going to be afraid of the wrestling. So he's not going to be one of those guys who's constantly like throwing his hands down to try to stop a takedown. And I think he's going to force Islam into a lot more unfamiliar stand-up things. I think if Alexander Volkanovski can catch you, Jack Della Maddalena can put you out. And Alexander Volkanovski caught him once or twice between their 2 fights. So I'm going to say I do think Jack Della Maddalena wins a very hard-fought victory. If it does go to a decision, though, I will lean towards the fact that it would be very good for business for Islam to get the nod. And we've seen that influence judges maybe once or twice in the past, a la Patty Pimblett. So who knows? But from a straight tactical perspective, I think this is Jack Della Maddalena is the guy to get it done. From a business perspective, coin flip.
Now, how does this work on the sports betting apps? What's the money? What's the Vegas odds? What is the money line? How do I make money on this?
Let's see. Best fight odds is where I typically go, because that lets me go across all the different sports books to find the best line.
You know what I learned during your everything you just said there is you could do a UFC show yourself. You spoke with complete confidence and knowledge and understanding. I didn't know any of what you were talking about,
but I heard riveting.
The cadence of your voice, the intonation, the confidence. I was like, Mike could be a fight broadcaster.
I mean, I do. I that's one of my jobs. I'm the league commentator for the Armored League.
Well, there you go.
Which, by the way, Dalton, you're in Texas. I think AMMA, they might be done for the year now, but they just did a run through Texas. That shit is so fun, dog. It is full on MMA. Like, it's not medieval times, not a show. It's like 2 guys stepping into a cage in full armor with swords.
That sounds cool.
And fighting MMA, like under MMA rules, right? So it's like if you get a man down, you can like follow him to the ground and ground and pound a guy in 80 pounds of armor. Like, dudes are trying to get single legs and wrestle back up in armor. It's nuts. It's so much fun.
Can you still gamble on that?
That it's tougher to gamble on. That
you can gamble on your life by joining that. That sounds dangerous as hell.
Actually, I think AMMA's main sponsor is Stake, which is that like Canadian casino that Drake is always screenshots from.
And I see all the videos online with that are banned.
Yeah,
the little Stake thing in the bottom. Yeah,
right. So
that must have been somebody. By the way, somebody must have been. I can't find anything in the news or whatever who she's dating, so somebody must have made that up.
This guy says he's literally been fight broadcasting for years, dude. I thought he said he was a producer. Right? It wasn't.
Well, I mean, I get on the show. I make picks from time to time. Like it's I feel like I talk on all the shows I work on, but I'm not putting myself. I'm not like third mic. You know what I mean?
And I don't pay attention to fighting I would not go seek out fight content.
Really?
I wouldn't know. Yeah, I'm not a sports, like, I don't follow any sports at all.
But
Like,
I'm saying, like, a lot of guys who don't follow, like, you know, bat and ball sports for whatever reason, like fighting is like, okay, like my wife says that they call the plays in football downs because the game is so retarded. She thinks it's just she thinks football is the gayest thing that's ever been invented.
Right.
But she can get behind, like, okay, this is two guys showing up into a fist fight. One guy's going to leave with twice as much money to go home to his family with. Like, all right, I can process that as like, this is a fun way to spend 15 minutes.
If I'm at the casino and I'm playing poker or whatever, and all the TVs are up, if there's a baseball game or a football game, I might glance at it or whatever. But if there's a fight on, you do get stuck watching it, especially. I don't know a lot, but once you understand there is a technique and you can start seeing them, oh, okay, I see what he's trying to do here. I don't know exactly, but it's not just them going at it. It's trying to submit.
Yeah, that's like the most where I'll engage with sports is like if it's on at a Buffalo Wild Wings or like when I'm with friends, like if they want to watch a fight or football or whatever. I'm just more excited to be with my friends. This is what we're doing. I'm happy to join in, but I just want to be with my friends. But I don't follow sports, any sport at all, really. I guess I'm a man of letters. I read. But I haven't read a book in like 3 years. So
what about the hot dog eating contest on 4th of July?
Oh, okay. I do know about Joey Chestnut. I do know about that. But I just watched the highlights.
Is there like, so it's like, it does feel a little hacked to point this out at this point, but like, has there ever been an American sportsman as dominant at his craft as Joey Chestnut?
Probably not. No.
Like it's like legitimately, like I'm thinking I watched Tiger in his prime. I watched Brady in his prime. I watched the tail end of Jordan's prime. None of them was as much of a sure thing coming into the championship as Joey Chestnut.
Yeah. In fact, that he's like so dominant, such a tall standing figure in his field that we should start saying stuff like Michael Jordan is the Joey Chestnut of basketball.
Truly.
Yes.
Like I think that should replace GOAT. You know, like GOAT is so overused right now. Like, yo, he went Chestnut on him. The dog, he's the Joey.
The thing that put me over the edge.
I'm the Chestnut of podcasting.
The Chestnut of podcasting is that's a hell of a moniker right
there. I'm the Chestnut of podcasting.
I don't know if you want people associating you having nut on your chest in
hey, whatever I gotta do to get paid.
What put me over the edge with Chestnuts, and I never thought about this, it was actually Ryan Long. And because he goes to the 4th of July event on the island, I guess, every year. And he's like, this made him feel like an American. So I was like, oh, I'm taking this for granted. But he actually was like, it's the most fun event. It's a cool sporting event. It's for the boys. You got to go. And he looks forward to it every year as in like being an American is going over there and watching the hot dog eating contest. And I was like, I guess I do take that for granted.
It's funny because I see him at a 4th of July party every year, and he's always just coming from the fucking. I was like, you really went to Coney Island at 10 a.m. and he's like, yeah, dog.
Yeah, him and I think it's JJ or whatever. I forget. It might have been Shay, but they just talk about how they want to go every year, and I was like, oh, they're Canadian and they're more American than I am. That they like. Because where else is that going on? I guess Japan has an eating contest too. I don't.
Well, they have for a while. That guy Kobayashi was like one of the big figures in competitive eating, but then he
was the first breakthrough.
Yeah, in recent years, Joey Chestnut has just leveled he's leveled everybody. He's dominated.
Not only that, he took out Kobayashi like soundly. To the point where Kobayashi then signed the endorsement deal that would have made it so he could never compete against Chestnut.
In fact, Kobayashi had to cut the hot dogs out of his belly with a sword. That was
yeah.
I like that they ran it back for it. Like, what competitive eater is getting a live Netflix special?
That's a good point because Only the best of the best get a Netflix special.
All right.
I mean, yeah, it's a good point though. I
I
mean,
said a live Netflix special, which still.
yeah. No, I mean, you got Joey Chestnut, the roast of Tom Brady, and Joe Rogan. So that, he's in rarefied air. But anyway, I guess to put a bow on what we were saying earlier, though, because I feel like some people get like frustrated with me when I be talking about the world. But what we were saying about the chair company, but then my own psychosis. I do think the way you're seeing people kind of where it seems like people are like crazier, like people are going more insane now than they ever have. I think it is because we're like detaching ourselves from just like the earth and life itself. So the ways we have to adapt to our world and navigate it to survive entail us doing a lot of not real things. Like look at the people who are making like millions of dollars gambling on crypto. It's like they didn't do anything for anybody or produce anything.
Yeah.
And yet they're rewarded more than anybody. Whereas like if you actually do what you're supposed to do and go get a job and work forever, you might get a raise every couple of years, a 25-cent raise. And then after 30, 40 years of working there, you have a 401k with a couple $100,000 in it. And so you didn't really benefit at all from doing what you were supposed to do, which even then the job you were doing, if it's an office job, was kind of doing nothing all day. So I think
this stat's been bandied about quite a bit. The United States now has 24 million millionaires.
Wow.
1 in every 5 households in America essentially has a net worth of over $1 million.
But I'm just picturing those Africans, Africans with the wheelbarrows, borrows. I was thinking we thought that we got.
Look, I don't want to be a wheelbarrow African. I'll say I want to make it clear. I would not rather be a wheelbarrow African. I just think because in my experience, one of the things that I was like hung up on when I was going crazy, and that I can notice now is the sort of the discontent we all feel as like life itself is like more not real than it ever has been. But that also what comes with that is like a kind of a level of comfort that the human race has never experienced. So I guess it's just the trade-off as we become more comfortable and everything is easier on Earth is that we just have to still create some crisis and discomfort for ourselves. Like we naturally will seek out adversity and by going crazy.
We talked about this off air, I think on Twitter a couple weeks back about abundance. And I was just saying we gave up too much dependency to like the government, the corporations, the food march, whatever. It's one thing if you're like in the city, but if you're like, oh, I can't afford food right now. And it's like, well, I can't afford food because I have to go buy it from them. But if I go to the stand, I'm in rural New Hampshire. If I go to like a stand, I can go buy a dozen eggs for $3. Now, that's not going to get me very far. But if I had been planning my life where I had like, okay, I got to get a house and I got to get apple trees and I got to get peach trees and I got to have a little bit of a garden and then get some beans and stuff. I know it's like you feel like you're regressing backwards, but the alternative is they shut down the grocery thing and they're like, well, you can't get food because we shut this down because of this COVID virus that we think is going to kill you. So you just have to starve to death. And when we're ready, we'll open back up. So I think if we had more of an abundance mindset because there is food all around us. We are just used to going to the store and getting it. So if we decentralize that food, like my neighborhood should have well more chickens in it. And then when these big people that own these chicken agricultural companies try to sell you expensive eggs, if every rural neighborhood already had eggs, you would be like, well, I'm just going to drive over to the couple plats over and buy eggs then from somebody that has excess eggs. You know what I mean? Like that's just one small example, but
I'll counter that and say I think the government should give me money for free. That's what I want.
All they're doing is taking money out of your pocket, taking a piece of it, and then giving you the scraps left over because of the inflation.
I deserve free. I want the government to take care of. I deserve free money from the government. I don't want to have to take care of myself, and I shouldn't have to. You got all the AI and everything now. Is like, don't force me to have to like figure out how to survive.
Do you think I mean, genuinely, I think we are like headed towards like some form of UBI. You know what I mean? Like
It feels that way. Like
we simply can't have jobs numbers like, bro, more people, the initial jobs numbers that came out that they inflated showed that fewer people got jobs in America over a 3-month stretch than attended one night of Oasis at MetLife Stadium the same weekend the jobs report was created. Then they went through that jobs report with a fine-tooth comb, and they found out that actually the 50,000 jobs they claim were created were not, in fact, created, and we lost about 10,000 jobs.
Yeah, because
so it's like people,
but a lot of these are they created this whole infrastructure for those fake jobs, like Dalton was talking about. I don't know where the real jobs are and how they're going to be created, but there's certainly a lot of people that I know.
Automation left and right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Real jobs used to be you would go to work in a like if you think about it, what we're doing in America is buying stuff on Amazon, right? So it's like if Amazon goes and automates all of their fucking factories, then there is no more real work to get. You know,
yeah,
like
the entire
my first job was the stock boy. That job doesn't exist.
But here's the
anymore.
thing, though.
It feels like what's happening is that the entire economy like is going toward a place where by necessity everybody is either going to have to be a podcaster or do sports betting.
Well, here's one thing that I will say.
Why not both?
Why not? Yeah, you do both. You do a podcast about sports betting and do like, but oh, that's a good one. The mug zero sugar.
I prefer the Barks, but they don't have it anymore. The Barks is gone.
So are you sober now and you just crush like 14 diet sodas a night?
I
just do this on Saturdays. I just do this. For the fans.
Today I stocked up on sodies because they were on sale.
I'm not sober. I just never really. I drank at Skankfest, and the last time I drank before that was at Skankfest.
No, dude, I can't drink or do drugs, and my one vice. Well, I have a few vices, but the one that quells that temptation is soda. And I love soda. I love it so much. And I actually went to the store I was at today had it where if you bought 3 12-packs, they instead of being $10, they were $8 each.
$8 each.
Yeah,
for these are the zeros.
Yeah,
I mean that's $25 on 3 things of soda is nuts. As a deal.
Well, I guess it's just a few bucks knocked off because normally a 12-pack nowadays is anywhere from $10 to $11.
This is nightmare fuel.
I'm gonna make soda trees in my community, and I'm gonna have them growing in my backyard.
You want some homemade Sprite? Not till you figure out what else the fuck is in it.
I stocked up and I got 2 regular Coke Zeros, 2 Diet Coke with limes, and 2 of the new limited holiday edition Coke Zero creamy vanilla.
Is it the regular or the zero?
I got the Coke Zero. I can't drink all that sugar, so everything I get is zero. So I got they do have a regular one.
I know. I haven't had soda in. I had 1 soda in the last 3 months, 4 months. I'm looking forward to trying that holiday creamy vanilla.
Dude, that Christmas Coke, that vanilla Christmas Coke this year is so good.
The only thing I think is better is the Dr. Pepper cream soda.
I haven't. I mean, I've tried that and I enjoy it. I think I'll be honest with you. I think I'd prefer a regular cream soda over a Dr. Pepper cream soda.
I like sure. if I could get it in if you could get it in zero.
Even
for
the
me,
Dr.
I don't
Brown's,
want
if I'm being honest, the Dr. Brown's cream soda hits.
Oh yeah, really?
Yeah, that's a good one.
So I finally figured out how to make this taste good. Besides not drinking it,
winter spice cranberry Sprite Zero.
Yeah. So when you drink this, remember we were trying to figure out what the spice was, and it'd say it's cranberry. If you drink this and think that it's like a hot toddy or like apple cider, it tastes so much more like Sprite apple cider.
Ooh.
Like it has like an apple spice kick to it, not a cranberry spice, even though it says winter.
So just
spice
changing the way
cranberry.
you think about it made it taste better?
No, because I kept tasting it and being like, "What the fuck is this? It tastes gross." Because I'm like, "This doesn't taste like spiced cranberry. I don't know what it tastes like, but I don't like it." But then it just hit me. I'm like, "Oh, it kind of tastes like apples. Oh, this does kind of taste like apples. Oh, I don't mind it that it tastes like apples." So yeah, it's kind of like when you pick up an iced tea to take a sip and then find out that it's apple juice and it like shocks you for a second. Once you kind of settle in that this is a Sprite apple like spice, you're like, oh, it's not too bad now. But it's terrible as a spiced cranberry.
Well, I'm all set for soda for right now. I just bought 612. So I got 60 cans of soda.
I quit soda for over a decade. And then I started this show 10 months ago and I started drinking zero.
You got 72.
6 12 packs?
6 12 packs is 72 sodas, Dalton.
You sure? Okay, yeah, you're right. Well, it's been a decade since I had to go to a math class, so I forgot how to do my 12 times table.
Have you been raw dogging? Have you guys been raw dogging any boredom?
Pussy.
Raw dogging boredom?
Yeah, so the kids nowadays, they're raw dogging boredom for they're trying to raw dog boredom for an hour a day. And basically it's just like detoxing from no technology, no nothing, no video games, no reading, sitting, and they're correcting. It's actually working. They're correcting their attention spans.
Thank you, Insiders. No, I've not been. No, I try to fill every second of every day with some sort of stimulus,
some sort of content.
So, yeah, if I have to, I'll just scroll Twitter. But I try to make sure that I never have to sit and experience life as it's happening. I try to make sure I'm always distracted.
Letting my thoughts get in there? That sounds like a fucking nightmare, dog.
Dude, I've been doing a lot of raw dog and I didn't even realize it. I did a 3.5 hour drive back from Vermont. And I just was like, I just didn't feel like listening to the radio. There was no pods I went on. I didn't have anything on. I just drove and looked at the leaves changing for 3.5 hours. I did talk to myself a couple times out loud. But I felt really good when I got home.
Ooh, Daisuke says I look beautiful tonight. Thank you. I'm handsome.
Nice 3.5 hour cleanse with nothing but the sound of the road.
I mean, yeah, well, and this is a good point that what you're describing is meditation. So, yeah, I mean,
of course, it's meditation. This is an internet show. I'm talking about what the young kids are doing.
Yeah, I mean, that was something David Lynch always proselytized, was like the benefits of meditation. His was that kind of cult, the transcendental meditation movement. It's like him and Jerry Seinfeld and Russell Brand. I think it's like it's weird that apparently it is kind of a cult, but I mean, he had a lot of good points about just like being able to take 20 minutes to just like sit there and kind of do nothing and just think about your own thoughts and allow yourself to explore the infinite space inside of yourself, so yeah, I mean, that is beneficial. I should do it, but no, I first thing I do when I wake up is I check Twitter and I get really upset. I make myself mad at like whatever people are saying, and then I put in a Zen, take a hit off the vape, take me a sip off my Coke Zero, and then I like go eat something.
You ever go do live music anymore, Dalton?
So I haven't been to a live music show in quite some time, but
because I heard you're really good at doing concerts.
I'm really good at going to concerts. I'm really good at being at concerts, but
I just did a small venue the other day. Actually last Saturday, coming home to before the show. There's just a restaurant that just had like 3 musicians in the corner or whatever. So I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to go in here real quick and just listen to some live music. And it's a completely different experience that obviously you guys know that, but you feel relaxed and calm. You don't feel like it's a distraction when you're with real people doing it. But when you're on your phone listening to like the same song, it feels like eating up time and it's hurting your mental health.
Yeah, I need something. I got to have something to put on while I'm editing a podcast.
Or even if I like, even if you go to a comedy show for an hour and you're not on your phone, sometimes it's crazy. You walk in there and I'm like, oh, this is going to be great. And I'm not on my phone the whole time. And you're just watching everybody. I'm like, the intrusive thoughts are like, I could just shoot up this whole place, dude. No one's even fucking paying attention.
We all are
right
thinking
now.
that, yeah.
You know what I mean?
We're all thinking that
when
we see you there. We're like, that guy is probably thinking about shooting up this whole place.
Dude, it was crazy. I went to go see Lewis in Portland, Maine. And so they got like all these chairs, like front row, second row, and whatever. And then I sat down in this one area and no one wanted to sit next to me. So I got the whole row to myself. And I was like, well, I know I don't stink.
It's
but
to bring 5 friends to her. What were you doing? Hey,
Lewis had me stand up. He knew that I don't have 5 friends that, but
that would be so funny if he did if he did his own version of Scuff Realtor and just went through each guy and why they couldn't bring 5 friends.
He did have me stand up and roasted me for a little bit, and he Cam Gross is there as well because it was Maine. But I was just thinking when I was there, because I was sitting in that chair and there's nobody around me, and I'm like alert looking around, and everybody else is kind of like relaxed, drinking on their phones and stuff. And I was like, are they not look at? Because my whole time in my mind, I'm like, dude, I could hit that guy in the back of the head. He wouldn't even know. He's got his guard down. That guy's a retard.
That's why you were sitting alone, Dave.
Yeah, so that's after the fact. I was like,
you are the problem.
Nobody here's watching the perimeter, dude. I'm watching the exits and the perimeters, dude.
Because they're thinking that guys like you won't be here. Like we live in a polite society, Dave.
No. I got all their backs because they're not paying attention. If an intruder comes through that door, I'm doing optical pat downs of everybody that comes
so you're like a bad man with a good heart.
No, I'm not trying to kill them. I'm just saying that
Dave brandishes his weapon and says, I am the good guy with a gun.
So once I recognize that these guys got their guard down and they could be attacked, I'm like, okay, well, I got to protect all these people because they're too dumb to do it themselves. So
bro,
now I got to pat down the whole room.
So listen to this. We have a tradition in the Alex and I since I've become a member of her family. My parents are in South Carolina, so they're typically not up here for Christmas Eve. So our Christmas Eve is spent with like Alex's family, who will typically go and like hang out with one particular family member who has a very like long-term family friend who's invited to all these functions, and her son, who recently, like, he graduated college, got his MBA or his law degree, something like that, like did secondary education. Maybe it was just a master's, but regardless, like, he has a degree beyond a bachelor's, and at like 29 decided to fucking enlist as an officer in the military, right? And immediately, like out of the jump, he does either like Rangers or Special Forces. Like, you know what I mean? Like how like when you sign up, you can sign up for the really hard programs in the military. And it's like, if you make it through training, you're doing that. If not, you're like busted back down to grunt, you know? Like,
no, I have a bachelor's degree. I could do this.
Sure. Sure. I mean, the military might not be cool with your feet.
No, Dalton, you should join ICE. They're hiring tons of people.
You would get hired.
ICE I think I can get a job at ICE easy.
Yeah.
You wouldn't even have to take off the Kangol. They'd let you wear that. But so this dude is like, I mean, granted, the first time I ever met him was like 6 weeks after he got out of basic. You know what I mean? So it's like he was as brainwashed and indoctrinated as you get, but it has not gotten better over the years. And he'll consistently, like, he'll get drunk and like address a party of like grown men homeowners saying shit like, yeah, you know, thank God for you guys that there's guys like my friends, bad men with good hearts who are doing the things that need to be done to keep you safe. And I'm like, bro, like, I respect the troops, but I fucking hate you, dude. Like, there's no way guys in the military like you. Like, you're a fucking hand job to them, too.
Yeah, a lot of the guys in the military I've met, like my dad or anyone I've met just in life that did any time in the service, went overseas, they don't treat it as like with any fanfare. Like they don't even they told me they don't even like it when if they happen to be wearing their uniform. If somebody comes up and says thank you for your service, they don't even like that.
Your dad was Vietnam, right?
No. My dad fought in the
Cracker Barrel parking lot.
Yeah, he fought the war on Christmas.
He was on the ground in Grenada.
Yeah, no, he was in I guess like the beginning of the Gulf War, so not Desert Storm, but before
the big Gulf from 7-Eleven.
Yeah, it was Desert Shield. So he was
the big Gulf War.
Yeah, the big
he was in the big Gulf War. Which is the war I'm now fighting. Trying to get all these Indians
I think you're
back.
gonna lose those feet to gangrene, dude.
No, but he was deployed to Saudi Arabia in like sometime in the 80s.
Oh, for the festival.
Oh, dude,
he was Riyadh.
He was early for Riyadh season.
Yeah, he was really early for Riyadh. He was so early. He was there to take out the riffraff. He was there to secure the perimeter for Riyadh season.
He was the advanced team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, he fought in Desert Shield, and then his other deployments were like, I guess like peacetime shit. Like he was in Uijeonbu, South Korea.
Sick.
But not to fight or anything.
Yeah, was he a Marine?
No, he was Army. He was artillery.
My buddy was a Marine, and his like only real deployment, I think he went to Afghanistan for like 3 months, but like his longest deployment was Korea, and he said he loved it.
Yeah, my dad, that's like all every story he likes to tell is all about Korea. He loves going to Korean restaurants and, getting to relive the memories of $20 prostitutes, from what I hear. But yeah, because I've talked to him, my brother, some friends of mine from high school that were in the military. They've told me it makes them really uncomfortable when anyone comes up and does the thank you for your service.
Yeah,
that they don't like to like celebrate it or treat it with.
I never heard. My father was Navy corpsman, so he worked with the Marines. So he's basically the medic for them, and he did Vietnam 68, 69, and he would never talk about it. And then once in a great while, he would run into like one other person, and you'd like overhear something on the holidays. But I guess they were so hated when they came home from Vietnam because they left like heroes and they came back and everybody hated the war and thought they were child killers, that you're supposed to say welcome home to Vietnam vets now because they were never welcome when they came home.
Yeah, that's what First Blood's about. Rambo, the Tulsa King. Another great TV show.
Yeah.
Dude,
let's bring the trailer.
The Adventures of Dwight Manfredi. Bring it up, dude.
Dude, I love Tulsa King.
Come on, dog. Let's see what the general's got going on.
So this is the type of show you'd have a better chance of getting me to watch TulsaKing or Landman because I love bad television like
Tulsa
that.
King, dude.
Dude,
Tulsa King is so much fun. I'm still on the second season.
We're talking. You're 3 minutes in before you got not even. You're 30 seconds in before you got Stallone giving fucking ham-handed voiceover. You got 2 minutes in before he's fucking telling a guy that he remembers when he was just coming his dad's balls. 5 minutes until he's made a wisecracking black friend. Like it's every Stallone beat you could possibly imagine just in the pilot.
Yeah, and the whole premise or the whole characterization of General Dwight Manfredi is he is the bad man with a good heart. He's like one of the guys in the mafia who he doesn't want to kill anybody or he doesn't want to do anything that would hurt anyone.
He just wants to work with his partners, make sure that everybody's protected.
Yeah.
And the business is going nicely.
Yeah, so it's like Stallone as an actor wants to be, he wants to be a mafia guy in the show, but he wants to have like the best of everything. It was like, I'm in the mafia, but I don't kill no one. I don't want to do anything to hurt people. So it's always like,
I'm in the mafia, but the mafia, like when we grew up, when they were just like the most respected guys in the neighborhood that everybody liked.
Yeah, yeah. He's like trying to the whole idea of the show. It seems like what Stallone wants is to be like a morally lawful, good mafioso. Like he has like great morals. He's an upstanding citizen, but he's still in the mob, and he still runs like criminal enterprises. But
yeah, I mean,
the right way.
he does just bang drunk chicks.
That is cool. Yeah, he's 75. 75 years old.
Laying dick at Andrea Savage.
He fucks this one lady, and then afterwards.
But I mean, she's a legitimately she was Jason Mantzoukas' wife in the rom-com that he did with Jason Sudeikis and Alison Brie.
Yes.
Like she is, I'm saying, like she is of our time, like she's our age or maybe a little bit older, but like reasonably hot supporting actress level.
Yeah, and she fucks him, and then
75-year-old.
Afterwards, she asks him how old he is, and he goes, "Oh, I'm 75." And she goes, "What? Ew!" And it's wait, how did you not figure that out? You didn't realize you were having sex with a geriatric? Like, how do you not realize that you're hooking up with a 75-year-old, or at least somebody old as shit? Like, I don't know how old she thought he might have been.
Okay, I mean, older guys are very handsome to many women.
But Dave, you're 50. There's a huge difference between 50 and 75. In fact, it's 25 years, which is how long he was in prison.
Pull up the video here. I found a good one.
Is this the jelly rolls? So good. Yeah.
Hey,
yeah.
It's a misunderstanding because I'm an older guy.
For the show to jump the shark, there'd have to be a time when the show wasn't ridiculous, but the show is like so preposterous from the get-go that
they let you know immediately.
Yeah, it's a Taylor Sheridan certified banger. Like the king of television right now is Taylor Sheridan. And
to answer, by the way, that was not Matt Walsh. That was Freaks and Geeks Martin Starr.
Yeah, that was Martin Starr. He plays Bodie in the show. So, like, Bodie owns a dispensary in Oklahoma. It's legal, but somehow Dwight Manfredi shakes him down for his protection racket.
You need protection.
Yeah,
something bad could happen if you don't pay the general.
He understands. That's like me going to the comedy club, dude. I got to watch everybody's back. They need protection.
Yeah,
they're too relaxed.
It's wonderful, and it goes back to what I was saying about like what the purpose that television serves. What television is it's stories. It's something to have on to just kill some time. It's not the same scholarly pursuit that like a movie is or a book.
It's kind of like us here. People ask what I do. I said this is kind of professional broadcaster, really, when you think about it. It's a radio show. People put this on in the background.
Professional broadcast. Yeah, I specialize in like the thing that you have on while you're doing something else.
Yeah,
that's a great spot to fill. It's a great service that I provide, and my aspirations are, I'm a simple man. I just want to sell some shirts and do my show and be able to support myself and my family and maybe buy a boat one day. It'd be cool.
I don't want to buy a boat, dude. No, but boats stink.
Well, I want to be able to do something on the water. I just want to be able to enjoy the water more and travel. I just want to
ski, dude. Get a
live
jet
life.
Jet skis, four-wheelers.
Yeah, so I do this. I do meme coins, and soon I'll be. I'll be complete. I'll be fully recovered soon.
Yeah, dude, you're fully recovered. The rest is your own emotional thing. Like Mike had no idea about the stuff that, he was like, I come back, I got spots for you. I'm gonna have a whole thing revolving around you.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'll do the Costanza thing and just be back in New York and be like, who's booking me for their shows?
Yeah.
I have a
this is even better. Just come back. Dude, I just went to Austin, dude. It sucks. I just left Texas. You guys are right. I should have stayed in New York the whole time. I'm back, though.
Yeah.
Been crushing it, the mothership. But you guys are right here in New York. This is the place to be.
Yeah, especially now that it's socialist, jihadist New York City.
If you actually, let's pull this up and ask Mike. Well, first of all, let's let me share my screen here.
What are we doing? Is this about Mamdani?
Yeah, I've had this photo up for a little bit.
Ooh, what a cutie.
Yeah, I like a Syrian woman. I'm not scared of a Syrian woman.
Is she Syrian? What is she?
Syrian, yeah.
She's Syrianly hot.
Yeah.
Amen, brother.
I was busting Robbie's balls because he claims he met her on Hinge like 2 years ago, swiping in New York City.
Yeah, probably. That's how Mom Donnie met her.
Yeah. Mom Donnie, like very recently.
If you don't think Robbie and Zoran were getting the same girls fed to them on a fucking algorithm, you're crazy.
That's what I'm saying. Robbie missed his chance, dude. This could be Robbie, dude, in this white.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
You know how he could have dated her he could have taken her to Dime Square twice and then fucking never gotten a call from her again. Like this bitch is clearly power hungry. Like there was an exchange of goats when they finally decided to get married. This is never going to work with Robbie.
No, I think Robbie would be the mayor of New York City right now.
Oh, you think her pussy is much like Courtney Love could make any horseshit guitarist into a rock god? You think her pussy could take any fucking horseshit entertainer and turn them into a serious New York politician?
Dude, he would still be recording like Indian hip hop mixtapes were it not for that lady. She was the spark that he needed.
That's interesting.
All the doors.
The fire in his belly
So at the time, though, you guys were still doing the Loud Boys, so there was a chance she could have been the Yoko Ono of the Loud Boys,
or she could have
the Joe Gorman. Oh no!
I mean, I was the Yoko. There didn't even really need to be a woman involved to Yoko that show, but she probably could have come in and soared us to new heights. Like she could have been. What really elevated the show, and then one of us became the mayor. And
I'm gonna say Joe.
Joe would have, if Joe had started dating her, he would be the mayor.
No. All three of you date her.
Yeah,
like all three of you are in a polycule with this bitch.
You're dating. Hey, lady, you're dating the podcast. All right.
Yeah, dude, you actually are the first socialist podcast in practice. One of you gets a girlfriend, and you all get to fuck her.
Yes, yeah.
We got to redistribute the pussy, baby.
We got to seize the means of pussy. So,
I don't know why they're like I can't stand about
he's the median.
The Twitter politics, like you were saying. Instead of just looking at her and people being like, she's an attractive lady, then they're like, yeah, but she's not as attractive as so-and-so. Oh, but she's 100. And they like just start comparing them to other like political things, trying to divide me on the pussy. I can find Sweeney's pussy and this woman's pussy attractive.
I do kind of like that there is now like there's an arms race between the left and the right to be like where the hotter chicks are.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because like the right
Coke
for
needs
a little
Pepsi.
bit could point to like fucking, yo, they got green hair and fucking hairy armpits. Like we got the hot chicks over here. So I think now the fucking Dems have to level it up and be like, nah, we got to get back in our bag, have them start looking like 2005 Natalie Portman again. Like, that's
shaved head.
The left was winning at a certain point with like the hot young pussy.
Yeah.
And once they lost that, they lost the young vote.
Yeah, because not only did you get the hotness, you got the crazy, like the crazy rebel aspect of the left and drugs on top of it. And then somehow you lost the hotness and it was just chubby chicks.
Yeah, because the Republicans are definitely not doing
Not that there isn't attractive chubby chicks. I'm just saying.
I like Daryl 401's comment here. Robbie would apply with the handle of debates if he got attacked by another candidate. Can you imagine him just being like him being asked the Israel question and he just breaks down into Sebastian voice over and over again?
He gets caught in the loop like that guy that does the
whammy.
I think it would sound a little something like this.
Jews have no idea what the hell they're doing.
Dude, Robbie as our mayor would be
Robbie.
so fucking fun.
Yeah, but I mean, at least y'all got a Muslim in there. Whether it's Robbie
It's
or
Muslim
Robbie's
somebody
got to
else.
get on SNL. Robbie's got to get back on SNL now that this guy's the mayor, dude.
I do subscribe to mostly to the ideology of nothing ever happens, and so I think a lot of the panic and fear that that all the Adam Carollas and Kumias of the world are exhibiting about Zoran is probably unfounded, and probably as time goes on, we'll all be surprised at how much nothing has happened and everything's just okay.
I'm going to disagree. I just think it's one of those things where if you're that gung ho and your plan is to spend that much of the city's money buying up housing at the rate of interest that mortgages are at right now, like, you can do that. You know what I mean? In the short term, you can make those commitments, but when the bubble pops, which, I think it's just going to lead to all right, we'll have a Republican in for the first time in 20 years, in 4 years, and then all of that land that the city purchased at insanely high markups will just get sold back to BlackRock at pennies on the dollar. And it's like, I think yes, it's like a quote unquote nothing happens because the rich always get richer, but I just see that as a path to making affordability in New York even lower thanks to Zoran's policy.
Maybe. I mean, who knows? I mean,
so I agree with you, Mike. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I want to believe that a better world is possible, but maybe not. Maybe the only world we can hope for is one where BlackRock is benevolent enough to allow us to live.
I just don't feel like putting the DMV in charge of everything is a good idea. That's basically what it feels like when this stuff happens. I don't live in New York, so obviously for me it's like I welcome the change for them, because the people that think this will work will get to watch it not work and then say, well, that wasn't real socialism.
What if it does work, though?
So we got to try and I hope it does. Yeah. But here's the thing, it just seems a little strange because they want to put a rent freeze on, right? And so the landlords have to put the rent freeze on because the rent's too high. Okay. But there's already a bunch of 10th generation people there that have $200 rent, or that guy that bought buildings for $30K that lives on 5 floors or whatever. But anyways, they want to put a rent freeze on. Then you can call the city and say, this is what's wrong with my building. And the city will tell the landlords they need to fix it. If the landlords don't fix it, the city will come down and fix it and send up the bill to the landlord. If the landlord doesn't pay the bill, they're saying they're going to take over the property. But it's like, we're going to control the rent so you don't have enough money, but also tell you have to repair this stuff. Now, I'm not saying that there isn't room for greed where maybe people are just collecting all the money and never fixing the property. But I don't know if freezing the rents and then forcing repairs, and then if you don't pay the repairs, you get your property taken away from you as the state-owned property is a really good solution. Because where does it stop? What if my wife can't get breast implants, so the state buys them for her and they take her away, and then everybody starts sharing her pussy?
Yeah.
What are you going to do then, Dalton, when they come for you?
You're right. It's a slippery slope to fascism.
Yeah, it's a slippery slope.
The total government control. So I don't know. It probably goes back to what we were saying earlier about jobs are drying up, and people are starting to experience downward mobility, where you got enough people who aren't making money and they feel disenfranchised and
luckily our fans are rich and have plenty of money for super chats.
Yes, but you get enough people who feel like they've been betrayed by whatever you want to call it, I guess capitalism.
Yeah,
where they since the prospects are so not there, that they go, all right, well then, is there any way that the government can just take care of me? Because
I will say
nobody's hiring and nobody wants to give you any money, and then there's no way to really achieve upward mobility. Then that probably is what leads a lot of younger people who are in those situations to say, well, what Zoran is proposing is sounds a lot better than whatever I'm hearing from Cuomo or Sliwa.
Yeah, the issue is in
you really thought that Mamdani's proposals were better than Sliwa's?
To be honest with you, I don't even know. It's I don't know what anyone's actual policies are. I know. I mean, Zoran is so in the news that it's like I'm aware of like what he's proposing. I don't know what Sliwa was even. What was his campaign like? What did he want to do?
I mean, his whole
Clean
thing
the
was
city up.
what?
Clean the city up.
He
Clean the
wanted to clean the
drains.
city up. I mean, his thing was, being like tougher on crime, sure, but like his big thing was also affordability, but it wasn't through government subsidy. It was allowing for building of more affordable housing, right? So it's like, yeah, it just would have been, I just think that actually, I think that does a lot more for the helping rents in New York than freezing the rents at the rate that they are for half of the city, letting the other half of the city landlords just naturally have to jack up the rates for the other half. It's like you're creating the haves and have nots in real time with that.
Yeah. Well, I think like, yeah,
transit safety is a big thing for him, which is like super low on Zoran's list. Like Zoran's like, let's make the buses free. Sliwa's like, how about we make the buses safe?
Right.
How about we stop women getting stabbed on the bus?
Yeah. I mean, I guess like what I think from what I've seen, what makes like a lot of these socialist ideas that Zoran is talking about so attractive to people is like a lot of this is due to the fact that like, nobody has any fucking money anymore. Like so many kids are graduating college. They did everything they were supposed to do, got their degrees, and now nobody's hiring. Nobody has any money. No one's like moving up in the world. Everybody's either stagnant or moving down. So as more and more people feel disenfranchised and disconnected from everything, they start looking to these like socialist ideals because. Look, I mean, when capitalism works, I mean, it's great. When you make a shitload of money and you get to own a bunch of things and have assets and live a balling ass life, that's cool.
Well, did you watch that Bernie interview maybe recently?
No.
Or hear Bernie talk about the oligarchy. He's pushing a book. My thing with the socialism is I think there should be no government. And I know it's a very long conversation, but I think with the people that like get into socialism or get into Bernie is they're like, well, the government is the system, right? And the government gives out money. So if they're going to give out millions of dollars to billionaires for all this stuff, why can't I get $500 a month?
Well, the rich do have socialism. Rich people have it.
So the rich people already kind of have it. So they're saying if they can spend $80 billion on Israel, why can't they spend $80 billion on giving SNAP benefits or whatever? And so I do understand that aspect of it. Like if the government is saying we're in charge of printing money and then giving it to people, why do they always print it and give it to billionaires and warmongers and all this stuff? Why don't they give it to me? But the counter argument, this is what I think people don't understand, is a true capitalist isn't like give the money to the corporations. They're like, get the government the fuck out of the way so we can build our own houses with each other. I can deal with my neighbor. If I try to give my neighbor some help, you don't try to tax me because I'm trying to give them a job. And I don't have to sign 20 pieces of paperwork to give my neighbor a job, which is easy for a corporation to do, which is a government entity, because they have all these lawyers on hand. So they just basically squish you every time you try to do something. Dave's still like this. He doesn't talk about it as much because he's kind of doing politics, but he is an anarchist. The idea would be the government is not the society. Government is part of society. It's the evil people with guns that want to force you to do stuff. And then real society is outside that, right? There's like, they're just a mafia that showed up in your neighborhood. They're
the government are the people who fund my SNAP card, and now they're not doing their job.
Well, yeah,
my SNAP card's still in.
Just the mafia that steals the money is deciding where the mafia money is going to go.
Well, I get this goes this goes back to something I've said many times before, and it always leads back to this place that, from what I can tell nowadays, the only real solution and I guess like escape from the sort of oppressive forces that we're experiencing now is meme coins.
I think, yeah, it kind of is though. I think it's community.
Yeah. Community driven, decentralized.
We're sitting here with somebody
pure
that
belief
joined,
assets.
somebody that's sitting right here that had a pure belief asset in Gas Digital, joined the community. They rallied around one another. I
And
know
now I
that
have a fish.
I know, yeah, but I know
Yeah, now
Mike.
he's a fish.
Like most of us are lucky enough, not all of us are because we're in isolation or independent, but most of us are lucky enough that we have family and friends that we can push together with in our communities if you're low on food or you need help here or you need help there. And so if you get rid of those support systems and say, well, the government's supposed to fill this, you're going to have a bad time.
Oh, it's going to suck.
Because
Dude,
the government's...
the child care thing is nuts.
Yeah.
I don't want the government in charge of my children.
Yeah.
I barely want to send them to school.
Yeah. I think any, I don't know.
Yeah.
There's definitely people who are not driven or ambitious, who don't want to have to like work for anything, who would like the government to step in and help, help them and take care of them. I mean, I would like some free money from the government for sure. But I guess like
in the current state of this the situation would be, but like if you were living with your friends in like a in a community and you had like potluck food and you had like space that you could share or whatever while you were building a community, if you could get that help from your church and from your neighbors and your friends and your family, wouldn't you probably go to that before you went to like a third party like the government? They've kind of set it
bank
up.
Even I would rather go to my neighbors than a bank. I don't trust the bank.
Yeah, the government is kind of...
Can I leave all of my money at your house?
To separate. Yeah, they've kind of forced everybody to say, they did it a couple years back, right prior to COVID, where people in Greece woke up one morning and the government was taking money out of their bank accounts to pay off back loans that the government had spent.
By the way, they're allowed to do that in America now.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And that's why I got to do meme coins, dude. They can't. The government cannot
get
get in.
Coin.
Yeah, the government cannot access my Phantom wallet, but apparently Indian scammers can.
Yeah.
Which I've learned the hard way.
The best way to get my money, instead of they should just close taxes and then just have a hot Asian chick or an Indian man come after me, and I will accidentally give them all my money.
If you click on that thing that I posted,
I just I'm loading it.
It's that thing from Peter Thiel from 2020 that's like going pretty viral.
Yeah, I haven't read this yet. Let me see what this says.
Oh, we have to read
Peter Thiel's email to Zuck and Andreessen in January 2020 predicting socialism. There are many themes that could be developed more here. Let me make a few quick points for now. Nick, I certainly would not suggest our policy should be to embrace millennial attitudes unreflectively. I would be the last person to advocate for socialism. But when 70% of millennials say they are pro-socialist, we need to do better than simply dismiss them by saying that they are stupid or entitled or brainwashed. We should try and understand why. And from the perspective of a broken generational compact, there seems to be a pretty straightforward answer to me, namely that when one has too much student debt or if housing is too unaffordable, then one will have negative capital for a long time and or find it very hard to start accumulating capital in the form of real estate. And if one has no stake in the capitalist system, then one may well turn against it.
Yeah.
Bro, yes, amen. Preach.
I've talked about this early on in the show with you, Dalton, and stuff, as being like a Gen X. And it does. I'm not trying to say forgive me, but like my whole life, I've been saying to young kids, don't take out that huge loan. You can probably get a job here. They're trying to fuck you over. And everybody just thought I was Chicken Little. And you know what I mean? And even with people used to hate me because of
your
all the
penis
issues.
little.
Yeah, my penis is little.
Yeah, you do have a little bird, but it's not a chicken.
Yeah.
But then I was on the Israel stuff, and I was on the people starting the wars or whatever, and everybody's calling me a kook and unfollowing me and saying that I'm dangerous. Fast forward, everybody's like, yeah, Israel is kind of up to some weird shit, and AIPAC is kind of strange. And this stuff has been going on for a long time. You can go back to I was watching an old clip of what's the racist dude that sits in the chair and he's got the hippie son with the long hair, All in the Family. And So I was watching a clip of All in the Family, and the son says, well, we've just worked with the government to start getting some money to pay to women so they can get out of the household and start getting jobs in the job force. And you don't want that, Dad? And then he goes on to say some, what would be considered anti-Cumia stuff. But he also goes on to say, if the government starts paying women to get into the workforce, he's like, they're going to start paying everybody eventually. And so, like, even back then, way back in the 70s, this train that we're on now had already started, where the government was putting out programming.
Around the time we went off the gold standard. So
yes, 1971, when the inflation went straight up.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I was saying earlier, is the world is becoming more not real. And one of the big inflection points is when they made our money not real. They took away the precious metals, and they just said the money is whatever we decide it is.
And who did that, Dalton?
That's what yes, and that's what I meant when I titled this episode "E Pluribus Jewnum," out of many chosen ones.
Yeah, it is crazy. I was joking around about this all week, but it is just funny. Like, when people are like, you're a white supremacist, and then you go to the person's profile and it says the chosen people in the front. It's like, I do see somebody here that's a supremacist of some sort.
But you understand that they get, like, that's more accepted because of, I guess, the Holocaust.
I have a question, actually. Conspiracy corner now. I want to do corn-fed conspiracy.
Okay.
I was watching a video. It's that guy that's like that flamboyant, like a gay looking Jewish guy or whatever with that has like a wife that films TikToks of him, but he's like very flamboyant. I don't know, but he's always talking about kosher stuff. He's like, oh, how do I wipe my ass when the sun goes down? Is that who it is?
It's not Stanley Tucci. No, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, but he did a thing.
Stanley Tucci. Yeah,
he went through the supermarket and was pointing out everything in the supermarket that's kosher.
I know who you're talking about now.
And he's prancing around and he's showing all the things, and they either have a U on it or a K for kosher, or a U for universal.
The yellow cap sodas.
The yellow cap sodas, but also all the food in the grocery store has a kosher. The corporations put a kosher or universally kosher sticker on it. And he's showing like the hummus that he buys and all this stuff. And then I was wondering, I'm like, since they own everything, maybe I should start eating the food that they're giving their people. Like, is the food that I'm eating got like poison and crickets in it and stuff, and they're giving the clean stuff to their brethren? Or is it just another money grab where somebody goes in and gives a blessing and gets paid money, and he's going to stop getting paid if they don't keep buying the food that's got the kosher label on it? So
yeah, I mean,
I'm just saying,
if you want to succeed and be on the winning team, just put yourself in the, I guess, like in the same corner as what you perceive as like the most evil and controlling of any of these external forces in our lives. So yeah, I guess I imagine buying.
Should I be eating the food that Soros and basically should I be eating the food that Soros is getting at the grocery store?
Sure. Yeah, I mean,
the safest food.
Probably, yeah. Buying kosher probably would benefit the Hebrew National hot dogs. I don't know.
Did you know that? I did not know that all food was labeled kosher or not.
I don't know.
There's a little secret symbol on the food that he was showing today.
Yeah, it's the $. The most important symbol in Judaism, the $.
I wish I knew his name. I don't even know. Anything that I would type into the browser to find it would put me on a list.
Yeah. Robbie's dad had a good idea about I guess
Jews?
not about Jews. Well, yeah, I guess sort of.
I know another guy that had a good idea.
No, Robbie's dad had a good idea about just like building wealth nowadays, and it's evil investing.
Okay.
And Robbie was telling me his dad, like, as soon as he found out about Palantir, immediately bought a bunch of stock in Palantir and just made a shitload of money as the years went on, and Palantir stock just skyrocketed. and he calls it. Robbie was calling it evil investing, which is just find the companies who seem to be the most evil and just put your money there because they're probably guaranteed to make money and the stock price will go up.
There is something to say about that because they're going to be the squeakiest, meanest wheel, begging the government, lobbying the government, stealing money, tooth and nail, fighting
Well,
wars.
did you see Sam Altman's quote this week?
Yeah, about how the AI is so big, it's going to become so indispensable that the government will just bail us out. He's like the government will be the last insurer of AI. Basically,
Well, no,
he
they
basically said
so.
that like
This week, somebody came to him and was like, "Hey, man, you're trying to raise $1 trillion for your company that makes $19 billion a year. How are you going to make that up?" And his response was, "I'll buy your shares I'll find a buyer for your shares if you'd like." And then they asked him how he was going to secure this infrastructure plan that he needs. And he said that the government will be the final backstop for all loans. Then the government came out and said, "Nah, son, that's not what's happening. If your company fails, there's 4 or 5 others who are also on the bleeding edge who can take your place." And then his response to that was, "I didn't say the government's going to insure it. I'm saying the government should be building out this infrastructure for everyone and reaping the benefits vis-a-vis profits." So it's like he does think that the government is going to foot this bill, but it's because he's going to make socialism work for.
Yeah, where does the fucking profit come from?
I was thinking about that.
Like the amount of debt that they're in now, like the money they've like raised that's just been loaned to them for these AI, whatever AI shit they're working on the consumer level, like us, the American people. There's nothing that they're going to offer that anybody pays for that's ever going to pay back that loan and then make them any profit. There's no fucking way for them to even be profitable at this point.
No.
So you do have to wonder, like, what is the goal here? Like, what is the end game? I guess it would be like maybe defense contracting, like.
But there is no end game. They're idiots. They're just power hungry idiots. That remember Nancy Pelosi opening her refrigerator and showing $30 ice cream to everybody during COVID, telling you just to chill with their $12,000 fridge. It's like they're so detached from us. They don't give a fuck. Both sides are kind of the same. But all those people up there, you're like, what's the end game? Like they want more power and more money. Fuck us.
Well, but no, I think the return on investment comes if you can in fact automate 80% of the jobs, right? Because if you this is like
nobody has any money to pay for the fucking
right. That's the thing I've seen circulating quite a bit, which is like really scary. Is like up until like 2021, the stock market and job market would always they would be tied together, right? As job market was going up, stock market was going up. As job market is going down, stock market starting to tank. That diverged in 2021 with the advent of ChatGPT, where stock market keeps going up, jobs keep going down. So it's like if they can use this AI to automate so much of the workforce, then they'd have no choice but to instill a UBI.
So that would mean that their goal or like what they're attempting to accomplish is to install themselves as like the feudal rulers of Earth.
Yeah, they want to be god pharaohs.
Yeah, they want. Yeah, they want to be god pharaohs. Like, they want to transcend even the concept of like return on investment or profit and just say we have now become indispensable to life on this planet. And we rule the earth now. Me, Sam Altman and Mark Andreessen and Peter Thiel. Like that's how they think of themselves. Is that
Peter Thiel's going around giving lectures on the Antichrist right now.
He's going to save us from the Antichrist.
So, do you think? So, I've been thinking about that. Do you think that because he's trying to do I forget what it's called, but people were calling him the Antichrist on Google for so long that people are claiming he's going around bringing it up in all sorts of conversations so that when you search Google, those conversations come up instead of the articles calling him the Antichrist.
Oh, yeah. What is that? It's
Maybe.
I forget what it's called. Beyonce did it a while ago.
Who was it? It was Bette Midler or
Barbara
Streisand
Streisand.
effect?
Streisand. That was
Streisand
one of
effect.
them Jew broads.
No,
Yeah.
this was the Beyonce did this. So Beyonce did something when she got cheated on by Becky with the good hair or whatever, and there was something that happened, and she was getting slandered. She made a song or said something or whatever that pushed everything down, so her thing went to the top. And they used the control. So people are saying that he keeps bringing up the Antichrist because there's a ton of articles writing about him being the Antichrist. So if he just keeps bringing it up, him talking about it becomes the top searches, and not people calling him that become the top searches.
Maybe, yeah. They've all figured out how to game the algorithm to
That's
divert
like
people's.
yeah. What is it? It's Google washing, I believe it's called.
Is that yeah?
I like that.
Well, because
Yeah,
it's
Google
like
washing.
I mean,
I wanna get
the
my Google
Dubai
blocked.
chocolate is another one.
Oh, Dubai. Well, yeah, because
Oh yeah, Dubai chocolate.
They're bringing
was,
out the IG models to shit on him, and
Yeah.
they call that like the Dubai chocolate. And then
so then
all of a
Dubai
sudden,
made a chocolate with pistachio.
now
in
it's a
it and
fucking
did
$20
advertising.
candy bar, dude. I saw one at the
Yes.
store the other day, and it's the same fucking packaging, like design as a Hershey bar.
Yeah,
It's like a candy bar. It says Dubai chocolate, except it's $20.
yeah, and I didn't like that candy, Dave's Tiny Penis, that they put out there.
What? Dave's tiny penis?
he's saying he did it for himself.
Oh.
He invented his own.
You invented a candy called Dave's Tiny Penis. So
Yeah,
so
so
search for that.
So that people would
It's
search for the
it's
candy.
gumdrops.
Yeah, they search for the candy.
Yeah. Apparently Doja Cat did that. There was some video that went out where some guy was pestering her about something to do with his shirt, and he made her watch him take his shirt off, so that if you ever search Doja Cat shirt, it would pull up her viral moment with this guy.
Oh, she put the Sam Hyde shirt on for that reason.
Yeah,
I thought.
No, there was like this controversy or dust up on the internet that they found Doja Cat posted something where she was wearing a Sam Hyde shirt. So then if you Google Doja Cat shirt, the first thing that would pop up was if you didn't know who he was, you'd learn all about Sam Hyde and be like, why is she wearing this fucking guy's shirt? And so she realized she had to like clean up her public image and they say she staged an event where some guy accosted her and
that.
something to do with a shirt.
Yeah.
So there probably is something to the whole Google washing. Like Peter Thiel doesn't want us to think he's the Antichrist, so he's going to fight the Antichrist.
Yeah, it's like OJ trying to find the real killer in LA.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Because if anybody was like seemed like they're the Antichrist, it would be like Peter Thiel and Mr. Beast. And any one of these like extremely rich sociopaths like that.
Well, there was like part of OpenAI's like mission statement back when like Sam Altman was like first pitching it to investors. We looked this up on High Side the other day. He said in his memo, like one of the first line items was like, the federal government will always bail us out. Look at 2008.
Yeah. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Well, it didn't really piss me off, but I was like, what the fuck? So like when the housing market was giving out the B loans, right? And everybody was taking out these $450,000 mortgages, $500,000. All my friends,
no income, no job.
I was like, stop getting these. These are way overpriced. Do not buy these. And like, it's fine. And I got approved. I could have bought a house, but I was like, this is not right. These loans shouldn't be going like this. And so then time went on and I watched and it's like all these people just got bailed out. So I did the morally correct thing and got fucked. But if I had just jumped in on the system, I could have at least had a 5 to 10 year stint.
None of them got bailed out though. The banks, the government bailed out the banks, but the people were still defaulted on those loans.
Yeah, like any money that they put into that is still gone.
Yeah, because David, I go back to one of the economist guys I like, David Graeber, who funnily enough actually did a lecture years ago with Peter Thiel. Like they were boys at one point. But David Graeber was talking about that how there's this sort of socialism for the wealthy, the banks, corporations, and the government.
Yeah.
So he said like in 2008 collapse happens, You got all these people who can't pay back these loans or defaulting on them. The government's going to do a bailout. Well, the government could have bailed out the people who could then pay back those loans, and effectively that would bail out both the people and the banks. But the government only bailed out the banks, and then everybody else is still on the hook for those loans. So, at the end of it, the banks, weren't hurt at all.
Well, that was the deal, though. When Clinton went to them and said, we need to lower these stipulations here to get more people things, they made a backdoor thing, basically. Okay, but when this doesn't work out, we want our money back. And they're like, don't worry, it will work out. And so that was like very well talked about, or I heard a lot about when they were setting that up originally, and that was going to come down the pipeline.
Yeah.
And it was sad to watch, and it does suck, like you said. Why not give, if you're going to bail it out, and give the people the money for the houses, or change the loans, or restructure them, and then they do that, then that money goes to the bank, and they get their loan paid back.
And then it's at least it has the bones of a capitalist system where the people are paying corporations, not the government's paying corporations.
Well, so this is one thing that I wish people would talk about. A corporation is a government entity, and this is why they suck, is because the government gives them the ability to privatize profits and then subsidize their losses to the people. In exchange, the corporations collect income taxes. So when you get your paycheck, they pull the money out, and sales tax for them. So they're like, you keep collecting these two types of taxes for us, and we'll allow you and your cronies to privatize all your profits and not pay taxes on them, and then we'll subsidize your losses. So it's win-win for, in true free market capitalism, there's no such thing as a corporation. That's considered a government entity. It's considered, for lack of a better word, either fascism or communism. So it would be fascism if the company is independent, but the regulations on the company are government controlled, and it would be communistic or socialistic if the government strictly just owns the business outright. But they both are government entities, whether it's either or.
Well, what about the situation we're in now, where the Trump administration is actively taking investment positions in these businesses?
Yeah, that's so
Trump is just manipulating the crypto
the
market.
fuck out of the crypto market with his sons and stuff. It's it's crazy that you can even do that. But they've been fighting for years. Like Nancy Pelosi's got 1,500% uptick in her stock portfolio. Better than anybody. And then just about every other congressperson is making millions of dollars a year in the stock market, and they're literally putting the money in the day before they pass the bill the next year.
No. So it's even worse than that, because they put out the Transparency Act, but you can invest on something the day you vote on it, and then you have a month to disclose that trade.
By the way, some evil investing here.
Okay.
Bonk. Bonk.
Yeah, I saw this.
I have some Bonk.
Bonk is in the entire Bonk ecosystem, but Bonk is the official partner of World Liberty Financial to expand USD1 on the Solana ecosystem. So basically what that means is Bonk has partnered with Trump for some crypto thing or whatever.
It's the Valor coin, VALOR, right? That is going to hook those all up.
There's a few different things attached to World Liberty Financial, but Bonk is the official partner of the Trump crypto enterprise to help expand USD1.
And USD1 is the what? That's the tether that's going to back all this?
It's the World Liberty Financial stable coin.
Yeah.
So it's the one that's pegged to the US dollar. So basically I get even prior to that news breaking, I already had a bunch of Bonk coins. I got Bonk, I got Hosako Cat, I got the Solana stock index is one that I really like. But anything on the Bonk ecosystem, I think are great. Could be good investments, especially just the main Bonk coin, which is the sort of similar to Shiba Inu or Doge. It's a dog themed meme coin that's got trillions printed. That's like one of them. So that's a little evil investing for you folks. Look for Bonk. Look for all the coins in the Bonk ecosystem. I would recommend following the Solana stock index, buying that one, but then also seeing what coins they have in the index. Lizard is another one I have, because all that whole ecosystem is partnered with Trump's crypto scheme.
So back to what Mike was saying about Trump against crypto scheme and the family and all that stuff. Congress has to be in on it, and the reason why I think all of Congress knows on both sides is because there's so many crooked, creepy things, such as that which is going on with Trump manipulating the market there, that they could be hammering every day that's real, and then they come up some fake story that's easily debunked, and they run with that. And you're like, why are you running with, like, I don't even know what the dumb story that they make up, but it's like he's embezzling and manipulating the financial markets and crypto to his whim. And basically there was an account that put, like, I don't even know, hundreds of millions of dollars into a crypto wallet and did a short on Bitcoin.
I saw that.
And then an hour later, Trump announced the 100% tariffs, and they made freaking absolute bank.
Yeah.
2 hours.
Yeah. And then guys like Jamerson Loop, who's a good follower. He's pretty much the face.
I'm frozen again. 1 second.
Yeah. He basically had been tweeting about this. They can track the wallet. So the one thing with crypto, which is nice, is everything can be audited. So they can start following these wallets. So some people are following this wallet very closely.
I'm back.
And it's only a matter of time.
Didn't they say that same wallet took out another giant short like the next week?
Yeah, but that same wallet bought Trump coin almost immediately and made a ton of money on Trump coin.
Well, the market actually shit the bed this week. So if anybody was shorting Bitcoin this week, they would have made a lot of money. So
yeah, I'm so confused and pissed off about the manipulation that I put all my stuff that I had left in stablecoin, and I've been
accumulating Fartcoin and different. I have a robust meme folio. I haven't really been buying a lot of new shit.
Yep.
It's just that when the market nosedived on October 10th, I didn't panic sell, and then the only new things I bought after that, like on the dip, were I got in on Fartcoin because I was like, shit, man, the all-time high on this was like $1.50.
I was like, shit, I need Fartcoin.
Shit, I need farts. Yeah, but no, the all-time high on Fartcoin is $1.50, and I said, shit, man, it's under 50 cents now.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I did buy.
There's a lot of upside potential on this one.
Yeah, I bought some coins back that I watched do a nosedive that I know will go back up. Can you play this TikTok here?
Yeah, I can play this, and then we probably should wrap this up.
We should wrap it up. But this is just this is the guy that I was talking about. I know you've seen him.
I've seen this guy. Yeah. Oh yeah, this guy's very Jewish. Very very Jewish.
I have a hard time. It's like that Alex Jones meme, where it's like, he's like, you're a Jewish guy, right? You're Jewish. He's like, no, I'm not Jewish. He's like, oh, you're gay. That's right. I'm sorry. But that's whenever I see this guy, I forget that he's married.
Hamas policy. Is that one of those? Oh no, I didn't. Not that. I was looking at the wrong thing.
It's a TikTok link.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, here we go.
Come on, this is how the kosher observant Jew shops. When it comes to vegetables, we don't really have to look for a kosher symbol because we know that they're kosher.
Oh, what happened?
Oh. We have to look for a kosher symbol because we know that they're kosher. All this is kosher. All this is not kosher. Yeah, and the first tell sign is that the meat is together with the cheese. That's number one of kosher. Milk and meat doesn't mix. Also, the ready food, not kosher.
Can you imagine being in this store while he's
Now, although
filming
this is all very tempting,
I'd be so upset.
it really
Imagine
isn't.
going to
We've
buy
never
any
wanted
of
it.
this while he's
We don't
like,
want
it's
it.
trash.
Looks delicious, though, doesn't it?
No, actually.
No, of course not. Now, fascinating to find some of these dips are actually kosher. Let's take a look. We've got the OU Parib. That stands for Orthodox Union, and it's the Parib. It's the in-between. It's not milk. It's not meat. Wow. I'll grab 2. Home-style guacamole. Nope. I think this was prepared by Walmart.
Like, I
Not
know so
kosher.
many cool Jews
Now, although
that are
avocado is
fun.
kosher in general, it was
I swear to
mixed
God,
and
these are
chopped
the people
with
who
knives
turning
and
people in
utensils
anti-Semitic.
that were not kosher. So we don't really know what's in there. There was no admin governing what the ingredients are. And of course, these prepared sandwiches are not kosher. The price is kosher, and kosher means fit, by the way, but not for us.
You have a chip on your shoulder?
That's right.
And this is actually my favorite.
Hey, take a look at this. Although this is not inherently modest, it's still kosher.
Okay.
You heard it from Moses.
Wow.
Yeah. Thanks, Moses.
So thank you, Moisha.
Am I wrong? I mean, the mannerisms
very effeminate, very
make me uncomfortable.
homosexual. But that it is nice to have that kind of structure in your life. Like maybe you don't have to go to those lengths, those extremes, but a lot of us have lost God, and I think that's what's also causing so much discontent and aimlessness in our lives. And so I do see that. I do see the sort of the Jewish community and the structure they have, and I do. Part of me does envy that. Now I don't want to live like that or even really talk to any of them, but I get it is nice to have like structure in some way.
Yeah. I just don't know. I feel like there's a lot of companies that make food that are owned by Jewish people that also make a kosher version of it. And I'm just like, what are you doing to the non-kosher version? If you're saying this is bad,
I don't know.
Should I be eating the good?
I don't have as much paranoia or conspiratorial thoughts about the Jews as you do.
Well, I'm not being conspiratorial. I'm just saying, like, do you think that which way would you go with the conspiracy? Do you think that it's
like how are they?
There's no difference between the food. It's like the kosher one they're just paying because the guy's going like this. Yep, bam. Or are they actually like salmonella in the goy food in the?
I don't know. I feel like
really
a lot of those foods he was pulling up that were kosher. I'm buying that anyway, not knowing it's kosher. I don't know.
Same.
How are they? Is the question how are they sullying Gentile food? Like,
no, I'm saying, do you think they are, or do you think they're just scamming the Jews? So you think they're just scamming the Jews? Then?
No, I don't even think they're scamming. I don't think they're scamming anybody. I think they're just putting a label on something.
They're scamming something.
I mean, they're scamming, yeah, in other ways. But I feel like when it comes to they're probably just like putting a label on certain foods so that Orthodox or Jews who do that know what they're buying and have like kosher options or can live.
Yeah, I mean, it's more about a preparation thing. So he's saying like there was an admin who like watched how this food was made, what ingredients went into it, et cetera, et cetera. It's like that's that's just keeping up with the tenets of your religion.
Yeah. But if that's true,
because like by your logic, you're saying the same logic would apply to like halal food, where you're like, well, what about the chicken that's not halal? Like, what's wrong with it? So do you also have
I love halal restaurants.
I go in there, Muslim conspiracy?
No, I go in there and I trust them. They love me, first of all, because of the beard. I go in there and then I tell them that I'm vegan, and they love vegan. It's the highest level of halal. They have a special name for it. And they will go get other bread in the other room. They won't even cook it on the same thing the chicken will have or whatever. And they go through a whole process for me. My buddy and me went to go see Chloe LeBranch in Boston, and he was like, "What the fuck is going on?" What'd you say?
He said, "My condolences."
That's my Greek sister, and I will not say anything bad. She had a great show at Nick's Comedy Stop. You could barely hear the techno music downstairs pumping through the floor. But we went to Halal, and he's like, "What the fuck's going on? Do you know these guys?" And I'm like, "No, it has something to do with the beard and something to do with veganism. I don't know exactly what it is, but it happens to me at every Halal that I go to, and I tell them no animal products."
Yeah,
So what I'm saying is, if the Jewish people are sending somebody in to watch the food be prepped, right? I want to eat the food that somebody's watching being prepped. There's nobody. So the guy that's making my food doesn't have anybody over his shoulder.
I'm sure that there's
That's what I'm saying.
Practices and processes in place that the effort is being made to ensure that you're not buying any food products that are dirty or substandard in any way. Like,
Yeah, what do you think Upton Sinclair did all that reporting in the 30s for?
Thank you. Exactly.
I just don't trust the corporations, but I might trust a corporation that's owned by a tribe.
I think the whole kosher thing is just abiding by cultural and religious practices. It's just like being, providing for people of those faiths.
All right. Well,
whether it's kosher or halal.
We need to make Christian corn then, and Christian like cheap.
Ooh,
Cheerios.
What do you think about this? Either shorting corn or Walmart.
No, so Walmart. So 25% of Walmart's profit comes from SNAP. So if all the SNAP benefits are going to go way down, Walmart's going to need to restructure. So they'll either have to drop their prices.
Wait, Mike, do you know how to short things?
Yeah.
Like, what do? You use
your
Robinhood?
Penis. Yeah, you use Robinhood. I mean, I'm on Chase, but I mean, whatever.
What do? You buy puts?
Yeah, you buy puts. So essentially, from what I understand, it means that you sell the stock at this price, and then you have that capital, and then you owe on that at like the given end date of the put, and then you pay a certain fee for the put itself.
Okay. I still don't understand it. I've been trying to figure out options before I dive into them, and it's so confusing.
I'm just thinking so apparently like 40% of all of Walmart's sales is corn. So if 25% of their profit margin is coming from SNAP and SNAP is getting shut down, that means corn is about to be reduced. Fucked.
Yeah.
Well, this is corn fed, so I'm long on corn. I'm long corn. So, but
you can go long corn and still short corn.
Yeah.
That's true. I guess on a long enough timeline, this is a long corn. Is the game I'm playing. So I guess I could short corn in the short term, but still be long corn long term. So right. That's a good point.
Yeah. So Dolphin, you know how you buy stock right now, and you want it to go up, and if it goes down, you lose money. All a put is you say, "Hey, is anybody planning on selling stock in the future?" And they say,
"Well, that's
yes.
not the only difference."
Yeah. Well, yeah, but I'm saying it's somebody's planning to sell stock. But you say yes. So like, okay, I'll buy it at this price here, whatever. Give me my money, and I'll sell it back to him or whatever. And then you just wait, and the money comes due at a certain time because those people are selling it. So basically, you're just cashing out at that time, and when it's going down, you're still paying it back, and the difference is your profit.
Yeah.
So if you
get it,
yeah,
I think so. I don't know.
You can do that. I was looking into
loop.
It. You can do it organically, how it was meant to be done before the stock market kind of fucked with it. Where if you had Ethereum, for instance, you can put that on a lending site, a decentralized lending site, as collateral, and then you could borrow USD against it, and then sell that USD for Ethereum, put it into Ethereum if you thought Ethereum was going to go up. But if it was the other way around, you would give them collateral as USD, borrow Ethereum, turn that Ethereum into USD, and then give yourself more collateral. And then as the Ethereum goes down, you have to pay it back at less cost, and you can pay it back with the collateral that you.
Yeah, but now you could just do perps where you open up a 40 times leverage, long or short, and then get liquidated.
So if you go over and get liquidated, how do they even do that without collateral? They come for your bank accounts?
Well, I don't know how it works because I'm never going to do it. But I think you do have to invest a certain amount of capital.
Yeah.
And then you say, like, I'm longing this 40x.
Yeah.
If you're doing a long, and then as it goes up, you're getting 40 times what you normally would get if you were to buy that amount.
Yeah.
I think that's how it works. But then if it goes down, it'll hit like whatever exchange you're on or whatever you're using to do this, their stop loss, where they decide this is where we're liquidating you, and they just take all your money.
Yeah, that makes sense. By the way, I think we should shut it down. It's like 5 hours in, but you're the host. But I want to say Mike was an amazing guest. Really liked having Mike here. He gives, who he reminds me of and gives me a lot of vibes of, which the fans love, is Sal. I think Mike's got a lot of Sal energy.
Salt of the earth, south of the earth, yeah.
South of the earth. Everybody loves Sal.
Everybody loves Sal. Everybody loves Mike. And we can wrap this up. It's been 5 hours.
I plug my fight.
Yeah.
Oh yes, plugs.
Coming here 5 hours later.
You could jump in at any time. Yeah, let's go through. Let's pull Mike's fight up.
No, we don't need to pull. We don't pull anything.
Just let him plug it.
I just want to give the date. It is November 15th. It is streaming exclusively at Veeps.com. Head on over to Veeps.com. There's a whole Skankfest collection. You can get Story Wars, Legion of Skanks, a whole bunch of other shows that are going to be there. But the main one to focus on, Saturday night Skank Fights. I'm going to be the main event. I'm fighting Jake. When I beat him, he will be my intern for a year. On the unlikely circumstance, the 1 in a million kid's got a horseshoe up his ass that he's able to defeat me, I will have to produce his podcast for free for 3 months. So it is the Who's the Boss fight headlining Skankfest. And when I make this kid my intern, I'm making him cut his hair, because we have a dress code at Mike Harrington Industries.
I found it here. If you go to Veeps, you can go to Veeps.com, but if you go to the Skankfest.com, which you guys have already bought your tickets there, so it'll be kind of easier to get. There's a link to the live stream at the top. That's going to bring you to the Veeps.com series at Skankfest. Then you can see all the stuff you have here, and Mike's fight is on here. Do we want to put this link? We'll put this link in the show notes.
Yeah. I'll put when I upload the episode.
Here, it's in the private chat right now.
I'll make sure it's all in the episode description.
That would be super dope, because for the first time in my fighting career, I think this is now like 6 or 7 fights that I've done. I'm going to be getting pay-per-view points. So please buy the pay-per-view. Make me a pay-per-view fighter.
Show, dude. We should have plugged this all.
No. This is perfect. People, it's the people who are watching for 5 hours who are going to go ahead and buy this fight. You watch this for 5 hours. It's like it would be crazy for you not to watch me fight in just 6 days at this point. So head on over to Veeps and grab that. Also, if anyone's in the New York area, November 20th, the Armored League makes its glorious return to Melrose Ballroom. Tickets available at thearmoredleague.com.
Nice.
And Dalton, did you get that? We'll put that in the show notes as
well.
Well.
Yes, I got it here in the private chat, and I'm copying the link address. And then I'm opening it up in a new tab, and I'll copy it.
I don't see it on your Instagram, Mike. What was that show? What was that venue again?
Melrose Ballroom is the location. It is the Armored League. In my bio, I think I have the Armored League tagged. You can head over to their Instagram or just thearmoredleague.com. Help us sell out Melrose Ballroom. We've had 2 incredible sellout shows there so far this year. We're bringing in ringers. We got guaranteed we will not have the same main event that we've had the last 2 events. We're making things so that's absolutely impossible, but a lot of fan favorites and a lot of new talent showing up too.
What happened?
The Armored League.
I have it here. The Armored League, and I'm gonna send you this link.
Oh my goddamn cat!
It's all good. So,
Yeah, if you guys head over to Mike's Instagram, which is at the M Harrington, THEM Harrington, right? You're going to see he's a producer for Gas Digital, BYM podcast, Without a Country podcast, High Society Radio. The thing is, but right under that, you're going to see Gas and 2 more links. You're going to want to click on that, and you're going to see the Gas Digital link. You're going to see Helio Supply, code Mike 15, and then you're going to see the Armored
Shout out my
Combat
sponsor for the fight, Helio Supply. What's up?
Yeah, so you're going to have Helio Supply promo code Mike 15, and then you can go in there, and then Armored Combat at the Melrose Ballroom is the last link. So that's probably the easiest way for you to do that is go over to Mike's Instagram, click on all the links there, or whatever. Of course, give him a subscribe, and then if you're a troll and you're an animal, then you're over on X, and it's the same over on X. It's the M Harrington over on X as well. So make sure you guys, if you follow this far, you probably already all.
Yeah, what is the pay-per-view? Is it November 15th? Is it Skank Fights with Louis J. Gomez and Tim Butterly?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, if you go to veeps.com/series/Skankfest, you can get the full weekend pass for $99. Or if you just want to see Harrington do to beat up this Jake fellow, there's on the November 15th an option for Skank Fights with Louis J. Gomez and Tim Butterly, and that is $9.99. So, I would recommend the full weekend pass. Get the most out of the experience, all of it. But if you want to, the real what'll send you home talking is the pay-per-view with Mike Harrington here.
Yeah. And obviously he's going to win, so it's a spoiler alert because we invited Jake on the show. We reached out to him multiple ways with multiple people, and he was too scared to come talk about the fight with Mike. So to me, that's just admitting defeat already. So even mentally, he can't even face Mike digitally. So he's not going to be able to face him in the ring.
No. This kid fears me. He's been at every turn. He's been trying to do the oh man, I love you guys. It's gonna be so much fun. I'm just glad to have an excuse. And every time I'm shutting it down, it's no. I'm going to embarrass you. I'm gonna put you on all fours, make you puke in front of a ring full of people. Thousands of people are going to revel in your shame and humiliation. And I'm really hammering that into him because, talk about a fake job, right? This kid's been showing up to Legion of Skanks for 3 years now. He started as the dab turn back when they were doing dabs on the show. I haven't done dabs in 2 years. I don't know how the fuck this kid still has a job. He gets drinks. he tries to get famous comedians to post selfies of him on Instagram. That's his whole job. And I need to whip him into shape. I need to make a competent producer out of this kid. So his year-long internship with me, while yes, it will be a punishment and will have many humiliating aspects to it. The painful beating he has coming to him this Saturday is going to be the beginning of the slow metamorphosis where I crystallize this sack of shit into a competent producer in this industry, all within the span of 1 year.
So
you're gonna polish this turd.
Yeah. Trying to figure it out because we actually have a correspondent that we sent down to Skankfest. We have T. Sweeze, owner of Sumo Dog, going down. He's going to be our guest next week on next Saturday is Ray Kump. Ray Kump will be here joining us for the Skankfest stream. Mm-hmm. And so
the Ray Kump, I've been asking Joe Rogan every day for 3 weeks to get Ray Kump on.
Yes. Do you remember Ray when he was at Gas Digital he used to be with Tim Dillon at
Ray
Tim
Kump
Dillon is going to hell. Really
one of the funniest motherfuckers on the planet. I love Ray Kump. He is a truly special, one of a kind person.
So excited to have him on, but he is going to be with us next Saturday while we have people down in Skankfest. So we'll still be streaming, and we're going to be trying to get some people to hop on air here. Just say hi for 5 minutes from Skankfest or whatever, go through the thing, and we'll put the promo codes up for the link of the Veep again for you, Mike, there, so people can know that to go watch the fight live being streamed or whatever. Yeah.
Hell yes, dude. Thanks, man.
Yes. And Mike Harrington, thank you for doing this.
Thanks for having me. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. Thank you for staying around for 5 hours.
Yeah.
I really appreciate it.
Yeah, and one last thing. So you could have brought that. Yeah, anytime. So now that you've been a guest of the show, what we extend to you is anytime you want to just hit us up. You need a five minutes to pop on or whatever. You have something you need to promote in an area or whatever. Any prior guest of the show can just hit us up. We're on here every Saturday night from 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. Just hop on and say, hey, blah, blah, blah. It can be on your phone in a green room, whatever. We got this thing we need some fans, or we got a live stream going or whatever. And you have access to us to let you pop in for, whatever. Now you're
That's very kind of you. I'm going to be taking you up on that for sure.
Officially friend of the show. Yeah.
Yeah, it was good catching up. I'm glad to see you again, and I enjoyed talking to you. But hey, folks, that's the show, and we're done.